You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
I'm just saying whatever light is clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction and higher and changes throughout the year, and it consistently does that.
Riddle me this, you double-speaking moron. How can light move in one direction faster and not have a speed?
Yeah, there is no speed of light. Whatever light is clearly gets to the receiver faster. Yeah, there is no speed of light. Faster. There is no speed of light.
You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
I'm just saying whatever light is clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction and higher and changes throughout the year, and it consistently does that.
No, there's not a journey because there's nothing traveling. What the light is already there.
So out of one side of your face, you say, light clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction. Then at the other side of your face, you say, the light's not traveling, it's already there. So how can light not travel and be already there, and at the same time be traveling faster in one direction to get to the receiver, its destination? Por favor?
You serious? Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
So, we have the respawn remedial retard, double-speaking lion sewer rat, shits at 60, guns a-blazing, out-of-the-gate ether argument from FED episode 1702 from 8 months ago.
Where we have electromagnetic waves that we can show, and either it has a medium that it's waving through, or it's waving through nothing, which is an asinine claim.
So, we have electromagnetic waves, which this moron thinks is light, waving through a something medium because they can't wave through nothing. Therefore, his something medium is ether. 10 days later,
the wave is the medium.
and we're off. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Throw it on over to Discord now. Adam and Betty's not going to be there right now because they had time changes across the pond, so they're going to be a little late. And Nathan, who is here, is actually not here. He's not going to be the VC. It's going to be Flatsy. So, Flatsy. Oh, you're not the V. I'm thinking VC. You're the MC, not the VC. Are you Charlie?
I'm going to go ahead and say, no, I'm the second best MC that you have, Betty being the first, because I won't put myself above her because she puts you in your place.
What about Adam?
I'm better than Adam. Nana boo boo.
That's then if you're better than Adam, you better than Nathan?
Oh man, he's got his own show. I better not. Let me not go there.
Because you got 3 VCs. You got I'm still calling them VC. I can't get this out of my mind. We got 3
MC.
we got 3 Charlies. we got Nathan, who's sometimes here, and he takes over VC duty. It's changing to VC. I'm just gonna stick with it. Then we have Betty, who's the usual VC for many, many years. But Adam has taken over recently because Betty's had some conflicts. So you got 3 VCs ahead of you. So where do you place in the order hierarchy of the VCs, Charlie?
I don't count Nathan because he has his own Ballbusters show, and of Betty and Adam, I am in between. Betty and Adam sandwich.
He doesn't have his own Ballbusters show. The Ballbusters show is a 50-50 exchange between both Nathan and I on this channel.
You guys complete each other.
Oh boy, you're doing a good VC job right away, just diverting away.
If he's but half of your whole, then he can't be your MC.
Super VC. All right. Let me go in there. Let me take.
I agree that Flatsy's better than Adam.
Flatsy's better than Adam? Really?
Thanks, Brian. Catching on, buddy. Thanks.
You're welcome.
He's what we call in the industry an ass kisser, Flatsy. There we go.
Well, I mean,
yeah, or
I'm not complaining.
We had a more politically correct term. We call them cheese eaters. He's a cheeser.
A brown noser.
Wonder, yeah, brown, yeah, exactly. But we had code for that, like a cheeser. That we basically call them cheesers. I wonder if they still call them. They got to, because that's some old stuff right there. Yeah, got any soldiers, relatively new soldiers around anywhere? I mean, actual soldiers, not pugs. Right? Gonna have to talk to them. It couldn't have changed because that was ingrained for years and years. I mean, that for 20 years, long before even I came into town, it was established. So there's no way that those old timey slangs, military slangs, have changed. No chance. Friggin' pogues.
You guys got military terms, I guess.
Man, they got their own language. That's super drop.
Him's sake, he I guess that's Amir. Yeah. Okay, it's same PFP. So he sent a sticker, said, "How's it going?"
Going fine.
Going great.
And what?
Said it's going great.
He didn't ask you, Flatsy.
I was the one reading out. He knew that I would be. So
are you? Who are you, Brian? You're like getting into the minds of other people and thinking their intent.
Man, you're right. I better.
Yeah, you better pull back from that. Now, where was I going with this, VC? I was going somewhere, but I forgot where I was headed with it. I was going to say something before.
That's because.
Go ahead.
That's because you were attacking Flatsy for very needed improvisation that she had to do.
She wasn't improvising.
That's right.
She wasn't improvising.
Just another day.
Yeah, they usually are.
That's right. You know, you esteem one day over another, and maybe somebody else will esteem another day over another. Who really cares?
I know what we could do. I know what I wanted to do because Betty, we'll get to the principle of the discussion for today. We're not in any hurry. We're not in a rush. So there's 2 things. Number 1, because I have the need for speed, I have no problems like starting up the show. It immediately, I go right to YouTube Studio and it says go live immediately. Now for months and months and months, I've been sitting back here, and when I start the show, I'd have to wait here and hover my mouse take it off, and then hover over live stream in YouTube Studio. Sometimes it wouldn't even come on. I'd have to reload it. But now, since I had the need for speed, it just pops right up. As soon as I hit in OBS, start streaming, it's almost immediately go live. You got to love that.
Aren't you just the roadrunner? Are you always trying to find a reason to brag?
Yeah, I'm not bragging. I'm just prouder than the game rooster to have Ozark fiber.
Well, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you.
All right. What, Brian?
It's that F-150 American upload.
That's exactly. Thank you. I'd forgotten my second point, because that's what we're not doing the F-150. I can't tell what kind of truck it is, but it's a Chevy, and we're gonna get. I'm saying this is top 5. It may be top 3 play-by-play color commentary from a gentleman that was outside a tornado's wrath, but was commenting on a Chevy truck that got caught in the wake of a tornado. And Betty sent this to me the other day. I think it was Sunday morning. And I clicked on it. I'll tell you what, I watched it most of the day and was snickering to myself. Because this dude, listen, I'm just going to show it or play it. You guys make your own call on it. I know I forced Nathan to do it, the one that's not here. And he enjoyed it. And you know what? It's not pulling up in Discord. What is going on? Would I have to click on it first, for God's sake, Discord? That should do it. Yeah, it did it. Jeez. I'll play it a couple times. Now, there's a couple F-bombs. If Booger's in the vicinity, Flatsy, go ahead. Have him go play or do something.
He's back there. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple F-bombs, but like I said, you guys make the call. That's not going to work. Now that's going to work. Okay. You guys ready? Here we go.
Look, there's a fucking truck in it. There's a fucking truck. It just flipped over. It's spinning on its side. Landed on its fucking wheels.
Andy, go ahead.
And it drove the fuck off. That's the best Chevrolet commercial ever. Oh my God, like a fucking rock. Oh my God. Look, there's a fucking truck in it. There's a fucking truck. It just flipped over. It's spinning on its side. Landed on its fucking wheels.
Andy, go ahead.
And it drove the fuck off. That's the best Chevrolet commercial ever. Oh my God, like a fucking rock. Oh my God.
He's out of control, man. I love his enthusiasm. Just the way he goes about that color commentary, it cracks me up. Now,
if they make a commercial for Chevrolet, they're going to have to beep out all the F-bombs.
Now, Betty sent this to me. She was unaware. She's unawares of the commercial with Chevy trucks that for years and years and years and years, ever since, I don't know, it's a long time ago, they've used Bob Seger's Like a Rock as their little jingle or their mantra, right? She was unaware of that. So it impressed on me, since she's from Dutchland, that she wouldn't know that. So I just sent her a little commercial with it on there, and she said it made her laugh even stronger because of the irony in here. But I didn't want to focus on that. I wanted to focus on the color commentary. And play-by-play. It's outstanding. Right from the gut, right off the cuff. I like it, right in your natural environs. It's just there's something about it. Right? Let's do it again.
Look, there's a fucking truck in it. There's a fucking truck.
I like that. Look, there's a truck in it. There's a fucking truck. That part is hilarious, by the way. But I'll continue.
It just flipped over. It's spinning on its side. Landed on its fucking wheels.
Andy, go ahead.
And it drove the fuck off. That's the best Chevrolet commercial ever. Oh my God, like a fucking rock. Oh my God.
I love it, man. All right, that's 3 times.
We should find that dude and get him to host Ballbusters. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. He'd be a good VC. He'd be above you.
Today's my first date.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding.
No, he wouldn't, Flatsy. Don't listen to him.
I fluffed my own feathers. I set myself up for this.
Yeah, it's just outstanding. And the really cool part, he's a storm chaser. You can tell he's inside another vehicle just outside the wake of the tornado. And you can hear in the background another guy trying to get in contact with somebody else, probably a YouTuber that's streaming. These are Andy, something to Andy, right? That makes it's outstanding. There's, like I said, there's just something about it that I wanted to share. I hope you enjoyed it. Did I link
I'm
that?
going to look up Chevy trucks now and see which one it is.
I can't tell. It's a little too blurry. I think he used his phone.
When you towards the end of the video, you can kind of see the truck.
All right, I'll pause.
All
right, let me throw it over here and I'll pause it, see if anyone could tell.
Look, there's a fucking truck in it. There's a fucking truck. It just flipped over. It's spinning on its side. Landed on its fucking wheels.
Andy, go ahead.
And it drove the fuck off. That's the best Chevrolet commercial ever.
I think that's the best shot that I have.
1 second.
What does it matter?
Because you don't want to call it the F-150 or American upload speed.
I wouldn't call it an F-150 since it's a Chevy truck.
A Silverado.
Yeah, I was about to say, we call that a Silverado around here. So Silverado in a tornado.
Ah, you're thinking it's a Silverado. That's what it's called.
Yeah, but we call it, my husband calls it a Silverado. There's another one that has a similar name, and he does the same thing with that one as well.
See, that's back-ass country folk talk. It's a Silverado.
Yeah, but it works for your commercial because it says, you could say it's a Silverado that survives a tornado. You get what I'm saying?
I get it, but it's too contrived.
No, see, nobody around here would think that, but I guess culture barrier.
Yeah, it could be a Silverado. Like I said, it's hard to tell. So,
Oh
Brian,
yeah, the other one's a Colorado, so my husband calls it a Colorado.
he would. So, Brian, you satisfied? Good.
The F-150 Silverado American upload speed. How about
The F1. Okay, listen. I know you're Irish. You don't get this. See, F-150. The F stands for Ford.
that? I know that.
You trying to be ironical?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Let me stop this. All right. How else are we going to waste time till we get those crayon munchers in here?
Well, we could, I don't know. I don't want to dive into
You
the
could read out your comments from the Ethereans.
Oh, should I?
QE.
No, I think it should wait because we're about to get into all that. We shouldn't jump in without everybody here, you know?
Oh, slow moan moon buggy said it looks like a Chevy Tahoe. Still fits,
Well,
right,
it's-
Flatsy? Got a Tahoe that just escaped the tornado.
Yeah, kind of, but just sounded better when it was an 8080, you know, not just do. But yeah, let me see. I'm gonna look up Tahoe.
Just call it the Tomahawk 290 American upload speed.
Doesn't it
Stop
look
messing
like
around.
it's close to 2010 or something, maybe a little older?
Don't know.
I would say that it looks maybe a little older.
Hey, what's happening, Tony?
Tahoes are SUVs, so no, it's not a Tahoe.
Really?
Yeah,
Slow-mo
they're
boom,
SUVs.
slow-mo moon buggy. Why are you giving me a Chevy Tahoe when clearly that wasn't an SUV? That was a truck.
Well, let's see what a Colorado.
It's not a Silverado either.
What is it? Do you know?
Colorado.
What was I correct that it was red, but like the lower 20% of the body was black?
Let me take a look at it again.
Silver bumper, I thought.
No, not the bumper, the side.
That's, you know what? That's hard to tell. It's a little darker, but that could just be the way the lighting is shining on it. You know what or the way the lighting appears? Yeah, let me put it back over there. You guys make the call. See what I'm talking about? You could be right. Here's the bumpers all jacked up, obviously. But he's talking about right through here. So, let me go a little further.
Oh my God, like a fucking
Now, what about this? Oh, you can't see it. You have to look on YouTube. There is no dark. It's all red or cherry.
That is an
I'm
older
pretty
truck.
sure it's a Silverado.
That is an older truck. That is not a newer model truck.
That's not a newer model. It's an older one.
I think it's a
That's what I
Colorado.
said.
It's a Colorado.
It's a Colorado. Or what Flatsy's husband would say, a Colorado.
Yep.
Why don't you just call it the Tomahawk, the Chevy Tomahawk 290 American upload speed?
Well, because we don't make shit up.
There's bound to be a Chevy Tomahawk 290 at some point.
There is no. That's an appeal to a future fallacy.
It's exactly the type of thing that you would call something like that.
Oh no!
Especially in America.
Really, opposed to syllogism.
I could nearly put a bet on it that at some point one of these companies will come out with the Tomahawk 290.
Oh, now it's some company's going to come out with Tomahawk 290.
Whatever, it doesn't
That's
matter.
preposterous. Besides, they're not going to do that anymore. You got sports teams already changing their names, trying to be politically correct. Not only sports teams, but army bases, military bases, changing their names to get away from the Indians. Feathers, not dots. So why would somebody come out with a Tomahawk? That makes no sense.
Tomahawk is a type of axe.
Yeah, but
they
it's
come out.
oh god.
Dodge already has a Tomahawk out.
There was a
Dodge.
Tomahawk. No, it was a Dodge. Yeah, it was huge souped up motorcycle.
What?
Yeah, you should look that up if you've never seen it. By the way.
Well, that's a motorcycle. That's not a truck.
It has 4 wheels though.
That's right.
Still not a truck. And that's besides the point because Brian's appealing to the future. So maybe back in the day there was stuff called Tomahawks. My exact point was that people and companies are starting to distance themselves away from Indian nomenclature. That's feathers, not dots. So his whole appeal is preposterous, ludicrous absurdity. Contrived nonsense.
Are you saying it's going to be called the Chevy Rainbow?
Could be.
I'm trying to find this truck now. Why'd you do this to me?
I didn't do it.
It's a half ton. It's a Silverado.
It's a half ton.
I okay.
I
I
knew
disagree.
talking about that
Hold on.
truck. It was the link.
See how
The guy did
front-
get a new truck.
See how the front is just one single silver shiny line between the headlights and nothing else that's really like that reflective?
1 second. Yeah, there is something shiny right there. Probably some.
Take a look.
Yeah.
Take a look at take a look at what the Ford Maverick looks like.
Now,
It
I'm
is a
not looking
small
at that.
truck.
I'm not looking at that. See, This is almost, from what I'm looking at, this is like a full-size cab. So whoever posted that in Discord, what's that?
It's a 2020 Chevrolet Silverado. I did post the link. The guy did get a new truck.
2020. So, oh, Flatsy posted this one in here. It almost, yeah, but it doesn't have the bumper, Flatsy.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was a solid red, but I couldn't tell.
Yeah.
Check this out. 2024 Ford Maverick. It's got the all black tires, the hint of black at the bottom, and it's got a single silver connection between the relatively small headlights. And it's a full cab.
Platypus, it's not a Ford. Get a hold of yourself.
What I posted is a 2004, or I searched a 2004 because I was looking for an older model. And because it looks like it's an older model, not a newer one.
23 minutes after the hour. It's a 17 Silverado.
Really? 2017 Silverado. At where? Oh, says who? I think says who's got it. That's what it looks like. That's a video. Hold on. Let's open in browser. Visit site. All right. Well, I wonder if I can make this a little bit bigger without destroying it.
Maybe Chevy will pay you some royalties for going over this.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. All right. I'll put it live, says who. Says who. I think you're exactly correct. I think that's exactly what it is. It's a 17 Silverado. Yep. Let me take another look at her.
Yep, he's got it.
Yeah, that's it.
It says
Where does he win?
Miguel posted a video of. It says it. I didn't even read the title. I should have done that. Texas teen gets new truck after a tornado.
Look, there's a
viral video.
Oh, there are. See, I was looking for comments the other day, but there weren't any. So you went to comments, and what did it say?
Says it's his 10-year-old Chevy was totally laid by the tornado, but on Saturday, the 16-year-old got a brand new truck.
Brand new
so they
truck.
give him, they give him a new one, so it's not the one in the
right.
The video.
So what's the final judgment on it? What is it? I think it says who's right. He's close.
I've got to step in. I'm not really here, but please, for the love of Jesus Christ, move on.
I do love Jesus Christ.
For the love of Jesus, please, change the subject from somebody who talks about friggin' computers and his computer problems for hours at a time. People die watching the videos from old timers disease, and you're telling me I got to go. This is important stuff.
Yeah, this is trucks, for God's sake.
Old timers.
All right. Well, where's that? Adam was supposed to be here. Adam and Betty, what is the deal? You're taking advantage of the friggin' time change.
They must have their own show going.
They have abandoned you. There's Adam.
No, they haven't. There's one of them. I see him down there. Evening.
Evening.
There he is.
I was thinking, Brian, how about the Warhawk Patriot Liberator F375?
The Warpath the Liberator.
Yeah.
So the Liberator 370. Sounds good.
How about the Warthog 750 Liberator? Speed Liberator.
What about the 390 Blaster? Chevy Blaster. That definitely said. The Chevy Blaster 390.
The Master Blaster Warthog Speed Demon. Can't top that. Where'd I get
Adam,
that
yeah,
master? Where'd I get that master blaster from? That's from Thunderdome, isn't it? Yeah, Thunderdome. Beyond Thunderdome, they had the master blaster, didn't they?
Yes, I understood that reference.
Oh, there's the other partner in crime, little time-delayed Betty.
Jeez.
Get closer to that mic.
Give me a break.
Give me a break. We've been going over your video that you sent me.
Yeah, I know, because I was doing some things in the background. Did you see that video that someone posted from Michael Souza? It's the whole video where it's even better footage than the video in the TikTok thing.
Is it? No,
Yeah,
I
it
didn't
was-
see it. Where is it?
It was a
It's up there.
Silverado.
Yeah, it was a Silverado.
Well,
Yeah, I did found.
above the platypus photo.
Okay, that's a better video. Let's try it out.
Yeah.
Hold on.
The guy got a new truck.
Yeah,
there's a
Chevy gave
fucking
him a
truck
new truck because of that video.
There's a fucking truck! It just flipped over!
And I found a link talking about the tornado pushed his Silverado. So it was a Silverado.
So says who is vindicated. Good job, says who.
Thank you.
He's got,
Just thank you.
he's got an eye for trucks, says who does. All right.
Well, I work on cars and trucks all day, so yeah.
Yeah, let's try. Betty said it's a better video. Let's go ahead and try it. 1 second.
I can usually know the makes, but not the models.
Oh, it's getting corrupted by the old video. 1 second. Okay, yeah, let's take that video away. And now we got, okay, I think we're golden. 1 second. Being Chevy. Yeah, there you go. So Discord, you can watch it. All right. Throw it on over to YouTube. Let's rewind. Here we go.
Look, there's a fucking truck in it. There's a fucking truck! It just flipped over! It's spinning on its side! Landed on its fucking wheels!
Andy, go ahead.
And it drove the fuck off! That's the best Chevrolet commercial ever! Oh my god, like a fucking rock! Oh my god!
Yep.
He's so excited. How can you not be uplifted by how excited he is?
What's that, Betty?
That's not the video.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Betty, I just wonder under Miguel
I saw
Souza's
the one
name.
without the color.
Without the color commentary?
Yeah, it's above this video, that photo.
I did tag you there, Quentin Eraser, to that
The
video.
cave view.
Okay, I got it now. All right.
All right, there he goes.
Yeah,
See,
but
if
it
I'm
doesn't.
not there,
The link
haywire.
doesn't. Betty, the link doesn't go anywhere.
It does, but you need.
All right,
my God.
I think I got it. I think I got it. Betty, relax.
It's been.
Oh, it's a whole report. Okay, Miguel, I think I got this one. All right, hold on, folks. We're gonna get the lowdown on the shakedown. 1 second. Let me stop streaming that. Let me start. Text. There we go. All right. I think we're up. I think we got it, Betty. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah. Hopefully.
All right. Put it on YouTube. Here we go. I guess this is a news report. This is from Texas. West by God, Texas. Hey, girl.
It's been a wild week for an Austin teen, but it's ending with a brand new truck and some money. We showed you this video of the moment. 16-year-old Riley Leon's red truck was picked up by Monday's tornado in Elgin, and he somehow landed right side up and just drove off. Riley says he was heading home from a job interview at Whataburger when it happened. His 10-year-old red Chevy truck was totaled, but today he got to pick up his brand new 2020 Chevrolet Silverado.
It's my honor to present the keys to this brand new 2022 Chevy Silverado. Yeah.
Nice.
That is so cool. That's Riley at Bruce Lowry Chevrolet in Fort Worth. He was also gifted $15,000. All of this right in time for him to start his new job on Monday.
That's pretty cool.
As if I'm starting a Whataburger job.
Is that the American dream? This?
Say again?
The American dream. This can only happen in America.
Well, yeah, basically because we're the only ones that got tornadoes like that.
Ah, don't be like so.
Like, don't be like what?
Other people get tornadoes too. We call them hurricanes.
I don't think there's two. Hurricanes are not tornadoes, although hurricanes do produce some tornadoes. But the United States is by far the tornado capital of the entire world.
Because God has to deal with you guys.
Are you saying it's
He has to test out them trucks.
He has to test out those trucks.
That's so silly.
Good one, Brian.
Are you
But
saying?
you could see it better, right? In this video, you could see it better how he really turned on the
Yeah,
side. And
you do. You're right. All right, let's do it.
And the damage, it didn't look that total to me. I mean, yeah, of course it's scratched all over and the window's gone and that sort of stuff. But he got away from a tornado in that thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you have to understand what constitutes as totaled.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
yeah.
I understand.
Right.
I live in the boonies in Michigan. I can name 50 people that would have kept driving that truck for another 30 years.
Yep, exactly. 100%.
All right, let's check out the footage. I'm not going to play the whole video, but the footage of it, the clarity of it. Let's check it.
Been a wild week for an Austin teen, but it's ending with a brand new truck and some money. We showed you this video of the moment. 16-year-old Riley Leon's red truck was picked up by Monday's tornado in Elgin, and he somehow landed right side up and just drove off. Riley says he was heading home from a job interview at Water.
Yeah, that's pretty clear, Betty.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's much clearer. Do you want me to give the color commentary to it? Let's put her on mute. Let's see if I can do it. All right, let's go back. Nathan wants he's doing the slow killing of himself.
You know that there is a little bridge in this video towards the topic that you want to go to.
What?
Austin.
Oh.
Clever.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You know what? I know where Elgin. See, I lived in Texas for 5 years. That sounds very familiar. Wonder where that is. I'm going to go check that first before I give my color commentary. Maps. Elgin, Texas. All right, they got a Walmart Supercenter.
Is it Fort Worth? They said it was. The dealer is in Fort Worth.
Be right. Let's zoom out. Elgin's right there. Where in Austin? That's how I know it. Yep. So Austin, Texas. I remember driving through there.
Huh.
Look at that new Bronzefells. Oh boy, this brings back a lot of memories. Ironically, the first time I arrived, I was on the Highway 35. Let's get it. Where is it? Right, driving through. I'll bet you it's 30. See, told you, 35. Driving down through here, there was a nasty storm when I first arrived in Austin. Just nasty. I mean, the color of the sky was, I remember it was remarkable. I can see it in my mind's eye, driving into Austin and seeing that sky. So there's some dovetailing going on here. It's weak, but I have to roll with it. All right. Get new trucks over here. Let's see if I can do it. All right, ready?
Yep.
Look, there's a truck in there. There's a fucking truck. It's rolling on its side. I can't remember the rest. Oh, now it's spun around on its wheels.
It let it back.
And it's driving off. Oh my God. It's a great Chevrolet. Oh, I can't. I missed it.
It's the best Chevrolet commercial ever.
It
Sorry,
drove
Pat.
the fuck off. That's the best one.
So we need to go get this this commentator to take QE's job, right?
It's his brother. Come on, people.
It's really good, Betty.
Another mother.
Really good. Like I said, she sent it to me Sunday, and I go, oh no. She usually sends me pretty good videos, but I wasn't prepared for that. It's just outstanding. Way to go, Betty. And like I told everyone that you were unaware that Like a Rock was the jingle that's used for Chevy for years and years and years and years, right?
Yeah, totally unaware.
So totally made sense after I sent that video.
Yeah, it was funny. It made it even funnier.
Exactly. All right. Is everyone full up on their Chevys and Tornadoes?
That paint on that truck is like still. I mean, right? I don't know what the cars in my country it would be shattered, like totally shattered.
And it wouldn't be shattered, Betty. It wouldn't be on the ground. The tornado would have picked it up and took it with it.
Listen, I sort of witnessed a little accident because someone came to me to pick something up, right? Some sort of appliance or something, and she had her car like on the curb, but not totally on the curb, right? So, and a truck came, and not that big of a truck, but it sort of slammed into her front right port of the car. Like bits and pieces fell off the car, right? She couldn't even open the door anymore, and it was just like a little bump, not a tornado. So that's what I'm saying. You got these sturdy cars, right? But we don't.
Well, the trucks are like Chevy. All those trucks are it doesn't matter if it's a Chevy, Ford, Dodge. Those guys are, they're built pretty rugged. But if it was one of your cars out there in that tornado, it wouldn't have been, flipped over and spinning around. It would have been gone.
It would have been in the air spinning around.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you have to know that we have to pay here for the weight of the car as a tax.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
So we can't have like solid iron cars on the road. It's not. You can't pay for that.
Can you?
You can, but you will be doing that the whole.
What is the Netherlands? Are they communist or what?
They're getting there.
Pay for the weight of the truck.
Yeah. We also had a way down in the past. We had a tax for wheels. So if you had 4 wheels, you had to pay for that. So then they made 3-wheeled cars. We really had those at one point. Yeah.
The American trucks are actually bigger than the European trucks. Did you know that?
Sure.
They're slightly bigger.
Well, we have people that love those cars and they get them over to Holland, but they take 2 parking spaces and the total of the curb that you can't go on the sidewalk to walk there.
You know what Holland is full of?
Oh yeah, I know. I got my hand raised. Crap.
Go on.
Crap.
Hey. Betty bread makers, huh? How about that?
Did you like that, Flatsy? I didn't use the other word.
Yes, I did. Thank you. Oh, do we want to show YouTube or anyone what is claimed to be ether? That video I showed?
No.
No.
Okay.
So One Mind, One Spirit says Ford first on race day. You could switch that around and say found on road dead.
Fiat. Fix it again tomorrow.
Fix or repair daily.
What's that?
It said fix or repair daily.
Yes, that's another one. Yep. All right, we're all.
I mean it though. If you're looking for American muscle cars, you may actually find them in Holland. If you can't find them in America, it's full of them. When I was there, fair enough, it was in the late 90s. It was full of American muscle cars. Loads of Turkish and Moroccan guys driving American muscle cars.
Did you get one in the late 90s, Betty?
What? What kind?
A muscle car. Did you get a Stang?
No.
Now, how could they ride the muscle cars around Holland? Their friggin' roads are like 3.5 inches wide.
Yeah, it looks a bit out of place. Sorry.
Did you see Tony Whitcomb's comment?
What did he say?
The job interview was for flipping burgers, and then I got the taste of flipping trucks, QE.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's nice. Good one. Nicely done.
Yeah, I got to put my pizza in the oven, so.
Well, that's all right. We can't hear you anyway.
I am so close to my mic, it's ridiculous.
You need to get a new mic.
I don't have a new mic. Mic is in the what do you say? The laptop.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I know, but can you get me a new laptop then?
Not a new laptop. Hook up a mic to the laptop.
Just be happy.
Shut up, Brian. She's trying to explain her way out of this. You can't hook up a mic to your laptop.
No, I got it all plugged in with other stuff instead. So.
What you got? You got an extra adapter or something that you can use for a mic in that, Betty.
No, I can't.
Yeah, because we want to hear you.
Really?
Yeah. Go
Don't
get
turn me up.
Go get your tuna pizza.
I was just going to say, just be happy that you can't smell that tuna pizza.
I got pizza later. I got pizza later too. Ironically, a lot of irony today.
Serendipity.
But there's not tuna on it. It's called pepperoni and mushroom.
No, the serendipity of the tuna, not the pizza, not the tuna.
What does serendipity mean?
Oh my God! I'm going to go to my pizza because.
Let's look this up and let's see if you're using that word correctly while you're gone.
Oh my goodness! Wait for that because I want to.
I remember the movie. So let's see what serendipity. That was, you know what? That movie.
Isn't it like a fortunate happenstance? Like something just happens at a perfect time when other perfect things are aligned?
Yes. Now, I'm not usually into these chick flicks, but I did watch Serendipity. I thought it was outstanding.
What was it about?
A girl and a guy.
Wow.
And I think, did it have something to do with a glove or something?
Huh?
A glove? I'm thinking that was it.
Wasn't there some book or something that she signed or he signed, and that she believed in serendipity and he didn't, and she said, "Well, bye. If we meet again, then it's good because she likes the."
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But there was something with a glove, wasn't there?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. Because I think
maybe that he had one of hers and that he gave back maybe later.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she threw it. He was sitting by the ice skating rink and she threw the glove over his head. He was behind her. Or she was behind him and she threw. I can't. It's been so many years. I can't remember. All I know, she was a smoking babushka, man.
Well, okay.
Who was that, Kiwi?
The girl in that Serendipity movie.
From trucks to girls, huh?
Like a hot toboggan boy. Smoking babushka.
Hot toboggan.
From trucks to girls, right?
Say again?
From trucks to girls.
Yeah, they go right together.
What's next?
It's even in a song, Eagle song.
Oh, the music.
In Winslow, Arizona. Such a fine sight to see. There's a girl, my Lord, in a flatbed Ford, slowing down, take a look at me. Yeah, that's it. Yes, chicks and trucks.
and songs.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
well-
rough with the smooth.
But a babushka is an elderly woman, so.
A babushka is
Are
not
you
an
telling
elderly
yourself?
woman. It's a head covering, you numpty dipshit.
That's true, but it refers to elderly women when you're talking about a person.
Oh, shut up. All right, go get your pizza, Betty.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
All right, let's see what we're going to do. Is Mr. Evening still here? He's been quiet.
Yeah, I was going to say he's awfully quiet.
Yeah, he is.
Obviously, knowing that you're the third co-host, yeah, you have to sit in line, don't you?
Yeah.
The rank system.
Once you know where you've been ranked, then you know.
And I got to turn you up too. What's going to happen here is I turn the volume up. And then when I go to the video, it's going to blast my friggin' eardrums out. You and Betty, you need to get together and come up with a way to buy 2 new mics.
Not buying mic. This is fine.
It's not fine.
Absolutely perfect. This is.
Friggin' Discord pissing me off. Thanks for that. That's got to be Neil. Who is it?
Is he talking in Morse code now? Is it?
Yep, that's Neil. I wasn't even here and I knew it was Neil. Son of a
SOS.
That's not my fucking fault.
Shut the hell up. Wasn't even in Discord, right? And I knew it. What? He does it every time. Duck, he left.
Where's Elijah and chocolate?
He left too. He's pissed.
So there's a well-known glitch in Apple products that if you're switching between apps, it'll automatically unmute your Discord for some reason.
All right, whatever. He'll complain and he'll have an attitude towards me. I can't have that on the show. All right, let me see. I think it's this one. Here we go. All right, you have to take over VC duties, Adam. Oh, by the way, it changed from MC to VC. So now you're Charlie.
I'm not. There's been a clear distinguishment tonight of the order of things, which, yeah. So
I overrode that.
Can't be having that.
Because I'm the King VC. Okay, that might be the wrong one then. All right, let me go back in here. Sorry, folks. We're going to get to the video here in a second. I got to make sure I got the right video because I got 2 videos. We're going to go from 1702 to 10 days after 1724. I think we're going to get there today, but I have both videos up, and it's not giving me the nomenclature for the right video in Discord, if you can follow that. So I got to pick the right one. Okay, stop streaming that. All right, let's do this by the numbers. 1702 is up. That's how I'm going to beat you.
Oh, here we go.
Shut up. I got it. I got it. I got the right one. Okay, there you go. Folks in Discord, go ahead and join QE Live up there, and you're right in it. All right. Well, that's appropriate. Go ahead.
Let's press play and just test so we can hear it.
Just turn it up. All right, I'll do 5 seconds. Here we go.
Question.
It's lit.
Yeah, that's fine.
What?
What's the question?
What's the question? He's going to give you 5 different questions. Okay, I think we're ready. Betty, you back?
Yes, I am, but the pizza's now in the oven, so I need to be there in 8 minutes. or less.
Now, you sound, you know why you sound good? Because I turned my volume up.
Wow, maybe you should have done that before.
Yeah, but you see, Betty, you weren't here when I explained this before. See, if I turn my volume up locally here, you're loud. Yeah, I can hear you fine. But everyone else blows my eardrums out.
Well, let them shut up then.
Shut up, shutting up. All right, here we go. You don't like to comment on these anyway. That's why I said Adam needs to take over VC duties. Victor Charlie.
I still have a pertinent point, but Flatsy's in charge.
He's
if
not.
Betty's eating pizza.
No, Flatsy was in charge.
Yeah. And I was after that, and now you're up.
Yeah,
You're
up. All right, here we go. We're not going to give any background. Well, let's give a little bit of background. This is Flat Earth Debate 1702. If you've been keeping track of part 1, part 2, and part 3, you're right in the lane. If this is just your first time here, I would suggest going back and listening to part 1, part 2, and now part 3. This is Witsit when he showed up, and this is 2 years ago. It's right. This premiered August 2nd, 2022, 1702. A lot of twos in here. We already been over the numerology of it. You'll get that in last week's video. This is when Witsit first brought, right out of the gate, the ether argument to the world. So now you're all caught up. We already been through about an hour, 15 minutes or so of this. He's been double speaking and lying the whole way, right? So we're just going to finish this one up. Remember, this is 1702. We're going to go to 1724. We might get there today. We'll see. Here we go.
It's lit. What?
What's the question?
The question is, what sustains the electromagnetism? And
so what sustains? See, now this is the question. He's been saying the question for quite some time. What sustains the electromagnetism? That wasn't the question in the beginning. There's been 3 or 4 questions. I think 2 or 3 questions up to this point. So the first question was, what's the vacuum energy in? The next question was the false dichotomy. The propagation is propagating through something, or the propagation is propagating through nothing. So that was the second question. Or is it, that wasn't it. So the next question is, what does the electromagnetic wave propagate within? That was the next question. This question is just the electromagnetism. I need to figure out what the hell, just between these two things, what the hell, is there a difference between electromagnetism and electromagnetic waves? Anyone in the crowd? Can anyone differentiate them? Does anyone
say that again?
What's the difference? This is so non sequitur anyway. But he's switching up his questions, and he's switching up the principle. So now instead of electromagnetic waves, it's just electromagnetism. So what's the difference? First, I want to know, what the hell is an electromagnetic wave? I'll take it by the silence that no one knows what it is, right? Neither does he. I know
what their claim to be.
Yes. We already went over what electromagnetism was in the last show. Remember the difference between electromagnetism and magnetism? They're not the same thing. There's a big difference. Now, I want you to listen closely over the next few minutes.
Because this is electromagnetic debate.
Well, it's a sustaining electrical field theory debate. Yeah.
So electrical field theory, we already went over that. That's not a scientific theory. Never was. So now we're into electrical field theory. Okay.
Like what sustains electrical field.
That's not a catchy title. And
so now what sustains the electrical field? What electrical field? What are you talking about? So now we got what sustained. That's another question. Hold on. Where's my darn pen? Question. What sustains the electrical field?
An electrical field.
Now we got one, 2, 3, 4, 5 different questions. Here we go.
Definitely not the name of this show. Flat Earth debate.
Well, I agree.
Can I say something when
It's not
it's
exclusive.
time?
Like, it's definitely independent of the Earth debate. Like, it's not Earth debate related. It's an independent discussion.
You're using the electromagnetic field that we experience across the Earth.
Oh, no, 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 no. See, he Jedi mind tricked you, Nathan. We already went over on the last show. There is no electromagnetic field across the Earth. Now, there's a magnetic field on the Earth, and a refrigerator magnet is 200 times stronger than it. That's what we went over last time. So he Jedi mind tricked Nathan here. We'll cut Nathan some slack. There's been a lot of bullshit here. So we'll cut him some slack. We'll move on.
That's what you're using?
Well, that just was an example, yeah, because I'm explaining that there's a fundamental antecedent relationship that has to be addressed. Like, we've never touched the container.
Oh, we're back to the puke, right? He's circling back like a dog to his puke. We already destroyed this a number of times. This is like the 3rd or 4th time he's brought this up. He's trying to, what it is a false equivalence fallacy. He's trying to compare his ether horse shit with the necessary antecedent consequent of a container. Let's just do this. Where are you? There you go. I have this in here. More visual. There it is. False equivalence, right? So you got gas pressure. The necessary antecedent, as everyone knows, is a container. The consequent is gas pressure. You guys in Discord can't see this. Don't worry about it. Jet Set saying the necessary antecedent is a substanceless immaterial medium. The immaterial medium, substanceless immaterial medium, that's a paradox. The consequent is his electromagnetic waves. But this changes, right? Let's just keep it electromagnetic waves. If it is, these don't exist. So he's trying to compare this with that. Which is just a false equivalence fallacy by a numpty. Now, he's going to change the consequent on you. He's already done it with his questions. He's the vacuum energy, electromagnetism, electromagnetic waves, and electrical field and magnetism will all go in here. It's a shapeshifter.
None of them are light.
Yes, it's a shapeshifter.
None of them are light.
Yeah, we understand that. It's a shapeshifter, though. So as long as everyone understands it, we'll just keep it right there. Keep that up. Okay, here we go.
I've never bottled the container up, but we know it's there because of antecedent.
No, you never bottled the container. You can't bottle a container up to begin with. It's kind of stupid. And I pointed this out the last time. What he's doing here is he's substituting the container for the actual argument, which is a container. The container, he says, well, you can't show me the container. But we can show you a container being the consequent of its necessary antecedent. See, it's a little game between the and a. Yeah, I already identified that last time. He's going to continue to do it, though.
Relationship.
Yeah, okay. I'll accept that. I'll accept that. Hold on, Witsit. I'll accept that we know that to have gas pressure, the gas must press on something. So I've got something in physical reality that I can qualify and show with gas and its pressure and the antecedent consequent relationship of containment for that pressure. So yes, I agree. So let's hear the antecedent consequent relationship that is ether.
Yeah, to have electromagnetism or anything that propagates, something has to sustain the energy.
Now we're back to sustaining the energy of the electromagnetism.
Can't have something propagate through nothing.
You can't have something well, number one, you don't have anything propagating. Number two, you just contradicted yourself because your whole point, well, they were traveling, whatever they are. Propagation means travel. This is an absolute train wreck of a dumpster fire. It's a belly laugher.
Like a wave is just a movement within a medium, like
A wave. What wave are you talking about? Don't know yet.
a wave of water. So, it's an antecedent.
It's not a wave of water. He asked you, what is the necessary antecedent consequent for your Efers? Not water.
Relationship. I don't have to bottle the ether up to know that
Says
there's an
who?
antecedent relationship.
Says who? Who says electromagnetic fields have to have something to propagate through? Who said that? Why is that something that I...
Well, that's right.
Now we got electromagnetic fields propagating, not waves. Are electromagnetic fields waves? Are electromagnetic waves, electromagnetic fields, and electromagnetism the same thing? And what is it? Start off with electromagnetism. Yeah, get your popcorn out.
Fair enough. That's the question. So either...
No, it's not a question. No. You're about to claim an antecedent consequent relationship. I'm not going to base antecedent consequent relationships on questions you pose. I'm going to base them on stuff that I can see happening. For example, if I open a container, the gas releases from it and fills whatever containment it has beyond the containment I let it out of. That's something I can show happening. So then I can declare an antecedent consequent relationship. It's not based on, oh, wonder what happens to the gas. So no, it's not based on a question. It's based on something physically happening in our reality. Now, bearing in mind that this antecedent consequent relationship has something, I'll say it again, physically happening. That would be gas pressure is manifest, Whitsit. You understand that it's manifest for me to declare this antecedent consequent relationship? Do you understand that it...
So he just switched it. He said, so is magnetism. So now we got electromagnetism, we got electromagnetic waves, we have electromagnetic fields, and now we have magnetism. He just switched it again.
The only
or a particle.
Say again.
What is magnetism? Is that a field or a wave? Now, what's going off?
Yeah, he's switching up the terms. And his antecedent consequent. And what else is he doing? I think I have this here somewhere. Did I put this here? 1 second. Carry on.
Just for a little bit for the audience, that the sun is supposed to radiate the solid Earth and the top portion of the waters of Earth via electromagnetic waves, which makes no sense because radiation is not electric or magnetic.
Yeah.
Because it's a part of the light spectrum. So, that's the only time I've ever seen electromagnetism or electromagnetic anything being called a wave. Other than that, it's always called a field. Like a toroidal field is an electromagnetic field. The magnetic field of the Earth, I know that's not electromagnetic, but I'm just giving two examples. The only time I've ever heard of anything being called an electromagnetic wave is the claim that the sun heats the solid Earth and whatever via electromagnetic waves, which is not correct, obviously.
Yep.
It's a colloquial descriptor of light, which then fundamentally means it's a particle and not a wave. And those particles can be described as having a wave function. It's a colloquial term that is very misleading.
All right.
Yeah? As QE said, you said it was Maxwell. He was claiming light was an electromagnetic wave.
Correct.
And he was debunked.
Yes,
by the double slit. Yeah.
So it's probably a remnant, isn't it? A remnant of description that is wholly incorrect.
Yep. Now, what's it just did? Let's go back because I had it up anyway to begin with, and I scrolled past it. Let's go back. Listen to what is said. I'm going to pull a J. Listen to what he says. He's going to do he's going to compare and contrast with Nathan's actual necessary antecedent consequent. Guess what he does? Listen closely.
That would be gas pressure is manifest, Whitsit. You understand that it's manifest for me to declare this antecedent consequent relationship?
Okay, so is magnetism. So Nathan said that he can show gas pressure, right? What the fuck? Nathan said that he could show gas pressure. That's the consequent in the necessary antecedent consequent mixture, right? what did Whitsitt say? He not only changed the terms from electromagnetic waves to magnetism. That's not the question. The question is, you have to show this, the necessary antecedent. You see how he did that? Does everyone catch that?
Yeah.
The problem isn't the consequent, which is a double speaking train wreck. The problem is him showing Whitsitt showing the necessary antecedent. This guy. You're busted. Now, that would be pretty difficult to catch during, in the line of fire on a discussion. So I'll give Nathan a pass for that. So you have to listen closely. Yeah, everyone get that? Good. Here we go.
Do you understand that it's manifest, yes or no?
Yes, so is magnetism.
Back again. Now we're on to magnetism again. He's not asking you to show magnetism, the double switch. They're like a shapeshifter. He's not asking you to show that. He's asking you to show your Efers, the necessary antecedent. That's what he's asking.
Okay, so now we've got the antecedent-consequent relationship pegged for gas pressure and containment. So who makes this assertion that a medium's required? Where's that an antecedent-consequent relationship that you can demonstrate?
Well, like if you have a wave of water, if I drain the lake, there is no wave.
Well, that's good. That's good job for water. He didn't ask you that.
Anymore because it had to have the medium of water.
What he's doing, people, he's equivocating with the word wave. That's all he's doing here. It's one big fat equivocation fallacy, what's it's doing. Everyone get that? Equivocation fallacy. One word.
As he says,
one word, two definitions, two different definitions. That's equivocating. It's a bait and switch. Go ahead, Brian.
I just want to say, as soon as he says the word propagate, he's instantly invoking certain things at that point.
Yeah.
So that's the start of the begging the question.
Yeah, it's travel. Propagation means travel.
Right.
Yeah, but there's a specific type of travel.
Yes.
Propagation in this context means one piece is transferring the energy to the next piece, and on it goes like a chain.
Yeah, wave.
So by using the term propagation, yeah, exactly. So when you use the term propagation, you're already begging the question.
That's true. Yes, that's correct. Yep, and propagation means, we already went over this. Let's pull it up again. You guys can't see this in Discord. I have the definitions up here of medium. Oh, we're looking for propagation, right? Did I put those in here? I thought I did. Let's look. 1 second.
10 seconds while you're looking, Huey.
Hold on.
Yep.
I don't think maybe I didn't put them in here. Let's see if, hold on a second. I think it's up here. Okay, medium is a substance or material that carries the wave. The next definition, transmission medium in physics and telecommunications, any material substance which can propagate. There you go. Propagate waves or energy. There it is. Go ahead.
So
not you, Adam.
Basically, then, the necessary antecedent in which it's mind is ether.
Yes.
So to demonstrate, he's going to have to get somewhere, take all the ether out, and demonstrate that light can't propagate through it because he's removed the ether.
Correct. So his necessary antecedent is substanceless immaterial medium, or Efers. Like I said, that's a paradox because you can't have an immaterial medium. But his consequent keeps changing. It could be magnetism 1 second. It could be electromagnetism another second. It could be vacuum energy another one, and then electromagnetic waves. Yep, that's how we're.
Go after platypus.
Go ahead, platypus.
The removing all the water from the lake thing is a ridiculous thing to say anyway, because in that scenario, all of the motion that happens on a lake is mechanical energy from anything: wind, the worm that you're pulling through the water while you're fishing, if you take away all the water, all that energy is still going to end up going into the bottom of the lake. It's just going to be transferred a different way. It's not, he thinks he's comparing it to removing the medium, like removing it from like the vacuum chamber, and it's just
It's a false analogy. Like I said, he's equivocating with the term wave. That's what's happening. Thanks. Go ahead, Adam.
It was me.
Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, just on the back of what Adam and Platypus said, yeah, to demonstrate what he's claiming, he's putting forth the reason he can't demonstrate it.
Yes.
As he's claiming that there's going to be, well, basically, he's going to have to eventually lean on the third law of thermodynamics, which states that you can't remove all the matter, and you certainly can't remove all the energy from to make what they call a perfect vacuum. And so you can't do what he would need to do. He needs a completely what's the word I'm looking for?
A perfect vacuum.
Oh, I can't think of the word. Yeah, he needs a perfect vacuum. Exactly. He needs a perfect vacuum to be able to demonstrate what he's claiming.
Yes, then they don't exist. Yes.
No, they don't.
Just
yes.
ridiculous.
But what he's doing, he's trying to Jedi mind trick, but he's not going to do it. He's in this specific instance. Focus on this specific instance. Nathan's asked him to show his necessary antecedent consequent. Witsit went to water. That's not what Nathan's asking. Follow?
Yep.
So listen up. Let me just go ahead here and finish it off.
It's
So there's no such thing as a wave
Hold on a second, guys.
without a medium. That doesn't make sense.
See? He's equivocating wave. That's how he's doing it. It's just a game.
Because a wave's not a thing. It's just a type of movement.
A wave is a thing. It is a noun. Like I said, this guy doesn't know the difference between nouns and verbs. So let's roll on up here. Discord, you're not going to be able to see this. Trust me. From Merriam-Webster, wave, noun. A disturbance or variation that transfers energy progressively from point to point in a medium. That's what you're talking about. That's a noun, not a verb. You idiot. That's where we're at, folks. My God. I told you he doesn't know the difference between nouns and verbs. Now you know why I say that.
Okay, so in water being the medium, the wave being the phenomena, if you will. Okay? How does that translate to ether?
Yep. Well, it's about the wave, right?
Exactly. It's about the wave, not your example. It's about the equivocation fallacy, Nathan. That's what it's about.
He's saying it's about the wave when he just got done saying in his false equivalency that removing the water, i.e. the water being the thing that you manipulate,
it's hard to get your...
It was about the water. That's why he had to say, well, if you take the water out, then Y happens. Now he's saying the wave is the thing that matters.
You could try to get... You could try to wrap your head around it. You just can't do it. Go ahead. Who else is in there?
Yeah. The vacuum chamber isn't the issue. He'll mitigate for the fact that you can have bits of stuff in there. But imagine it's a perfect vacuum. Even in this case, the light will traverse because there is the background medium for it to wave through. That is the proof of ether, that light will traverse through a vacuum. Yeah. Now, that's the crap he's been peddling for a while. What Nathan's asking for is him to prove that and demonstrate it in the real world.
Yes.
And I said the only way you can do is to take that vacuum chamber, evacuate it, and then also remove the ether and show that light will no longer propagate through it.
Yep.
No,
yep.
You're
And
wrong.
then there's another thing. Hold on. Then there's another.
He's wrong.
Hold on.
All right, we'll come.
Hold on. Then there's another thing he has to show before he does
Holding.
that. I'm gonna mute you. All right? Stop interrupting me, whoever that is. If I have to do it again, you're gonna get fucking muted. Now that's twice I told you to shut the hell up. Now, before he does that, remove all the Efers out of the vacuum, which is a belly laugher. He's going to have to show light as a wave first. Then he could go get his vacuum and take all his Efers out. Yeah? Makes sense? Now, who was interrupting me?
AI with regards to how I was interpreting it. So
Can you hear me, AI, when I tell you to stop?
Yeah, but it takes me a minute to go put on mute. So I went on mute.
Okay, go ahead. What were you going to add?
I mean, it was basically the same thing you said, that just passing something through a vacuum doesn't mean it's a wave.
Exactly. Yes. So sorry I was harsh on you. I was trying to get
we're not trying to demonstrate here whether light is a wave or not. We're trying to demonstrate the medium of ether.
True.
So doesn't matter whether you think it's a wave or a particle, you've got to demonstrate the fact that if you remove the ether, it can no longer propagate.
True.
That would be the antecedent. You're trying to demonstrate that for propagation of light, whether it be a particle or a wave, the necessary antecedent is ether, this background medium.
Yeah, but when you say propagation, you immediately invoke waves.
Well, I'm using his vernacular, which does tie him to a point, but I'm just trying to make the nuance here. It's not about whether it's a wave or not.
That's true. I heard you the first time. You are correct. You're correct. How about that?
Can I say something on it?
I'm thinking not. Unless it's concise.
Well, I'll go anyway.
Unless it's concise.
It will be concise. Because it's adding on to the point earlier that to demonstrate what Adam's talking about, that he would need to create a perfect vacuum.
Correct.
Which would mean he'd need an isolated system, which is something we can't produce.
Correct. That was concise. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Betty, you're going to have to give him a medal because that's the most concise I've ever heard him.
I can be concise when I'm not being put under pressure by bullies.
She's deafened, so she can't hear you. And also, I'll be back in just like
we got VCs dropping like flies.
I'll be back in 5 minutes, please. Forget. I don't usually ever do this. Come on.
All right, go ahead.
That's not a number 3 before. That's dropping you down the rankings. I got.
That's not a number 2 performance. Is Adam?
Yeah.
Why is Betty deafened? What is she doesn't want to listen to us while she's eating her tuna pizza? What the hell? Betty. You're going to get in big trouble.
It'd be because members of the cult have come round to cut the middle out first so she can eat it.
Too funny. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Does everyone get everything they wanted out? Adam, you are correct. How about that? Good. Here we go.
The wave is just the medium moving. So
the wave is not the medium. The medium's the medium. The wave travels through the medium, whatever wave you're talking about.
Yeah, I wasn't thick. I repeated it back to you. I got it. How do you want me to slow down? How does that compare to ether?
Yeah, see, that's the point. He's substituting water, which we all know, and waves, which we all know in water. He's substituting that as a surrogate for his Efers. So Nathan wants, what's it for Efers? That's the deal. Good job, Nathan.
You haven't shown us yet, unlike water, which I can show, and waves that I can show. Go.
Well, we have electromagnetic waves that we can show. And
Really? Let's see him. He's dead right there. Go ahead.
Well, that would be a challenge to him. Please show us these electromagnetic waves.
Yep.
Which you speak of.
Yep. You're dead right there. Well, you were dead a long time ago, right when you started way back here.
I can show.
And it can't be a field.
Well, we have electromagnetic waves that we can show, and either it has a medium that it's waving through, or it's waving through nothing.
There it is.
Back to the false dichotomy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the whole basis of his argument when he first came out here. Now, he's put a couple other things in there, like electric fields and vacuum energy, but that's his argument. Everyone listen closely. This is his argument.
I can show, and waves that I can show. Go.
Well, we have electromagnetic waves that we can show, and either it has a medium that it's waving through, or it's waving through nothing.
There you go. That's the argument. So the wave has to be waving through something in there, or it's waving through nothing. That's the argument for his Efers. When he first came out here, it's been his argument the whole time. And guess what he did just a few months ago? Deny that he even made that argument. I have it on
How many
tape.
different ways?
Say again?
How many different ways is he wrong with those two sentences? One, to me, it seems like it's a false dichotomy. Two, he's making the statement without establishing that waves require, like, the thing he's talking about requires a medium in order for it to work.
Yep.
Like, it's just, he's so conceited that it has to work this way.
Well, yeah, what he's doing with this all the gibberish and the convoluted contradictions, all this comes down to waves. Equivocating with the term wave and what it does. It's an equivocation fallacy right at the base. Y'all see it? No? Probably not, because there's a lot of horseshit garnish all over it. But that's what it really comes down to. In my humble opinion. Expert opinion, by the way. All right. Good. We're all on the same sheet of music. Here we go.
Which is an asinine claim.
Which is funny, even funnier, that his electromagnetic waves have to be traveling through something rather than nothing. So there must be Efers. But he defined Efers as nothing. So it's just a convoluted, reverse stuff, moron, shape-shifting nightmare.
As Robert Downey Jr. once said, irony abounds.
Yeah, there's a lot more than irony here. He said it's immaterial. If it's immaterial, it's nothing. Simple.
Why?
Because nothing can exist.
That's a double negative. Nothing can't exist. What about that space between your ears? Prosecution rests.
There's begging the question going on here.
Yeah, go on, Brian.
Uh-oh, Brian. Better be careful. You're up for review. That's all right. This whole panel, not this panel, but the next panel, they're going to be put on trial.
Yeah, first of all, there's a contradiction, Austin, in what you're saying, is that if you have a vacuum chamber and there's light in the vacuum chamber, then there isn't nothing in there. There is light. Secondly, there's a begging the question fallacy that we have these waves, which are just a description. Waves are just a description. You can't show us.
Well, if they're just a description and he can't show it, then you're giving a description of nothing. Brian.
Well, that's how they verbally describe them.
Oh, so you're putting it on them. Okay.
It's a wave, an electromagnetic wave. It's just a description. So if there is light or electromagnetic anything in a vacuum, how does that need an antecedent?
Well, Brian, because it's a wave. That's why.
Right. So I just said that. I just said that waves aren't things.
No. Brian's clarified it. It's just a description. It's not a real wave. Yeah. Now, Brian's made that position. I heard that position, Brian. Yeah. And now he's agreeing with it, even though fundamentally he can't, because he needs to reify the wave as a physical effect of the medium.
Yep.
Yeah, even though it's an in physical thing, as opposed to a wave function, yeah, which is what he's got when you describe it as you've correctly identified.
Yep.
Right. So I just said that. I just said that waves aren't things.
Yes, they are. They're nouns. I just showed my audience. You don't know the difference between nouns and verbs.
They're just a type of movement. I just said that.
Who cares? We're not talking
Yeah, who cares?
about waves.
Yeah, but
We've got
that's
the
a
wave
description.
example. Now we're trying to get the comparison to something else that we can physically describe and quantify with ether.
Back on
Yeah,
track.
electromagnetism.
That's not-
Now we're on to electromagnetism. He's switching him.
Because you can start inserting the word wave again.
Yeah.
Ether.
like
That's not
propagation.
ether. That's electromagnetic. You can show that. I can qualify it. You can qualify it. That's not ether.
But what is it wave within, though?
Oh, so
What's
it's the question of
movement
what it could be presupposed to be in if you decide it must have a medium. And
Well, it must, according to him, because it's a wave. Well, this time it's a wave.
Yeah. So we're now allowing this presupposition of a wave. We've got to bring it back. Yeah, that's what Brian's tried to do.
Yep.
It's just a description. So hopefully you carry on, Brian. You'll probably get told off.
I don't think Brian's going to be allowed to carry on in here again.
I get another chance in a minute, I think.
Oh, you do? Okay.
you've decided that medium must be ether. After you've decided it must have one.
No, it's not a presupposition. It's all empirical evidence in the natural world shows us you can't have a wave without a medium. Just
There you go. There's the equivocation fallacy again. Yeah.
just like antecedent of gas pressure. It's the same
wave?
He's going to Oh, good job. What wave? Before Brian said what wave, which was brilliant, by the way, he's circling back again to his false equivalence with gas pressure in a container. Doing it again.
What wave?
Don't think it's an antecedent. I think it's in.
Somebody interrupted you here, Brian. That was piss poor by whoever just did that.
No, it's platypus in here now.
No, that's another guy in here. That wasn't platypus. Listen to it again.
What wave? What wave?
Don't think it's an antecedent. I think it's in a base axiom that nothing.
That's on the video, Adam.
It's only because his mic's off. His mic.
Yeah, that wasn't him. Yep. So somebody interrupts Brian, who had a very poignant question. Let's see if he can get it out.
Thing is nothing. So, like, you can't have something occurring where you have absolutely nothing.
Hang on. What
Nothing
wave?
doesn't exist.
You keep saying the word, Austin, you keep saying the term wave. It's a description, a wave. What wave? You can't show us this wave you're claiming.
Ah, nicely done, Brian. Kudos. Let's see what happens.
You're claiming a description which is wave. You can't show us this. It's a claim that's needed for you to beg the question that ether is needed.
Correct. Good job, Brian.
I like how Brian from the past is. Beautiful, mate.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well done, Brian from
He
the past.
tried to tell you that he knew 2 weeks before you did.
Yep. Very well done, Brian. You get smoked if you come out with something stupid, but you get kudos if you're right on point. That was outstanding.
I found out yesterday.
Oh, no, because we were getting smoked for not saying anything.
Yes, that's tacit guiltiness. We'll get to that.
Waves aren't things. I just
Waves are things, they're nouns. Idiot.
said that. So you're saying that the electromagnetism moves in a
Electromagnetism moves in a wave. No, you are.
wave-like function?
No. Moves. The electromagnetism moves in a wave-like function. It is one of the dumbest things I think I've ever heard.
But you see what he's doing now, though? Yeah? He's now just spewing shit out and having to give admissions.
Yeah.
This is how underhand he is. magnetism, electromagnetism, wave-like function. Pick your definition. You're supposed to be painting a new reality for people. And what you are demonstrating is you don't really give a shit. As long as they believe you, they can believe whichever of the paradigms you spit out this minute.
When he says wave-like function, like he's trying to reverse the burden of proof there, as opposed to showing the wave.
Sure.
When he says wave-like function, that's telling anyone who understands this that he knows that it's the collapse of the wave function. You know what I mean? Destroys him.
He knows there's no real wave. There is no wave. There's just lots of particles.
Yep. Well, I don't know if he knows that, but what he just said was nonsensical. Because wave-like functions, wave-like is that's just friggin' nonsense.
Yeah.
And functions are mathematical. So it's a nonsense. Period.
No, we're not. No. We're not arguing about electromagnetism. No. You brought that up as a false equivalence. We didn't bring that up. You did. We're not talking about that. It seems that every time you bring something up like electromagnetism, you start asking us what we're saying about it when we're not. We're saying ether's stupid. It's non-manifest. You can't show it. You can't prove it. And all you've got is heliocentric parlor tricks to claim it. And are begging the question fallacy that electromagnetism, which isn't ether, requires a medium, which is ether. That's all you've got. It's nonsense.
Oh. Well, you can't show or prove the container.
Back to the container.
Well, you can't show or prove the container. This again is his false equivalence and his false use of it. Yeah.
Yep.
And who cares? You can just put it back on track beautifully. Now we can't go back to his thing that he's pimping ether. Oh no. Let's go back onto how weak your argument of the necessary antecedent for gas pressure being the containment. Yeah, let's straw man away or chaff and misdirect over here. What? He's supposed to be presenting ether.
Yep.
I think it's really underhanded that he would use the antecedent relationship, the consequent antecedent relationship, and for gas pressure all the time. He uses it constantly.
Yep.
But then he's gonna shit on it right in front of you. Like, what?
And he shows you the little trick I told you before. So I'm gonna pull a little fiver. I'm gonna point it out again. Pay close attention to each word.
That's all you've got. It's nonsense.
Oh. Well, you can't show or prove the container.
You can't show or prove the container. That's not the issue. We can show beyond any shadow of a doubt that you need a container for gas pressure, validating that you need the container on the Earth. You're busted.
I disagree with that as well. Yeah, I currently I'm not able to show it, but I can prove it's there. It is the necessary antecedent.
Yeah, he's playing a game between the and a. The container versus a container. You're busted. It's all convoluted gibberish anyway.
Yeah, I can show an antecedent consequent relationship of gas pressure. I can show gas pressure, which has an antecedent consequent.
Exactly. The gas pressure is the compelling factor in the matter, Your Honor. You're done. Where's your Efers?
No. Exactly. It's not the compelling matter, because the compelling matter is supposed to be ether.
Yep.
Which it wants to argue about the antecedent relationship between gas pressure and containment.
Yep.
Yeah. Why? Well done. Yeah. Why is he coming to? He's not even shitting on it because he can't. It's just a chaff and misdirect so that he doesn't talk about the thing he's convincing people is the background fabric to reality.
Let's see if Nathan keeps him on task.
Consequent relationship with containment. So while I can't show the container, I can demonstrate an antecedent consequent relationship in physical reality. I can manifest gas pressure and containment in physical reality, Witsit.
Natural law. Yeah, I can manifest waves in the world.
He bait and switched him again. number one, you can't manifest electromagnetic waves, number one. And that's not the problem. See, that's the consequent. You have to show the necessary antecedent there, glue sniffer. See how he switched it? Anyone catch that? Nathan was on the container. That's the necessary antecedent. On Witset's side, he switched it to his consequent. Witset's consequent. They're not matching. Follow? Do y'all catch that? Probably not. It's higher level.
That's ether. That's you manifesting ether or another false equivalence that isn't ether.
You're not manifesting the container.
There, you see how I said it? The container. Don't need to manifest the container. Just a container required for gas pressure, which ipso facto validates the container, whether we can show it or not, for gas pressure, because we exist in gas pressure. The gas pressure is the compelling factor in the matter, Your Honor. Just leave the applause to the end. Okay? I'll be here all week.
You're chasing the wrong thing.
Yo, I'm not. In this particular case, I'm all over it. But I'm eclectic. I can move to other topics quickly.
What I mean is, as pleasurable as it is to once again prove what's it wrong, he's happy here. If he has to take one on the tin chin, right, about whether or not you're proving it and waffle and just then misdirecting, oh yeah, but you can't actually get there and go tap 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 on the actual the container, right? He's much happier there than describing his background to reality medium.
Sure. He's not fooling Nathan, though. Let's see what happens.
You're manifesting a man-made container.
So a container, I'm not manifesting a container in physical reality. I'm manifesting a man-made container. Because natural containment doesn't exist, according to you bonehead. Yes.
Nicely done.
It does.
Yeah, but look,
yes, I can. Yes, it is. And no, you aren't showing anything. It's described as non-manifest. You won't ever show anything. It violates its own description. You'll just argue with us about parlor tricks and how they show light moving. How's that got anything to do with ether? It's not showing ether. Well, what about electromagnetism? Well, that's not ether either. But it definitely requires a medium. I'm going to beg the question that it needs one. And the medium I'm claiming is non-manifest.
Nathan's all over it, boy. You go, girl.
So not shown, not proven.
Yeah. It's just very simple, right? It's like, I'm not claiming you can prove the ether.
Here we go with this nonsense again. This has got to be the 5th rendition. You can't. I'm not saying you could prove the Efers. I don't agree with other flat earthers making claims about Efers or even its name. I can just regurgitate it. I've heard it so many times. Let's see what happens.
You can't physically manipulate it. It's not manifest. I agree, right?
Well, then why the hell are you babbling on about it?
Because either you can ignore the question or you can choose to address the question. And
what question? Which one?
It's the nothing question, isn't it?
I don't know. He might come out with another one. Let's see.
The question is, what is sustaining the propagation?
It's a twist on number 2 question.
Same thing. What's sustaining the propagation? Well, nothing, because by definition, it would be asinine to think that you can have nothing. You can't have nothing. So what's the thing that's sustaining propagation? Nothing.
And if you just say you're presupposing you need a medium, what you're saying implicitly
I didn't say that. You said that. Why do you keep reversing this and saying that if you say you need a medium? I didn't. You say it does. And you say because it does, ether exists. And what's ether? Something non-manifest. Well, why is it non-manifest? Well, it's from counter space. Well, what's counter space? Something not real. That's what.
Yeah, you're trying to throw us on a rabbit trail
what's in your
here.
kitchen.
He said counter space is what's in your kitchen, if you didn't catch that. That's what Witsa said.
No, you're not addressing what I'm saying. He keeps saying that I'm presupposing it needs a medium. And by saying that, he is implicitly claiming that it can exist without a medium.
What can exist? Nothing.
Oh my God, dude. You need a friggin' abacus. First drink a fifth of Jack Daniels, then get an abacus out. Follow this clue sniffer.
It's an electromagnetic wave, isn't it? How can an electromagnetic wave exist if it's a wave? Therefore, it has to have something to wave in, and that's why saying there's nothing in nothing is asinine.
Back and forth we go, dudes. This is hilarious.
So what's ether?
That's what I'm saying. I don't agree with any confined dogmatic definition.
What? You don't agree with any confined you don't know what dogmatism is.
Don't put your labels on me, dude. Don't put your labels on me.
Dogmatic definitions, that's a non sequitur. Dogmatism refers to people's feelings and opinions on a topic, not facts. You're an idiot, dude.
Of ether. I think that's really stupid and ignorant and makes flat earth look dumb. So
Yeah, you're making flat earth look dumb. Thanks. You just indicted yourself. Are you too stupid to realize what you just done? Did you everyone hear that? We're gonna Jay, that some bitch. Listen to this.
What's ether?
that's what I'm saying. I don't agree with any confined dogmatic definition of ether. I think that's really stupid and ignorant and makes flat earth look dumb. So I'm in the middle here.
You're in the middle. You're the one making claims about the ether. You just indicted.
This didn't age well. This didn't age well, guys.
He just indicted himself. Like I said, it's stupid. Anything else? Go ahead, Flatsy. Sorry.
I said this didn't age well with it. No way. And it's himself, not hisself.
It's just another demonstration. He's full of shit. He's even now changing his, because instead of getting toasted and presenting his ether, he's now hanging ether out to dry to try and save his position and present himself as some kind of mitigator. And he's a instigator of ether. He's not here to resolve the issue because, just like us, he's sick of muppet so-called flat earthers invoking this imaginary medium. Yeah, that's what he's been doing. But now, no, he's here to bring calm to the situation and truth. And he's just as offended, yeah, and doesn't know why flat earthers use the term ether in their dogmatic way that embarrasses flat earth.
Wouldn't be because of him.
It's so weird, isn't it?
It's strange, man.
But he's flip-flopped. He's now indicting himself by separating himself from what he was actually there to defend.
Yes, exactly. You got it, Adam. Yep. Yep.
But how does the light become the medium, though, Adam?
We didn't get there yet. Just don't anticipate.
Well, that's what. And things, yeah.
Feelings, Brian.
Middle of arguing it. You're in the middle of arguing it. You're telling me that this makes flat earth dumb while you're the opposing person to me saying it's stupid and nonsense and non-manifest.
Yep.
No.
Yeah. You're the one making the argument that you just called stupid.
I think that people making definitive claims about.
Here we go again. Round and round we go. People making definitive claims about it. Even its name. They shouldn't be doing that. He doesn't agree with that. What is he doing? Going around making definitive claims about it and calling it ether.
Make flat earth look dumb?
It makes flat earth look dumb. Yep, that's what you're doing. You just indicted yourself again. Unbelievable.
Right? But ignoring it also makes flat earth look dumb.
Ignoring what?
Nothing. How do you ignore nothing? Anyone?
With the fifth Jack Daniels?
Adam, I don't know.
Was that rhetorical, or do you want me to answer? No response. I was going to say.
Well, answer. I want to
take
give
one.
an answer after you. 'cause
I
you're
was
the
going to
boss of
say
the
a
show,
fifth.
so I have to wait for you.
I was going to say a fifth of Jack Daniels and an abacus. Go ahead, Brian.
Adam, are you ignoring the light that's the medium?
He didn't claim that yet. Don't
He's
anticipate.
claiming it these days. Just want just a bit of a comparison.
said-
That's all.
Listen, when I say don't anticipate, that doesn't mean 30 seconds later you come and anticipate again.
All right, I'm sorry.
You follow that? All right.
It's if you're following the timeline, it's probably 3 months after this that he goes camping in the woods, finds some silver plates, and decodes what's on them to realize that light is the medium.
Yeah.
That's just the problem.
Who's playing a harp? Stop the harp playing.
Thought I was being taken. I almost thought I've been raptured for a second there.
Yeah, you're going to get raptured, all right.
It entirely does.
Ignoring what? What are we ignoring?
Ignoring what?
Thanks, Neil.
The antecedent to. Well, listen carefully.
go on.
The
Say it.
antecedent to propagation.
Oh,
the antecedent to
antecedent to propagation, you assume.
Laughter doesn't make it go away.
No, but it sure helps expose you. You clown, man. What a clown.
Hey, bro.
Bro.
You've just told us that you've assumed that it needs a medium to propagate. That's what you've just said.
So you're assuming it doesn't. Okay.
Oh, so we're back to this false dichotomy. You've decided that I've decided the the contrary to what you've just presupposed. No, I haven't done that either, Witsit. These sides of a false dichotomy have both been postulated by you.
Yeah, you're
There's no other
dependent
option.
on
Unless you can
a
offer a third
non-manifested
viable option.
antecedent.
I have a
This
third
is
option.
Bad news.
Oh, we've got a trichotomy.
Oh, we're back to the false dichotomy and providing third options. We already exposed that. We already
Did you want to...
go. Somebody's trying to come in. Is that you, Nathan?
No, Mac, did you want to add something?
Nice mic.
Mac?
No, it was me, not Mike.
It was
No
me
worries.
on mic. So back to the meanwhile back at the ranch, Witzit's just brought up his false dichotomy, and the only rectifier to prove that it's not a false dichotomy is a third option. He's just an ignorant dumbass. All you have to do is disprove. Now, you can do that if it's a legitimate dichotomy, or if it's a false dichotomy, you can show it being a false dichotomy by providing a viable third option. Or I'm not done yet. Or take to the woodshed one of the dichotomies or both. Follow? Go ahead.
Well, that was it. I'm just adding the third. That doesn't necessarily do anything by itself.
No.
Prove, disprove. Yeah, it opens things up. It could have a true trichotomy, or do you know, there's all sorts of nonsense. That's kind of not the point again. Is it a white knight that's come in to present a third option?
I think they were
Ain't that
challenging.
AI?
Are you talking about people coming in on the video or people coming in Discord, our Discord? Which one?
I get confused sometimes. I thought that was on the video.
Yeah, I think it is on the video. Let's go back. I'll pull a fiver. Let's check it.
Antecedent. I have a third option. Bad news.
Yeah, somebody's back there had a third option that's on the video. So whoever said that is a numpty dipshit. Essentially.
No, I think if you hear it, you'll notice that they're not, and that what they say is not bad.
Well, it is bad because you don't have to provide a third option. Just destroy one of the two premises in his false dichotomy, which I already did first and second show. So, yes, that's stupid. He's being Jedi mind tricked by Witsit with his third choice. And only third choice. Follow?
Oh, we got a tricot.
Particle through the container, and it doesn't need anything to propagate it because it's just a particle. Because you've got the wave-particle duality.
Third option.
It is.
That's not a third option.
Is the particle a
that's
medium?
saying it doesn't need something. That's saying it doesn't need a medium. That's not a third option. That's one of two options.
No, Austin, you're claiming that there is a medium necessary, an antecedent medium necessary for light to propagate through.
Easy for you to say.
But you haven't proven this to be true. So when we say, show us this medium or some evidence of it, and you can't do it, you start claiming that we're claiming it doesn't exist. We don't know.
Show me the container.
We're not making it.
Now we're back to show me the container. Again, dog to its vomit, folks. You're an idiot.
Sounds like a baller.
What's that?
I said he sounds like a baller when he says that. Show me the container.
What? Thanks for without the Jimi Hendrix feedback this time. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Nice mic, Neil.
Sorry
Back
about
in the
that.
game, baby.
What happens? Let me explain. What happens is when I get a phone call, it automatically takes it off mute when I hang up, and then I can't get to the button to go on mute.
That's what AI said.
That's a lovely story. Thank you so much.
Here we go.
So we've done
Show me
this
the
already,
container.
Witsit. We did this
Show me
already.
the container.
In physical terms, even though you denied it because I apparently, according to you, have got a man-made container because natural containment doesn't
1 second,
exist. So
Kitty.
therefore you decided.
Go ahead.
Very quickly, the point I was trying to get to there, which I couldn't get to, was that he hasn't validated that light requires a medium.
Sure.
You would have to validate that light requires a medium before you could claim one. Then you'd have to show that medium. All those things.
You remember what his actual answer was when he was asked for exactly that by me?
Water.
Thing is, right?
Hold on.
water.
Hold on. Hold on. That's not the thing.
Sorry, I
is.
thought that was.
Hold on.
Sorry, are you in the room, Nathan? My
Yeah.
apologies. I thought that was the freaking video. Mate. Sorry, Nathan.
The answer to your
His
question
answer was
was
water.
water. Yeah. Yep. Now he's back to his vomit again with the container nonsense.
Can I say something?
Now, hold on. Before
This
you
was-
say something, he hasn't connected the electromagnetic waves to light. He hasn't connected the vacuum energy, the propagation, the electromagnetic wave, the electromagnetic field, or the electric field to light yet. He hasn't stated that yet. You guys didn't force him to state that. Now, you tried, and then he went off on another subject, and you went chasing that subject without sticking to the point. Because in the beginning, Nathan asked him, because he goes, electromagnetic waves, and Nathan said, what electromagnetic waves? What's its response? All of them. But Nathan didn't stick on that, so he got away with it. But Witsit himself has not connected light to any of his equivocation fallacy definitions or terms. Not yet. Follow? Yeah, you get it? If he did, he said it subtly and no one caught on to it.
Yeah, he hasn't,
Point,
but he's pre-assuming. Sorry, Adam.
That is the point of bringing it back to again. What is a wave? He's invoking this wave, yeah, and that's why he did say all of them, yeah. All of them, none of them are waves, are they?
No,
Back
but
to that
he hasn't.
old school-
No, but he hasn't connected it yet.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't think he's connected. I was going to use that phrase, yeah. That an electromagnetic wave is all of them are descriptions of light, which ultimately are particles. And because they're not waves, at the more fundamental level, even though you could describe them as a wave function, their distribution, yeah, he's not connected. That this third trichotomy that's come in, there's absolutely valid. There's no reason for, if I throw a tennis ball across a vacuum chamber, for there to be a medium.
Exactly.
The thing in of itself, yeah. So he's not connected that because I still think, thinks electromagnetic waves are a real thing.
Yes, and it's light. But
Yeah.
then guess what he does in the next video? Disclaims that disclaims that he ever made the claim that light was a wave. I'm telling you, he does. I got it on tape.
Yeah.
Is that before?
Because this is
Is
back
that
when.
before? Sorry.
Go ahead, Brian
I'll
first.
go after
Brian first,
whatever.
or go ahead, Brian. Go first, and then
Yeah.
Platypus.
Yeah, I'll be quick. This is back when two things were going on. One, he thought, because he was reading Maxwell and other things, he thought that light was an electromagnetic wave. He didn't realize at that time that it wasn't. It wasn't until the 10 days, whatever, later, that I think he realized that he was wrong to be making that claim, right? No, that's what I think, because I remember him bringing up Maxwell and stuff at the time. Now, the other thing is, this is back when ether was the medium. Ether is not the medium anymore. So I don't know where ether fits in.
Go ahead, Platypus.
These days.
Is this light not being a wave? Is this before or after he claimed that light doesn't travel now?
He made the claim that light doesn't travel first.
Ugh.
Oh, wait a second. None. What did he say? No, he made the claim that light traveled at the beginning of this video. So when it first came out, so he made the claim in the Michelson-Morley non-experiment, because Nathan asked him, what's the point? How do you prove your ether? And he said, the difference in the travel of light. Yep. Good. Anything else before we continue? Good.
I'd got a man-made container in my example. That's where we got to when I qualified in physical reality, the physics of gas pressing on stuff. Something that's physical, not non-manifest. That gas pressure is manifest. Do you understand the difference between me?
Superchat, super drop.
He said it before you kept going. I was trying to get him to say it louder. He didn't, though. So, Roger Ledwell sent Adam Meakin, ladies and gentlemen.
Adam Meakin, ladies and gentlemen, what's he been doing? He's just been providing color commentary off my poignant points.
I'm not. I think Roger's noticed me pulling you back on track. If you've been
pulling me back on, you don't. No one can do that.
Yeah.
That you're tugging on Superman's cape.
Just a little bit.
Being able to show an antecedent consequent relationship with something manifest in physical reality versus you claiming with a false dichotomy you can show something non-manifest, a contradiction in terms.
I do 100% agree. It is different in that the antecedent gas pressure is more physically verifiable.
No, not more physically verifiable. It's physically verifiable. Somebody can't be more pregnant than another person. They're either pregnant or they ain't. So that's a stupid statement. My word.
Because we can physically manipulate a container and show that, and we can't do that with ether. But you can't show the actual container.
There we go. Back again to his vomit. Yep. Can't show the container, but we can demonstrate a container as the necessary antecedent for don't fucking interrupt me. I'm right on a roll, and you can't. Was that you, Adam?
That is me.
Fucking guy. What?
You just had the shit co-host that I have you there, QE.
Is he still on the roll? Because I did want to interject.
I had to stop because you interrupted me.
But is that a welcoming, yes, you can put your interjection in?
You might as well do it now.
Thank you. Didn't spot something else, right? What's being described is an antecedent consequent relationship in the form of gas pressure and containment. He's juxtaposing that with ether and whatever, electromagnetism, whatever he's saying at that moment, right? But what he just said was, you can vary the container.
Yeah.
So in his mind, he's describing, or he thinks we're discussing scientific relationship as opposed to an antecedent consequent relationship.
Really?
When he said vary, his mind's on science. And this isn't. Just wanted to point that out.
Oh,
We missed it.
really? That's what you... I thought he just screwed up.
Vary the containers, what he said. I just take people at what they're saying.
He did say that. Okay, so I guess that was a legitimate... And it wasn't legitimate because I was on a roll again.
Maybe a 5er, QE?
Yeah.
Can't do that with ether, but you can't show the actual container.
So let's go. Let's pull a J. I think I missed it. There we go. Hold on.
Gas pressure is more physically verifiable because we can physically manipulate a container and show that, and we can't do that with ether. But
we can physically manipulate a container. That made no sense. So that's what Nathan jumped on. Yeah, that didn't make any sense. So you might be right. Yeah. It's a tough one, but what I wanted to point out, he's doing his game again with the and the term the definite article, and a container. He's playing that game again that I identified 3 times before. I don't have to identify it again. You guys know the deal.
But you can't show the actual container. So when you got
he doesn't have to show the actual container. Just show a container as the necessary antecedent for gas pressure. We could show that all day long. That's all he has to show.
I'm sorry. It is back to the filet mignon, though, innit? You get a filet mignon slapped down on your plate, and I turn around to the waiter and go, "You haven't shown me the cow."
Yep. Exactly. We have to explain that more. If I'm sitting down at the table,
it's a little more subtle, isn't it?
I was right in the middle of that explanation. He fucking comes right in.
Okay. Never
Do you
mind.
got some type of disease or some shit?
How dare you interrupt the middle of Adam's start of his sentence, Kiwi?
Superchat.
It's the super interruption.
I don't have a super chat. I was just going to say something else.
Great. So we got a fraud. No super duper super drop. Adam, I just started a sentence explaining the filet mignon example, and you just go right into your stream.
I started at the same time. It may have been a slight delay, but
Go ahead. You say yours, and I'll get back to the filet mignon.
My point was, it's a little more subtle than that. And what he's presenting to Nathan is very frustrating to hear, because the argument's now descended to the point that unless you can go and show me the firmament, then ether.
Yes. Good point. Yeah, that's non sequitur. That's yeah. Go ahead, Flatsy.
There's relevance to it.
Huh?
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Flatsy. There is relevance to it, despite what Adam said. Go ahead, Flatsy. I'll go after.
So it's like looking at your empty plate on the table and saying nothing can't be on my plate. So it has to be a steak. But that's the cow that's not, is the necessary antecedent for my imaginary steak or something like that.
Oh,
I botched
God,
that.
you butchered that. No pun intended.
Okay, the reason he keeps going back to is false comparison.
I got
false
your
equivalence.
I got your back, Flatsy. Just 1 second, Nathan. I got your back, Flatsy. I'll explain it to you and you'll get it. Go ahead, Nathan.
The reason he keeps wanting to go back to asking us about whether or not we can demonstrate the antecedent consequent relationship of containment with gas pressure is because ether's a space substitute. He's attacking the necessary antecedent consequent relationship, so he has a substitute for outer space. That's what ether is.
Yes. So the Flatsy, and for everyone, I've brought this example up many times with the necessary antecedent consequent game. So if I'm at a restaurant and somebody slaps a filet mignon down on my plate, then I don't need to answer any questions about where the cow is, the size of the cow, the color of its tail, its disposition. The mere fact that that filet mignon is sitting down on my table demonstrates without a shadow of a doubt that there must have existed a cow to give me the filet mignon. It's a necessary antecedent consequent. Good? You got it now?
Yeah, and just add on to the end, the fact that we are breathing
Yes.
high pressure gas means there must be containment for it to press on.
Yes. The filet mignon's the gas pressure. The cow is the container. In other words.
I wasn't trying to actually say that. I was trying to give some sort of equivalence of that antecedent relationship to the ether. Like they don't have anything on their plate. The ether believers, there's nothing on their plate, and yet that nothing must have come from a jet plane or something. I don't know. Let's go left
boy.
field.
Blatzy, they have peyote down there in Alabama?
No, but I've got too much going on, so I had an idea. I didn't form it all the way, but never mind.
Still on probation, right?
No, she's on double secret probation. Chocolate stayed there for years.
I say show.
So who gives a shit about this? This has nothing to do with ether. So you disclaim that ether's just a load of old bollocks then? And then you start quizzing me about what containment does and how I can't show it. I can show gas pressure. There must be containment because I can demonstrate in physical reality the antecedent consequent relationship. And we have gas pressure. You, on the other hand, have just made it quite explicitly clear you can't prove any of this shit you peddle. That's what you disclaimed before you started quizzing me on containment.
I can demonstrate the antecedent of wave-like propagation being...
Really? Wave-like propagation? Is it wave-like or is it a wave?
It really doesn't matter because that is kind of the antecedent for ether. Antecedent for ether is because light is a wave, it needs a medium to propagate in.
Yeah.
Okay? That's why we invoke it, or why they're invoking it, yeah? Because of that. Without that knowledge, yeah, or that pre-assumption, yeah, that it is a wave, it's an electromagnetic wave,
for now,
right? Then there is no need. If it's a particle of a discrete quantum of a certain energy, then there is no need for the medium. But because we're invoking wave-like function now, yeah, waves, and there has to be a medium to wave in.
Yes. Yeah. Everything you said was correct. But you're missing a subtlety. I know this is going to hurt your ego. He keeps switching on Nathan. His consequent and Nathan's necessary antecedent.
Yeah, every time I demonstrate an antecedent consequent relationship, he goes back to his claim to be proof in reality. It's the consequent. So it's like showing gas pressure. Yeah. But obviously, to have gas pressure, we know we need a container. He's only inferring that what he's suggesting he's showing is the antecedent.
No, he's doing no. You're getting confused. What he's showing is, which he can't show, what he's trying to show is electromagnetic waves. That's his consequent, not the necessary antecedent, because he would have to show our consequent container, but he's switching it in midstream.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm asking him for an antecedent, which is ether, and what he's giving me is a claim to be consequent, which is electromagnetic.
You got it. That's what I explained about 20 minutes ago. Remember, I wanted kudos and nobody gave me shit.
Well, I'm only piping up and getting this in so I can make a further point to it, which is to say, I don't know how long ago it was that Witsit came on your show when we first started doing this little marathon. The reason I stepped in at this point is because of my fury in regards to this discussion now. What are we talking about? We're talking about light propagating, moving, travelling through something that must be there for it to travel through. This is his entire argument. So you fast forward to the most recent discussion. Obviously, what we're covering now is a lot
about
reasonable
10 days
time ago.
About 10 days ago.
so about 10 days ago, he comes in. I haven't said this. I haven't made any claims about light moving.
Yep. Yes, that's why you were furious with him. That's why me and Adam stepped back. I knew that's why. I would be too. So, fair enough. Do you get the subtlety, Adam, yet?
I don't. That's not how I'm reading it.
Yeah, but you're reading it wrong.
Well, that may as well be. What I'm seeing here is him to the audience trying to get things back on side with a nonsense appeal, right? Using a false equivalence. Because you can demonstrate gas pressure with a container and prove it's the necessary antecedent, but you can't show me the firmament of the air we breathe, i.e. that's not showable, then I should be forgiven for not being able to show you the background medium that is an antecedent for the perturbation of light as a wave.
Yes, that's true too, yes. But he keeps on switching them. He keeps on switching.
Yeah, but
his
it's not the same.
argumentation, yes, I agree.
Yep. You're right, Adam.
It's
though.
not the same.
Yeah, but Adam's correct. And what Adam said, that is correct. Go ahead, Platypus.
What Adam said is right, but and I understand your guys' stance with the requirement for a container, but even in that paradigm, he's still drawing a false equivalence.
Exactly.
You guys don't have to show. You don't have to go and flick your finger on the wall. You don't have to go and touch it and lick it and figure out what it tastes like. You've got your gas pressure.
Right.
That's evident.
That's the compelling factor in the matter. Correct. I stated that many times before. You got it.
So
Everyone's
what's his disconnect?
Yep. It's disconnected.
He's got a bit more to add. Go on, G.
So what's his disconnect here? That's the part that I can't figure out because I watched the first two parts. I can't figure out what his disconnect is.
He's retarded.
No, he's got a grift. He's got a grift of ether. He's punting it. That's the disconnect, if you want to call it that.
So it's not a disconnect. We're establishing that this is willful. Like this is knowingly and willful fraud.
Who are you, Brian?
No, I kind of stopped.
No, because that's not what he's saying. He's not speaking to motivation. He's saying he's purposefully having this agenda, knowing he can't back it up. He knows he can't, hence this behavior. Is that right, G?
That's what I'm asking. Is that what we're going with? That this is the reason he can't explain it is because he doesn't really need to in his head because he knows that it doesn't work. He's not peddling it for the truth. He's peddling it for the financial gain.
See, you're going after motivation. Who are you, Brian?
You're saying that like I'm doing something wrong. Am I doing something wrong?
Well, I kind of agree with him though. Let's just draw a line under this, right? Yeah, when we confronted him with his outright outrageous lies and put them to him, and he just carried on lying. After the fact, he says, "I'm going to be on the biggest networks out there." That was his response to it. So, in other words, as a response to having his grift lies pointed out to him overtly, his response is, "I'm going to go out and do this more." He knows what he's doing. It's a grift.
Yeah. So, best case scenario, he's doing the right thing for the absolutely wrong reason. That's like the best case scenario for him right now.
What's the right thing?
Well, yeah, what's the right thing in this scenario?
I was going to say, there is no right thing scenario.
The best case scenario possible is that he's right, which he isn't. But even then, the best case scenario is he's doing the right thing, pushing the truth.
That's not right.
We know it's not. For the wrong reasons.
Yeah, but he's not. Your first premise was incorrect. It's not the right thing.
I know it's not the right thing. I'm saying the best possible case scenario, hypothetically, is that he is right.
No, that's where you just contradicted yourself. You just contradicted yourself. You said it wasn't right, but the best case scenario, what, in his head, that he's doing the right thing? No, that's horseshit.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
That is the disconnect you brought up, Platypus, yeah? See, QE will call him dumb. He's not. He can describe these things. He was around in the arenas. He's described them right. And this is the disconnect when we get to these moments. Yeah? we show that it's a grift. Now, we can't speak to whether it's to earn money, to make him famous, whatever. But it's not what you tried to allude to, as in he could be right. He could be pursuing truth for the wrong reason. He's not. He knows it's not truth. Yeah, which is why when the truth's put in front of him, he does what he does with this distraction tactics. Yeah, because he knows the answer. Hence why he's already on the distraction, because he knows where it's going. It's a bit like us dealing with a baller. He knows argument and wants to avoid it because it will destroy his point.
Yeah, like when it comes to him, like say he's not in the middle of Ballbusters or in the middle of an Nathan Oakley show, right, where he feels like he's being challenged. When he's talking to people, he's talking down to them, or he's trying to get sympathy from them, or like in the sense like he wants you to agree with him, and you can point out, hey, but isn't this a logical fallacy or whatnot? And he'll just be like, yeah, but look, I'm not saying it's, you know, not begging the question, or he'll say, I'm not saying it's, you know, a scientific experiment or it's scientifically valid. He'll say that to people to get them to accept that he's contradicting himself.
So nice to actually hear you clearly. You've got good points to make. When your mic's a train wreck, it's so annoying. I want to hear what you've got to say, Eli. Thank you for sorting out your train wreck, Mike.
Yeah, there we go.
Being a medium. Yeah, I can
Go on,
I
then.
can show that a million
Okay,
different
go on then. Show me, prove beyond all certitude that wave propagation requires a medium.
If I take the lake away, you don't have a wave anymore.
That's fascinating. So that proves it for water. Well done.
Okay.
You caught him in an equivocation fallacy with the term wave. Unwittingly, you just did that.
So, do we have any evidence to the contrary?
So, sorry, any evidence to the contrary of what? What a clown.
To the contrary to the example that contrasts or compares to something you haven't shown yet. That's water. That's not ether.
Well, it's waves, though.
Told you. Equivocation fallacy with waves.
Waves of what?
Yeah, it's equivocation fallacy.
Waves of light. Yeah.
He hasn't stated that yet.
No, but that's it. But it's waves of what? Waves of light, therefore there has to be a background medium for the light to wave in.
You're impugning him, or you're superimposing that on him. He's never stated that up to this point. Now, it's heavily implied when he said, I can shoot a laser through a vacuum, and that's light. But he's never come out and said that light is electromagnetic waves, which it has to be to use that example that he used. But you follow me, Adam.
Yeah, I was a little preemptive in terms of what he said. It was maybe the role of emissary in terms of knowing what the rhetoric is at this point.
Okay.
Is what I'm repeating. Yeah. And you can hear it because he pauses to struggle because what he's got to invoke is going to be painful. So he'll probably not give you a good description as well as I did. Hence the sigh.
Yeah. It's frustrating. Then he's gonna turn you on your head in the next video. Wait for it.
That's what
at this moment, yeah, you have to be careful with. Brian's alluded to it earlier. Yeah, things will change in a bit as to what light is.
We'll see.
I see. So water and electromagnetism, they're basically the same thing to be comparable, aren't they?
Nicely done.
Ethan, I got a question for you.
Sorry.
No, yeah, you shut up. That was a heck of a good point right there.
My question was in a sarcastic.
White knight.
Yeah, I don't think it was a white knight. It was just somebody that wanted to jut in, but you could be right.
Come on.
Yeah. Let's see.
Tone. Electromagnetic fields and water, they're basically the same things for this comparison.
Now Nathan's giving them fields.
To be comparable. Not that we're talking about electromagnetic waves, we're talking...
No, they're waves.
Talking about ether.
But that's why we know.
So water, the medium, water's comparable to ether. So let's see the ether and see how comparable it is.
Nice.
Well, let's see.
It was a good point, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very well done, Nathan.
The container and see how comparable.
Oh, he's back to his show me the container. Oh my God. Yep, you busted him there, Nathan. Good job.
The gas pressure, antecedent consequent relationship.
Go ahead. Sorry.
See what I mean? What shithousery that is.
Yes.
Show me the freaking firmament then, otherwise I've got an ether. This is the argument that's being presented to people now.
Yep. So let me put this in a logic string. Container, therefore gas pressure.
Is that it?
Problem? That's it.
Thanks.
Relationship demonstrated in physical reality never to be violated, and we have gas pressure. Done. Third time I've done it. Now you do it with something in physical reality for ether that doesn't involve you asking me a question or offering a false dichotomy.
Electromagnetic wave-like propagation. We have that in nature, and every time we ever have waves, it can't be.
Back to the equivocation fallacy. He said we have electromagnetic waves in reality. So,
we don't.
I know.
Not only do you have them, do you have electromagnetic waves, but they're propagating.
Yeah. But he's not going to be able to show that. He has to be. See, he's moving back to his consequent, but Nathan wants his antecedent. He keeps on trying to give him the consequent, which he can't do. When Nathan's trying to get the antecedent, ether. Follow? He's done it like 10 times already.
I only got half of that. I through that broken up text, you beg the question that it requires a medium.
Correct. Hey man, you guys can keep on pretending I'm stupid or something.
There's no pretending you're stupid. I mean, you've been exposed. Mae West is in the corner blushing. So is Daffy Duck and Mr. Magoo. You're a full-on idiot, delusional Dunning-Kruger moron.
No, I think he's worse than that.
Pause.
Being stupid is forgivable. That's uneducated. That's misinformed. That's correctable. What he's being is a fraud and a liar. He's being worse than stupid. He's being a fraud and he's being a liar.
I think it's a combination thereof.
He's also now lied as a defense. Yeah. Everybody's been calling him a retard. And we're asking him to substantiate his claim that there's this background medium that is an antecedent for light to propagate in. And he's avoiding it. And now he's invoked random ad hom that we're calling him a retard. Now he's demonstrating he's a retard, but actually that nobody's got there yet. Nathan's trying to hold him to his argument.
That's true.
He did just do
this direct.
That's true. He's anticipating that he's a retard.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's not that. He's doing exactly what Elijah said he was going to do.
No, it
he
is
did
that.
Exactly...
No, it was that. He's anticipating because Adam's right. Nathan didn't bring up anything against his cognition. He's just trying to get him to substantiate his claim. And what he did was to come out, everyone thinks I'm stupid. So he's anticipating that he's retarded from our point of view.
It's just another prolonging the inevitable. It was he can't get Nathan to stop asking the question, so he's got to run down the list of, okay, what are all the different ways that I can avoid answering the question?
Exactly, you got it.
And so now he's moved on to what Elijah said he does, which is play the woe is me game.
Yep.
It's just it's a distraction. It's
Adam,
a diversion.
Yep, you're right. And Adam, you're all over it. That was a good one on you. You got it.
But no one's answering the question. So.
But now we're not answering the question. You mean the questions? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them now.
If you want to say if there's nothing there, that's your own prerogative. Okay, but
See, now 10th is going to try to come in and settle the whole thing like he tried to settle it from the beginning.
Did you hear that breathing though? 10th hit that mic and it was heavy breathing already, like he's about to rip into it.
Yep. Because
I'm bracing myself.
Yeah, because he's about to kill it simply by saying, "Where'd you get the vacuum?" That's what 10's point was. It was simple, but it's not sexy, but it's got teeth.
if you pretend that's
So when I said you show me something comparable to the water example, without giving me a full dichotomy or a question of me, you've decided that we're going to answer a question. It's about whether or not we answer your question rather than you showing us this thing in
You got it, Nathan, all over it, sharp.
physical reality, which you can't by
can
definition.
Can I
Which
attempt to answer his question real quick?
Now we got another guy jumping in. Oh, boy.
Nathan, if you don't mind.
Stupid.
No, Neil, we never called him stupid. He demonstrated that he's a moron.
Someone wants to answer his question that we must be answering.
What?
He's gonna see Nathan's on it again.
He is.
We're now going to try and tell you why Chewbacca is a Wookiee. Yeah, as another. Yeah.
I like that Neil said that. He said nobody called you stupid. That was, I mean, we just kind of a little bit belabored that point that he just outright just called himself stupid.
Well, yeah.
Pretty much.
Well, yeah, Neil's right. We never called him stupid, but after his performance here, Whitsitt has realized that he is stupid, and we're going to be calling him that.
Well, the best thing about Neil saying that is there's a high and low key there. Like high key, it looks nice. It's like, oh no, don't put yourself down. We didn't call you that. But low key, what Neil said was, you're not going to divert away from the question. Nobody brought that up. You brought that up.
Good
so
point.
we're going to forget about it and hit you with the question again.
Good point.
Answering apart rather than showing ether. Apparently, answering the question's going to show us ether. Okay, go ahead.
No, it's not going to show you either, but I think it would disprove his antecedent. Wouldn't the operation of a vacuum tube inside of electronics disprove the idea that you need something there for propagation?
How so?
Because a vacuum tube attracts electrons inside of a vacuum.
Okay.
Hence propagation without a medium.
No, you're assuming there's no medium in the vacuum.
You're assuming there's no medium in that vacuum. That's what he said.
There you go. I thank you very much. And there has to be a medium because light propagates as a wave.
Yeah.
So suggest that there isn't one would be asinine, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but the gentleman
What's that
brought
guy
up
on about? Everybody knows the vacuum chambers in electronics. Yeah, although they evacuate the air, they make sure it's still packed full of ether. Otherwise, it won't work.
This comes back to 10th man's point, doesn't it? 10th man had this nailed, and I just didn't really pay it enough attention. Where are you getting the vacuum?
Yeah.
Disagree.
I agree.
No, disagree.
Yes, 10th had it. However, we wouldn't have got all this information that we got if that would have ended there.
It's not information, it's evidence of his lying and his duplicity, and that he actually can't even describe his own position. Nathan's held him back to it again. No. Oh, so if we answer your questions, we'll know what ether is now, will we?
No, he describes it. He describes it and tries to until the cows come home. His problem is he can't actually prove it. He can't actually demonstrate it.
Yeah. He describes it. Super non-descriptions.
Roger Ledwell sent Efer one size fit all models brought by Einstein.
Efer, what did he say? Say that again.
Efer one size fits all models brought by Einstein.
Yep. Well, it wasn't brought by Einstein, but he needed it in his general theory of relativity. It was actually brought by Christopher Huygens. I'm sorry, I didn't say that right. Is Betty still on Deafin?
She's back on Deafin.
He's back on Deafin. So he's a Dutchman, Huygens. So it's Christopher Huygens. Yeah, the numpty that said that Venus's radius was the same as the Earth.
Huh? He's saying you're assuming that when you remove all of the air from a vacuum tube, something we call a valve, that assumes that there's no medium there. And he's saying your assumption, when you say, I've removed all the air from this vacuum tube, is that is no longer a medium there. And he's saying, no, that's wrong. There must still be a medium there because it's propagating through it. Therefore, ether. That's his argument.
Correct. Well, that's what I'm saying. So, it's not a scientific debate, and that's why I encourage fighters.
Okay, his audio is going to circle the drain. I don't know how long this is going to last. I think this might be it. So let's just let it go.
But at the same time, you would have to...
What?
I've tried to get in 3 different times. I've tried to get in 3 times, so don't get angry at me. There's only one thing that matters here. Every time he's not showing you ether, anything he's saying other than that is a red herring away from that.
Yes,
that's
correct.
all that matters.
Yep.
Right?
Correct.
I've debated him twice and was on his show for 2 hours one time, and then bits and pieces on Nathan's and here. Everything is a red herring away from showing the thing he's claiming.
Yep, you are correct.
That his vacuum tubes are eyes of nothingness, and that is ridiculous. Saying nothing exists is mocking.
Neil charged him with roboting.
Brilliant. But you can hear enough to see the rhetoric he's gone back to again there. He's gone back to nothing. There can't be nothing. To say that there's nothing is asinine. Therefore, there has to be a background meter. Well, if you want to be dogmatic, call it ether. Yeah, that's what I heard at the beginning.
It's a false characterization, though, isn't it?
The what?
False characterization of all of its opponents by accusing them of claiming that nothing is an entity in itself, rather than just a description of a state of affairs of the absence of something, which actually is in this context. So he's strawmanning the opponent. And by the way, I want to make this note for when listening. He ridicules the intelligence of his opponents based on this claim.
AI, drop out and come back in again. Let me know when he's back in. Or do I got to go there since everyone's being quiet?
He's not back yet. He's back now.
Okay.
Hey man, I guess I got a quick question for you.
Hold on a second. Hold on. We got to let AI. You're next. AI's first. AI, go ahead.
All right, radio check.
It sounds good. Go.
All right, so he criticizes opponents for claiming that nothing is an entity in itself, which, as far as I know, none of us do. We're just describing a state of affairs of the absence of something. So those are 2 different categories logically. He's attempting to conflate that they're a true dichotomy by accusing his opponent of claiming that nothing is an entity in itself, which they're not doing. He then ridicules his opponent's intelligence for believing something so stupid, which, by the way, has rhetorical force to the people less initiated into logic. But anyone who understands these are 2 different categories recognizes that it is actually wicked accusation about the intelligence of someone else that is actually impugning his own intelligence.
Yeah, you got it. That was a good analysis, AI. Okay, who wanted to jump in?
Sudakilab.
Yes, sir. Hey, shout out to the panel, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Hey, just quick question, man. I'm a flat earther, and I can, at least in my paradigm, I could say that Whitsitt is like kind of a pioneer of the flat earth community. Definitely one of the better debaters I've ever heard.
Really?
I guess my question would be, it sounds like what he's trying to do is prove ether, but he's maybe to you guys doing a piss poor job at it. Is it kind of your stance that there is a such thing as, kind of nothing? Or
well, let's.
Are you serious right now?
There's 3 points. Okay.
Hold on, Brian. Right. Adam,
Nobody here.
Hold on. AI. Adam was first. Go ahead, Adam.
I want to address the gentleman's points, not make my own particularly. First point you said we're saying AI is you say he's a great debater. I'd agree with you. It's not the accusation here; it's that he's a liar. Yeah, and he's mugging people off. Yeah. So that would be our point. Now, the rest of it, I would also appreciate. Yes, in this arena, yeah, Witsit is a name that you will come across first. And along with your flat earth revelation, this guy, and this is what we're trying to tell you, will try and pimp ether as if the two are intrinsically linked and have to be true. And he uses that flat earth knowledge and awakening as an empowerment tool to mug you off with this thing that you can see here, he's not able to even describe. So back to you and then AI and I think Neil.
No issues at all. I mean, I wouldn't say I've heard every Witsit video there is, but as far as the ether thing goes, I just can recall him trying to basically substantiate what's actually happening in reality as opposed to what the Globers are telling us is that there's this space where there's, this nothingness. And what he's trying to say is that, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's no real such thing as nothing.
Oh, you're wrong.
Okay, so that's the final point, yeah, and that's his what is it? His super philosophical card he plays at you. Can nothing really mean nothing? Well, what's the meaning of the word nothing?
Like the absence of something. I would have just in a very rudimentary way.
The absence of everything, isn't it?
Right, where there's no element, no anything, just literally nothing.
Outside of physics, just within the use of the English language, is it reasonable to take a word, and try and pretend that it's some great philosophical insight you've got, to then get people mugged off to accept that obviously nothing has to mean something, because otherwise it would be asinine. Yeah, that's the beginning premise, right? And you've obviously bit on the word nothing and think that, well, nothing doesn't mean nothing, as in what it actually means. It means after I've taken everything away, there's something there. Not a great starting point.
I have some objections too. You said he was a pioneer of flat Earth. No, he's not. He came out here at least 4 years after this whole thing got going. He's a great debater. No, he's not. He trounces idiots on modern day debates. That's not a debate show. It's abject, baseless assertion fallacy after baseless assertion fallacy without demonstrating your point. And moreover, Witsit is a logical fallacy carpet bomb barrage parade that not only uses fallacies but doesn't understand what logical fallacies are. Yeah, he's a great orator. You could say that. I'd have to agree with that. He's got the gift.
I'll agree with that.
Like I say, man, as far as me getting into flat Earth, because I've probably said that I've been a flat Earther since about maybe 2013-ish, somewhere in that
2013. Wow. Okay.
And as far that I would say is a pioneer in this thing of what got me thinking, and from as far as any debate person that I could say that I've seen absolutely whoop ass, from chemistry teachers to pilots to volcano experts, would absolutely be Witsit. There's not another person I've heard of.
No way.
Well, he's got you freaking Jedi mind tricked.
Hold on.
That's
kind of irrelevant.
Hold on.
Hey,
Guys,
I haven't known him to be a grifter or any of this other stuff.
Oh, he is a grifter.
But I got let me finish what I want to say.
No, you're not finishing.
Huey, come on.
Like you hate him that much?
Excuse me, gentlemen.
No. Hold on. Shut up. Hold on, Roger. Hold on. Shut up.
What do you mean, hey?
Shut up. So, gentlemen, I don't hate him. What does hate have to do? What did I just tell you? What is the list of things that I just told you? Repeat them back to me. Yeah, you can't. You weren't listening.
I'm sorry. I thought I was still muted. I'm sorry. I thought I was
You're
still
going to be muted again. What did I say was the list of things against Witsit?
You had a barrage of.
Yeah, I did that you didn't listen to. That had nothing to do with hate. He's a lying, demonstrated liar, double speaker, logical fallacy, carpet bomb barrage parade that doesn't understand what logical fallacies are. He's a great orator. That's what I said.
Gotcha.
Yep. Now, can you give me can you give me a couple flat earth proofs? You're a flat earther that is proffered by Witsit, please.
Can I give you a flat earth proof?
Listen to what I'm telling you. Give me one of the flat earth proofs that Witsit proliferates, states to his audiences. Give me one.
Dude, like I told you, I've been one since 2013.
That wasn't the answer to my question. I'm going to ask you one more time. Give me the poster child proof, flat earth proof, that Witsit provides his audiences right now.
Okay, laser tests, microwave test, radio frequency test.
Laser tests? Are these experiments?
That'll be a feat.
You asked for a proof
marathon.
that I've seen demonstrate. I gave you one.
Yep, you gave me one. It was a train wreck. It's not a test.
No, but it was a true answer.
You said a proof.
It's not a proof.
An experiment.
Not a proof.
No.
Okay, laser tests don't. Okay, I mean, in my paradigm, yes, laser tests can prove.
So when you say,
what I'm talking about.
Hold on, Adam. When you say tests, that in this genre, that's experiment.
Cool, and I mean, we can make it into an experiment.
Oh, we can. Okay.
There's an option.
Okay, what's the hypothesis? Diarrhea of the mouth. What's the hypothesis for the laser test?
I have no clue why you're this worked up about a guy.
I'm not worked up about it. I'm just asking you a poignant question, and you got diarrhea of the mouth. So just calm down. You said, yes, I would call it an experiment. Don't interrupt me. You said you would call it. Go ahead, laugh it up, funny boy. I'll mule kick your ass out of here for being a doofus. So, I got a poignant.
What do you call yourself?
I got a poignant question. You're Huckleberry. That's what I call myself. I got a poignant question. You already answered half of it. You said you would call it an experiment. To have an experiment, you need a hypothesis. Yeah? What's the hypothesis for the laser test right now?
Cool. The way that I would structure it is to say that there's two sides of this coin. There's a flat earth proof, there's a globe.
That is not a hypothesis. Focus, Eferite. I want the hypothesis for the laser test. Okay? Not anything else. Hypothesis. Go.
If we shoot this laser over the course of 21 miles, it will get to the 6-foot observer from a 6-foot observer.
That is not a hypothesis. You would fail 5th grade general science.
Awesome.
He doesn't know what science is.
So can we just pause for a second, guys? Just pause for a second. Right? QE's making a point to you here, and actually, and I'll hand to you, Nathan, in a minute. This was something, I know what you're citing. You're citing the late Balaton demonstration with the SALAD, the super accurate laser aiming device, okay? Which is a fantastic demonstration of things. But to try and put it into science would be foolhardy, to the point that back in the day when they actually did that, we went to them because they were pimping as an experiment, explained why we shouldn't, as flat earthers, cite that as an experiment or even test. Just describe it as what it is. They changed their position. It's interesting. Maybe Witsit is in 2024 pimping that as some form of test experiment. Nathan, off you go, mate.
That was it. I mean, I think you've covered it. The one thing I wanted to do was ask him what exactly it was that he'd used to prove it. You've said laser test, so we've covered that it's not an experiment. It's not science, even though it may have been touted that way. Can you offer us up some practical application that's useful for? If I was a baller and you were trying to convince me Earth's flat with this, have a practical use.
Absolutely, that's a great question. I would say that in the globe Earth paradigm, there is a rate of curvature. If you have a ball that is 24,000 miles in circumference, 3,959 miles, I believe, in radius, then I believe that comports to a maximum curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared. If this is the case, then if we were to shoot this laser at a 6-foot observer height over a lake to another 6-foot observer, it would be impossible to get there because there would be physical Earth curvature there. Because there was not physical Earth curvature to be examined, that demonstrates a flat surface, not a curved surface.
Fine. Do you know what practical application means?
I don't think.
Neil,
Shut up,
no.
Neil.
Can you suggest a practical application for this?
Hey, my bad, man. I got to say that one more time.
It's the same question that I put to you for your answer that was completely non sequitur to the question. What's a practical application for this?
Like the practical application, using it for a specific purpose?
Yeah.
To prove that the ground that we're testing, if it's flat or if it's curving. That was the practical application.
Why would we be doing that?
Why would we be doing that? Like, I'm getting hit with questions that I don't even get. Why do you think we do that as a flat to globe demonstration?
I'm trying to put myself in your shoes because you've suggested to us, based on Witzit's fantastic performances.
Dude, okay, dude. Okay, I guess fuck Witsit in this channel. I got it, dude. In this channel, if you bring up the name Witsit, you're just as dumb as him. I get it. Cool.
I'm going somewhere. I'm leading you somewhere. Can everyone step off? Can everyone step off? Leading you somewhere. And that's completely non sequitur to my point. Yeah? My point is still being unaddressed, which is, does this have a practical application? Because there's a certain standard that we offer in terms of proving Earth is flat, first and foremost. Now, these laser tests, correct me if I'm wrong, have been held up on Netflix as proving a globe. If they're not. My counter to your...
I've never seen it.
Quite finished. Not asking you if you're aware of it, I'm telling you. These laser tests... Second attempt. Or what was it you were saying a second ago? Not this channel because of Witsit? I'll just calm down and let me finish my...
I brought up the name Wizard. The other guy called me a sack of shit all the time. I don't know what the hell he was calling me and berate. Goodness gracious.
I can tell you that. I haven't... I'm trying to communicate with you.
Say the
I'm
name
trying to
Witsit
communicate
over
with you.
here.
I haven't ended my point. You're now waffling on about other people who've talked to you. I'm not them. I don't see you as that. I'm not calling you that. I don't see you that. If you want me to tell you how I see you, I will if you ask. I didn't intended to. I can do that if you want me. Do you want me to tell you how I see you? We can carry on with this crazy point that goes nowhere. You want me to?
I don't care. I mean, I got the gist of what it was.
Keep appealing to it. Keep appealing to the other people that aren't me.
What is your point? Okay, what is your point?
You're yammering through me now. It's hard to have a conversation with you because in the middle of my statements, you're telling me, sod this channel, Witsit, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm taking you somewhere with the practical application for the laser tests that, my last point that was interrupted, been held up on Netflix as proving a globe. And you said you're unaware of that. How interesting. How many years did you say you've been here in this subject? Obviously unaware of this devastating defeat to the point that you've put to us that's a great point. Well, no. If it's a great point, why is it on Netflix claiming to prove a globe? So, further to that, I'm asking if this has a practical application, something it's useful for. If the answer is, I don't know, I'll tell you it doesn't.
The answer was proving the ground they were walking on is not curving. That was my answer.
And I asked you, why would we be doing that? Does it have a use? Will it earn me money? I'm expanding on it. I've tried this once. Expanding on it because you haven't answered me. You
Okay,
yammer through the
give
text
me
while I try
5
and
seconds.
clarify it. You don't need to yammer through me while I clarify it. I've gone through it twice. Bloody hell, just calm down. No, there is no practical application for this. Furthermore, it's gone on Netflix and been held up as a globe proof. There are things that can be demonstrably proven in terms of Earth measurement. That is how it's useful to be shown as measured flat. This doesn't do that. It's not measuring anything. Saying it's demonstrating how it isn't curving? Well, you don't tend to prove things by showing what they're not. You're saying this shows how it's not curving? Okay, why? For what purpose? Are we going to build a house at the end of the process? Are we going to sail around the world with this process? We're going to fly over the world with it. We're going to chart the world with it. We're going to make maps with it. What we're going to do with it is what I'm asking. If the answer is, I don't know, I'll tell you. There is no practical application for this beyond Netflix making Jaren look stupid. You didn't know that, I'm telling you. Does it have a practical application, sir? If it's a wonderful proof, and that's why Whitsit's the wonder boy at Flat Earth Debate.
Wonder boy.
Yeah, I don't think he has anything else.
Going on, just getting people muttering at me. Where's the guy I was talking to?
He's decided not to answer you.
He's staying on mute.
All righty then.
I guess we can move
Yeah,
on.
so. No, because I was in the queue, sucker.
Oh, okay, good.
I just wanted to point out that after I gave that eloquent breakdown of the logical categories, immediately comes in. So you're saying nothing exists?
Yes, I know. Yeah. Yep. He's not paying attention.
Okay.
The same
The
thing
audience
keeps happening to me. Sorry.
I had a point to round out. I just want to round it out. These people are victims, right? He's viewing what we are doing, taking apart, offering a logical undoing of, by deciphering the nonsense doublespeak of Witsit. He comes in. You guys all hate Witsit. You're a victim. Yeah? We're attacking your cult guru.
Yep.
It's painful for you. What do you focus on? Our tone and our timbre. No, we're proving he's a grifter. Proving he's a liar. Yeah? He's lied to me on air, in front of an audience, and we're going through it with a fine tooth comb. Really dragging out and making it really clear just what a grifter he is. What's it you hear? I don't like Witsit. No, we're showing him to be a scammer. Actually proving it. Not like baseless assertion Joe and Nathan's a scammer because he says science proves things. No, we're proving he's a grifter. Showing it. Painstakingly demonstrating it to audiences that can't fog a mirror. To the point where even if they can't fog a mirror, it's glaringly obvious how big a scammer Witsit is. What's that been met with when asked for your practical application for his Wonder Boy demonstration of how a flat Earth is? No, it's how curvy it isn't. How crap a standard your guru offered you. How globy it isn't. Then impractical laser test that achieves 0, has no use anywhere. Meanwhile, we can offer plenty of flat Earth evidence that has a daily practical application. Saves lives at sea, stops forest fires from wiping out vast areas of land. These are all flat Earth proofs that have a practical application that we demonstrate. Your grift guru, scammer, talks about ether. Now, what we're doing painstakingly is taking that crap apart that you've all fell victim to. You, sir, are a victim.
Lottie? Oh, he came off mute. Go ahead, sir.
I was literally just trying to say if you could hold on for about 30 seconds, I have to do something, but I couldn't even talk without you saying I'm blabbering over you just to say, hey, can you hold on for 20 seconds?
Oh, God.
So everything you just said, I honestly did not hear. I would like to conversate with you, but it's like, fuck, dude, because I fucking said that Witsit is a good guy.
Yeah,
He's done with his dumbass. Put him on mute. Put him on mute. So what we've just had is me go to the end and extent of explaining something, making a point and him completely ignoring me without informing us that he's going to bugger off. Then he feels he's got the right to step back in on the discussion. After I've gone to painstaking lengths with this asshole, point something out, and I just completely ignored you. What I did when you started talking to me was walk off. Now, is it all right if I step back in on the conversation? No. At this point, I feel like having you removed permanently from the discussion. You bloody ether victim. How dare you?
That was compassionate too, Nathan. That was compassionate. Couldn't have tried to reach the guy any better, and it was like you didn't say anything to him.
Yep. They're immune. They got their Dunning-Kruger deflector shields on full power.
That would be the first hurdle this guy needs to get over, that he clearly can't get over, is the assumption that all you guys are doing is attacking the guy's character.
Yep.
Or I'm sorry, not attacking his character, but that you have an agenda against him just because.
Okay.
That's not what this is about.
I know. Okay, Fallacy.
Got it. Super chat.
Super scammer. Grifter.
Super laser.
Super laser.
Sasha is pioneer of FE, but nobody's saying. Why so?
Yeah, I know. I know. All right. Anyone else before we can continue? Because he's done. I ain't putting up with that shit. He was already.
No, that super chat, perfect. That is like Sasha speaking in text. Sasha is pioneer of FE, but nobody's saying.
Yep.
Like so. Beautiful. Well done, Sasha. That made me giggle.
All right, back to the regular scheduled programming.
Oh,
Let's see.
No,
What?
There was one. While this gentleman's here, there was one more question I did want to ask him.
No, he's on mute.
I realized before all of you guys that
you get his attention, Adam, and you go through the painstaking efforts with a painful tooth to explain something in great detail, which is what this show is, right? I don't mind holding things up to go through this with Adam. I'm sorry, Kiwi. Right? That's what we're doing. That's the point. Going through it in painstaking detail. So you take this ether victim to one side and start explaining some issue you have. No offense to you, Adam, right? And then 20 seconds later, he goes, I've just literally walked off in the middle of talking to you and I've ignored everything you said. Anyway, ether is fantastic and Witsit's basically amazing. And you just like, you want to smack him in the face. It's just absolutely outrageous. Why would you want to participate in somebody that does that?
Yeah. Adam.
Just for the audience, because we've done a couple of it. He's come in and, respect. And whilst, yes, I don't disagree. And this is part of the annoyance of people that have an agenda, that they'll come in and ignore just basic etiquette, as you've just described. Oh, yeah, so I went and come back round about. Yeah, fine. But what he has done in his short time here is demonstrated that he's got no idea why he thinks the Earth is flat, which it's not helped him on that. But I did the reason, and that's demonstrable to the audience. So I just wanted to give him one more opportunity to explain why he thinks, from what he's learned since 2013, that the ether is something that's worthy of consideration. Maybe even if he can't describe why he knows the Earth's flat, he could describe to us why he listens to Witsit and thinks that the postulation of the ether is something worthy of his intellect.
All right.
Adam, you didn't sniff him out as soon as he said I'm a flat earther. I sniffed him right out.
All right. We're going to get his answer. Let's see if he answers you, Adam.
Just to make sure I understand the question, it's what about the ether?
I'll keep it more succinct for you. So you're here, you believe with what, in terms of what it's talking about, fundamentally that's ether. What is it about ether that you think is meritorious?
Go ahead. Sorry.
What is it about ether that has some merit for you to invest time, investigate, support, inquire about it? What's its?
I was literally just trying to understand you guys' position, because I understand Witsit's position that the nothingness kind of is almost asinine. the idea of nothingness, that light has to go through something, sound has to go through something. And so I kind of get his understanding. So I was literally just trying to understand what your perspective of it was. Or do you guys say, no, there absolutely is a such thing as nothing? I don't get what your perspective is.
Oh my God.
That's all I'm trying to do.
I'm sorry,
I guess I'm a dumbass.
Before you start self-chastising, no, you didn't get that from Whitsitt. Whitsitt told me specifically he doesn't claim that. What say you? You didn't get that from Whitsitt, you're a liar. Or Whitsitt's a liar.
What?
Which is it?
What from Whitsitt?
Just break it down for you, see if he interrupts me. You did not get that from Whitsitt. Not 10 days ago, Whitsitt made it explicitly clear that he does not claim light travels through anything. He does not claim that. That's what he told me. You've just made it clear you got that from Whitsitt. I am calling you a liar based on Whitsitt's statement 10 days ago. Either you are a liar, because you've said you got that from Whitsitt, travelling through, you say, not from Whitsitt. He told me otherwise 10 days ago, explicitly. He does not claim that, so you're a liar. You didn't get that from Whitsitt, did you? Liar. Or is Whitsitt a liar? Which is it?
The way that I understood Whitsitt was that the light was traveling through something.
Sorry, are you saying that
that's a lie?
Hold on, stop. You telling me when Whitsitt told me 10 days ago he doesn't claim that? He does, and he's a liar. So Whitsitt's the liar then.
That was my understanding.
You got that from Whitsitt. He told me explicitly he doesn't claim that. So we've cleared that up. He's a liar. Do you understand?
Once you tell me what he claims, then I could get a better understanding.
Claims, sir. What you have stated you got from Whitsitt, that light must travel through this medium. He explicitly states that he does not claim that light travels. He told me this not 10 days ago. Ergo, you suggesting that you got that information from him is either you lying about what you kind of got from Whitsitt, he said he doesn't claim it, or Whitsitt's a liar, because you are parroting the shite he now denies ever claiming. Do you understand? Second time's a charm.
I got you 100%. And I
So
believe
shut up, sit down, and listen to what I'm telling you. Your guru is a shit stain and a liar. He's lied to me personally. Because originally it was me being told about light traversing stuff and travelling through it. And then me being told that he doesn't claim that. So he's a liar. I know he's a liar. And I can prove it. So you telling me he's a good debater? No, sir. You're wrong. You've been fooled. You're a victim of a liar. I hope we cleared that up for you.
Awesome. You got Whitsitt's dick stuck so far.
Don't need anything else from you. You can sit down, shut up, pay attention. You can sit down, shut up, and pay us some respect before you open your mouth again here. You ether-believing victim. But once you've got that shite out your veins, then we might pay you some nevermind when you come next time. Till then, try and course that shit that you were poisoned with out of your veins before you come here next time, telling us that some liar is a really good advocate for our precious flat earth. No, sir, you were mistaken. You were fooled by a liar. Now sit down and shut up.
Did anybody else getting the distinct impression that this guy might have been sent into this room?
Sounds like a shill trained by Whitsitt.
Uh-oh.
Why is it that all of the Whitsitt guys... Sorry.
Go ahead, Flatsy.
Every time you come here, Shills, from Whitsitt's camp, I'll do what I did with him. As you start telling us about how light must travel through stuff, I'll say, really, Whitsitt told me otherwise. So he's a liar then. I'll get them to do what he did. Come here, shill for Whitsitt, I'll get you to be the liar or him to be the liar. One will be true. Either, no, I was mistaken. I must be lying when I say I got this shite that Whitsitt now lies about having ever claimed. It'll be you lying about it. Either your guru's a liar or you're lying about something you imagined him telling you. No, there's no imagination here. He's just a proven liar.
Can I make the statement?
Hold on a second. Hold on. Stop.
No.
Yes. Flatsy.
You have to let your
Flatsy. Flatsy.
Exactly what I was going to do. Then
I was
Brian.
gonna.
Flatsy's the co-host.
No, she seceded, didn't you?
I did. I gave it up.
I didn't see that. My bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is it about the Witsit followers that like to come in here and be disrespectful to the panel in the middle of their show, not his? So he could be a little, I wouldn't go into somebody else's house and kick my muddy shoes all over their walls and floor and all that stuff and their upholstery. Like you all display this kind of characteristic, which is weird. Not all of you, I guess, but all the ones that come in here. It's weird to me. It's really kind of a cult mentality if you are attacking a group of people for someone else that you don't even understand the argument that he has or that we have. Like,
I
who
think I
are
can answer.
you?
I think I have an answer to that question, Flatsy. I think he's operating on the assumption that we are attacking him. And by him, I don't mean Witsit. I mean him personally.
Yeah, it's fear. You heard it after Adam's question.
Clear it up. Wait, no.
You hold up, Eli. Go ahead, Nathan.
Sorry, Eli. At the beginning of his statement, you heard him laughing as Adam ended his question and he went to answer. You can hear him laughing. Why is that?
Defensive.
Fear. Absolutely correct, G. Attacking Witsit is attacking that which he has now invested in after Flat Earth. After finding out the globe's a lie, they've reinvested that energy into Etherism. And this is an indictment on him personally. Absolutely correct.
Before we go to Brian, then Eli. As I alluded to, there's a point in humouring this. What's just happened? We're doing Witsit again. He's not got the nuts to come in. He's sent a white knight in. Yeah. And what do we?
You don't know that.
Okay. Even then, let's give him the benefit of the doubt that he's a flat Earth from 2013 that professes that Witsit is the most prominent flat Earth that he listens to, and he has an argument for ether. What he demonstrated to us, he's got no argument for flat Earth, and he doesn't really, when given the opportunity after being unmuted to demonstrate why ether is real, he doesn't have anything there. Just that what the audience has said. That's why it's worthy of our time. Whilst we've got plenty of time to go through these videos, and we're going to spend plenty of time doing so. So when one of the white knights come in, I will engage with them. Not because I think I'm going to get any benefit, but they've got this is their best they've got. This is their rebuttal. This is their defense. And as Flatsy said, what? Shit on the carpet. That's the best they can do.
Yep. Brian, then you, Elijah.
Yeah, just to point out that 10 days ago or 2 weeks ago there when Witsit was in, he made two specific statements to me in the after show. He stated that light was the medium. So that means it's not ether. Right? So he removed ether as the medium. Light is now the medium for light, supposedly. But this is it, right? So, but this is the thing. He then also stated, which has contradicted that by stating that light moved, but it didn't travel from A to B. That's his current claims. So I don't know why it needs a medium if it's not going from A to B. But anyway, that's recorded. He told me that, and other things. But I just keep it short. He told me those two things.
Elijah.
Yeah. Back to the other guy. It's almost hard to. It's weird to try to figure out what's going on there, because I always want to look at everyone as having their own individual purpose. However, they're all acting the same.
Yep.
It's like when Witsit came in and there were like 3 other guys to interject, like, hey, what's going on? And QE is like, well, listen to this. You see those contradictions there, and they like refuse to answer that. So this guy comes in, he's a little more like, okay, so he lied, all right, whatever. But you know, he had an opportunity after, you know, the hostility to listen to what was being said to him, and he still like kind of ignored it. So that's very weird what's going on there.
It's because that's what he was going to do anyway. He got it both ways. QE and Nathan both attempted to answer his question, albeit in very different ways. The first question he asked was, "What's your guys' problem with Witsit?" QE tried to answer it, and then Nathan tried to answer it rather tenderly, and neither one of those had any effect on him because he wasn't actually looking for an answer to that question. All he wanted to do was come in here and disrupt. That's it.
Yep, that's what they all did. Like Elijah said, the 3 or 4 white knights last week and him. They did the same thing. At least he focused on the question after I asked him like 3 times.
He also equivocated between sound and light there a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I know.
That the medium for sound is air, which is an actual medium.
Yep. Okay, we got that all done? Can I move on now? Let's move on, try to finish this video.
Can I say one last thing?
Concisely.
Keep it short. Yeah. This man has the same problem as almost everyone else I run into that follows with it. None of them know what he's talking about.
Yep.
None of them can keep up with his claims because his claims keep changing.
Yep.
So they come in here with claims that are Witsit's claims from 2 years ago that Witsit don't claim now and denies claiming 2 years ago, even though the audio was there of him claiming it.
Yep. You got it.
He casts a wide net.
Because we were gracious enough to allow him to speak, he demonstrated that to the whole audience. He didn't come in here, did he? Telling us what ether was, telling us what a flat earth proof is. He showed he's got no idea. But Witsit says it's right, so I'll come in and die on my sword.
The Wonder Boy. All right, here we go. Like I said, this could be audio chaos. I can't remember, and it might be the end, but we'll go through it.
He's incoherent. Can't make out what he's saying.
He's saying we would have to suggest that nothing is a possibility when we create a vacuum. And he's saying you can't have nothing. That's stupid. Therefore, there must be something there, because having nothing isn't possible according to him. When we remove the air from a vacuum tube, there must still be something in there according to him. Therefore, the thing that's in there's ether.
Well, I don't understand why he's using that as an example. Hang on. Why is he using that as an example? Is someone talking? Please. Didn't he admit at the get-go that he doesn't believe in outer space being a vacuum?
Nicely done, 10th. Nicely done, sir.
So whatever is happening is within the containment? So what's he babbling about?
Exactly, 10th. You got it. But if we didn't allow him, if Nathan didn't interrupt you, then we wouldn't have got all this good stuff. Right?
You think that was
well, I mean, that's okay.
Here comes Elijah stumbling and fumbling and good job, Elijah.
Fine. You said what you said. I just would like to say, how is it not affirming the consequent?
How is it not affirming the consequent? Well, you would have to put the affirming the consequent out there first. Just generally saying, how is it not affirming the consequence, not helping anyone. You'd have to formulate his affirming the consequent form a logical fallacy. So next time, be ready for that, Elijah.
I was saying that there's a container on the earth not affirming the consequent.
Oh my God, he's back to the container.
It's rinse and repeat, isn't it?
Yeah.
Show me your goddamn firmament! Otherwise, it's ether.
I have the answer. It's because it's affirming the antecedent, for goodness sakes.
You silly.
Because we can show the physical consequent.
Nathan's going to go through it again for what, like 5th, 6th time?
Relationship with the antecedent of containment when using gas. That's why.
Yeah, we don't have to say it's either. When we say it's either it's contained or it's not contained, actually we know definitively that it's only present when we give an example of containment. But when we say it's either a medium propagating through something or nothing, that's only because you've taken the air out. But you're saying, so there's nothing in there because you've taken the air out. No, you're saying, well, there's something there. But what you're saying is you can fall into an affirming the consequent, because what is actually happening is all we're seeing is that the energy is still perturbating, right? And you're
we're seeing that, are we?
saying, well, that's because something is there, right? But then that's as far as we can go.
No, you can't even go that far.
Yeah.
No,
it isn't.
My point is that to claim that
you know what I was saying.
Are you going to defend yourself?
Yeah, because I was talking to them claiming that the whole 0 point energy thing, when you take something out and then there's more energy than there would be, or yada yada yada.
Don't yada 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 me. No yada yada yada. No blah blah blahs. Okay, I don't put up with that.
I thought
fair
you were
enough.
making Brian's point, Eli, which is again the destruction of Whitsitt. That even though you created a vacuum, there is still radiation energy, this perturbation of that. And you're saying just because that's true, is the affirming the consequent. You're saying because that I can perturbate a bit of radiation through a vacuum, it proves ether. And that's not the case, is it? That's the affirming the consequent. Yeah.
You got a white knight coming in to help you out. Huh, Elijah?
Well, I appreciate it. So what?
Sometimes you just got to understand New York. So,
yeah, like
I've spent years trying to figure Neil out.
Radiation.
Oh, here we go. We got Brian in on this now. Can I finish this? Thanks.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that but you.
It has to be said.
Oh, what? We have to accept it as the other half of the false dichotomy, do we? No, we don't. You must say it to make it. No,
the
just get this out.
Hello? How can nothing exist?
You're the one who has to postulate it for your.
Right, now, this is a 10th agenda and is distracting. Whilst it would have been great at the beginning to just bring a bit of humility, it wasn't. It shouldn't be at the end as a 10th agenda because he's crumbling now. The vacuum of space concept in its link to ether is now of no benefit as he sits there with no arms and no legs going, come on, I'll have you bastards.
Yeah. All right.
Or false dichotomy to work. The fact that we haven't accepted it where other people may have, Whitsitt, just means that it's a false dichotomy that we won't accept.
Uh-oh, is he going to bring back the third choice again?
That's all it means. Doesn't mean that, well, there's got to be someone putting the other half forward, so it may as well be you with your false dichotomy that you're presenting, that you've projected onto me no less than 4 times, Whitsitt. Yeah? No, it's just stupid, batshit insane nonsense.
Distance yourself from the claim.
What claim?
I know you want to distance yourself from the claim because it's asinine. That nothing exists, but just
the claim that's his claim.
Yes, it's his claim that he put on Nathan.
Didn't make that claim.
Make it go
so
away.
Again, 5th time he's projected this onto me. I didn't put a quote around it last time. You quoted me as saying what you said last time, even when you tried to quote it as me saying it.
This is a reversal of the burden of proof he's trying there. So he's trying to make Nathan deal with the fact that it's not asinine to say that nothing actually means there's nothing there. Yeah? Reversal fallacy.
Yeah, burden of proof reversal, yeah.
You gave a quote
from a non sequitur, baseless assertion, Whitsitt's claim onto Nathan. Yes.
Of me quoting you. Because you're the only one saying it, Whitsitt.
Okay. Okay,
If you
but if it's a
disagree
false
with him, you
dichotomy,
said something.
that
That's
means
the way
that
he
there's
thinks.
another option.
I told you there has to be another option. The third choice with his false dichotomy. What an idiot.
If there's a false dichotomy, that means there's another option.
I told you it's going to do it again.
There's a
boy.
false
Say again?
That's a soundbite. If there's a false dichotomy, it means there's a third option. Is that what? Another option?
Yes. To prove it's a false dichotomy, you have to have a third option, according to Whitsitt. He doesn't know what logical fallacies are. He's a moron. He doesn't know what a false dichotomy is, that's for sure. And how to show or demonstrate it.
That's what false dichotomy
No, it's not. He's a
Hey, that's what false dichotomies are. That's what he just said.
Oh, Neil. I think that was Neil.
No, I was just being wise. I said, no, he's not. He's a pioneer.
Both the options are incorrect. It's an affirming the consequent. If electromagnetism, however you say it, then there's a medium. Well, there's got to be a medium because electromagnetism's going on, right?
The hell is electromagnetism?
It's a word. Shut up. Before my very eyes through this vacuum tube. It's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Eli's right.
Okay, so again, so either there's something there or there's nothing there. You're
Oh, wow. Wow. Ignore a double down and just go, so, yeah. So basically, even nothing means nothing or it means ether.
Which is a nothing.
Just going to double down on it. It's respawn, mate.
But either
to say
something...
otherwise is asinine. You are saying otherwise. That's your position that you hold. Hold it on the other side of this false dichotomy for me. Here's this bomb. Hold it for me.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Either something there or there's nothing there. If there's nothing there, there must be some. He can't have nothing, so there has to be something there, and his something is ether, which he defined as a nothing. Can't make this shit up.
And have nothing and say otherwise is asinine.
You're saying that both of those options.
Just those two. I'm saying both those options. Am I, Witsy? You fuckwit.
You're saying. Nathan's not saying a bloody thing.
Yep.
Yeah. You're the one that should be saying things, yet you can't take a position on the thing that you affirm. All you can do is defend it by putting a straw man to somebody else for them to defend the contrary position. And if that's not sufficient, like you've done with, affirming the firmament.
Affirming the firmament, he's putting the straw man in the form of a false dichotomy fallacy. That's what he's doing.
Nothing. Affirm the firmament in terms of gas pressure. And this is his little plays, isn't it?
This reminds me of Billy Preston. Nothing from nothing leaves nothing, but you gotta have something if you want to be with me.
Yeah, I remember that. That's pretty funny.
Do it again and I'll kick you out and you won't ever return. You reposition your fuckwit claim onto me one more fucking time. Witsit, shut your mouth. You reposition your fuckwit claim onto me one more fucking time and you will never fucking return here. Don't reposition your fuckwit claim onto me again. Do you hear me, Witsit?
Dude, look.
Don't call me dude, you insolent little fuck. Don't project your stupid, shitty claim onto me again. I haven't fucking claimed it. Stop telling me that I'm saying it, you stupid, insolent little prick. I'm not saying that, Witsit. You are, you stupid retard who's punting this affirming the consequent. That's what you are doing, not me.
Pause now, Q.
You said, and I quote.
Ladies and gentlemen, so I called it. You. This is where we've had enough of somebody pissing down our back. Yeah, we've tried genuine engagement, we've reasoned with them, we've explained their contradictions, and then we get to this. And enough's enough when actually their rebuttal is then to try and position me into a position. She never claimed. So this is the point of, no, you dirty sod, I'm not letting you piss down my back anymore. As colourful as Nathan is, but there's a point of tolerance. And it's therefore not to indict Nathan because he's had enough. It's to recognise why he's had enough.
Yes, sir.
And just because there's been a big gap between when it happened earlier in this feed, because we've been discussing it obviously. Earlier in the feed, he tries it on the exact same way, and I ask him to quote exactly what I've claimed. And the response he puts in quote marks is the most unbelievable bunch of garbage, nonsense spew and sentence fragments.
Yep.
There was no quote. I've already pegged him on this, which is why I'm furious that he's now doing it again.
Yes.
Doing. Not me.
Yeah. You said, and I quote, we're just saying that they're both wrong. That was your exact.
What?
He said that they could both be wrong.
So you've re-paraphrased what I actually said now, Witsit. So they could both be wrong has turned into they are both wrong according to Witsit, as he dies on his ass in his stupid shit from counter space.
Okay, if they could.
Not okay, you insolent little prick. You will not.
Pause. This is one of my, like, talk about Witsit's poketails. This is how to get Nathan go. Misquote him, and he'll see it all.
He did the same thing to me, Witsit, the other day when he came on the show, didn't he?
Yeah, but you probably, there's the one thing that if you see Nathan when he does go, if you misquote him,
oh yeah, it's over. Oh yeah,
I've got a feeling.
Yeah,
there's a few things that have, well, there's a reason for it. There's a few things that have stuck me. I can't remember the name of the woman that she's a Evo-tard. Like words that have meaning. Choose your words carefully.
Dr. Mary Schweitzer.
Schweitzer, right? We won't go into why we'd condemn her. Nevertheless, never a true word spoken. You've got to be careful with your words. Now, I harp on about a particular videographer called Deception Detective, and he says, don't read between the lines. Listen to what people actually say and take the words that they say to mean the words that they're using. Now, if they don't understand the words, that's not your frigging problem. You just have to take the words they say to what they mean. And that, get to my actual point, is why I hate being misquoted. Because you've only got your word that means something. If people just make up crap I haven't said, then it devalues what I do say, and it infuriates me. Because people can take apart what I actually say, and I'll take every bit of criticism that you've got to offer. If you're going on what I actually say, that's what we're doing now with Witsit, going back in excruciating detail through every word. And while I appreciate the panel, it's not to say that there will have been 10x the amount of criticism about my losing my temper, or what this can be perceived as opposed to what Adam's breaking it down, and I do thank him. Yeah, I'm sick of having my back pissed on and having some smiling joker tell me it's just raining. Don't worry about it, as he shakes off, looking me in the eye. No, it's just infuriating. So to misquote me at this stage is just going to get my heckles up, and it does.
How can he
Probably why he's doing it.
How can he piss down your back and then be looking in your eye?
When you turn around and look at him and he shakes off. Project this shit onto me. You won't reposition what I've said. You're just becoming a scumbag, Witsit. Why? Because you've got a nuanced, stupid idea about something that doesn't exist. And when challenged, you'll project that stupid shit straight onto me like it's my fucking claim. No, it isn't. I'm not.
Perfect summary. Absolutely, that deserves a J. That's where we are. That's where the argument is. Any reasonable person knows where the argument is, and all of Witsit's words have led to that very concise but incorrect summary. Yeah, that's why there's frustration here now, because you now are not dealing with someone who's genuine. He is pissing you down your back in such an obvious way that you have to. Enough's enough. Yeah, but give it a J, because that's a perfect summary of the however many hours.
Something that doesn't exist.
Super J.
Super J.
Roger Led Wilson. E for L. the best of nothing and leaves no aftertaste.
Who was that, Roger?
Yeah, Roger Ledwell.
Thank you, Roger.
And when challenged, you'll project that stupid shit straight onto me like it's my fucking claim. No, it isn't. I'm not saying it. Don't start your next sentence by, well, you're saying that, and then come up with your false dichotomy for the 5th time.
Okay, so is suggesting that we just ignore the phenomena entirely and don't address...
Oh, what phenomena would that be?
Phenomena?
Electromagnetism.
Electromagnetism. Everyone got that? Electromagnetism. Yeah? Everyone got that? Here we go.
Oh, so the phenomena is magnetism.
That's correct.
Okay, so not ether then.
It's tied into the conversation.
Come on. And pause. Give me a J. Play again and imagine the mic drop.
Here we go.
Yeah. For Gobshite to be quiet for that amount of time.
Yep.
Is very telling.
Electromagnetism.
He
Got
should have
it?
just given it up right there.
Yeah.
It would have been a great opportunity for him to just take a breath and say, you know what? You're right. You're right. I'm wrong about
Gobshite. Lil Scroot. I love the way Adam talks.
Yeah, I know. It is good. Here we go. I pulled a J.
Okay, so not ether then.
That's a pause.
It's tied into the conversation.
Oh, it's automatically assumed to be tied to ether by you. So whether we like it or not, when we're talking about magnetism, we...
Oh, no, not magnetism. You're going to Jedi mind trick him now. He said electromagnetism, not magnetism. Let's see what happens.
Because you'll project it onto me later in this conversation, I have absolutely no doubt. We are actually automatically talking about your assumption of ether, are we? No, we are fucking not, Witsit.
No.
You are.
No, you don't.
You're going to start telling me what I'm doing again, are you, Witsit?
I'm not saying you have to do that. No, I'm saying you don't have to do that. And I've said for 10 times.
No, you don't. Yeah. Actually, what he says, no, you don't. This is the point where when you're hearing this, and how do you engage with this? It doesn't matter how a salient point you make, it's never going to be addressed.
Right.
Yeah. But why do we do it? Because people can hear it. And, 2 years later, we can replay it with it, show what a liar and a scrote and the depths. You will piss down somebody's back. Yeah. And show that you've got no standards, son. Yeah. And you've got no argument, most importantly. When put to the test by genuine people that are only holding you to your claim, this is your rebuttal. It's here.
Yep, he's got no honor. Don't forget, remember the phenomena, which it stated was electromagnetism. Okay? Keep that in mind.
Your own product, right? But if you see the magnetic field, the question...
If you see the magnetic field... Now we're into magnetic field. I thought that the phenomena was electromagnetism, not magnetic field. He switched midstream.
Is there any combination of the words electro, electric, magnet, or field or wave that he has not tried putting together in this video yet?
He
every
failed
possible way.
Yes. There's the abbreviated
Electrifa
and Electrifa. They were not used.
Yeah, Electrifa and Electriput were not used here. Too funny.
Oh, does it? The question arises, what's the cause of that phenomena, if it's a phenomena that we're going to be studying? What causes it? That would be electromagnetism, Witsit.
How we have
Sorry, we're not going to run with your assumption that it's tied to ether, Witsit. I've just dealt with that. You don't seem to want to accept that I've dealt with. We aren't assuming ether is tied to electromagnetism. You are. We aren't doing...
No, he said magnetic field, Nathan. You missed that. It was jarbled, so I'll give you a pass.
That you haven't acknowledged that we aren't doing it, even though you've just told me we are doing that. We are not, and neither will you be by the time we leave this conversation, you stupid idiot, because it doesn't exist. And when you tell me that you're studying electromagnetism in some form or another, that's your dependent variable if we're going to science it, i.e. be empirical about what we claim about it. That would mean that to vary then manipulate the cause of the effect you've described. If the effect is electromagnetism and you believe the cause is ether, then you better damn well vary and manipulate it as a researcher to show it causes it. And if it's non-manifest, you definitely aren't studying the cause of the effect of electromagnetism when you claim that it's a phenomena that we're studying. Because you can't manipulate the cause if you say it's ether. It's not real.
Okay. So I didn't say that it was scientific experimentation where you could manipulate it.
We didn't say that you said it was scientific evidence.
I've specifically said that's not the case. But the point is that
we don't care. That if it's not a natural phenomena you're studying, then we don't give a shit. It'll be a parlor trick a man's created, and we don't care about those Witsit.
Magnetism is a natural phenomenon.
Uh-oh, magnetism is now his natural phenomena. Remember before when he stated what it actually was? Let me clue you. Electromagnetism. Now he just switched it to magnetism. Catch that?
You know what? You know what the antecedent.
I caught that. You hear me in the background.
I'll do it. Adam, then Neil.
And Neil, then Adam. It's got to be good.
Neil, then Adam.
I heard myself saying, "You said phenomenon."
That what?
And that's fine. So what is the antecedent to magnetism? I'd be going with maybe a magneta.
Yeah, but that was his second claim. His first claim, the phenomena was electromagnetism, not magnetism.
Exactly. Which is why the solution's simple. It's a magnet. That's nothing to do with his initial claim. Why he's changed it is interesting, and he keeps doing that.
Yep.
And for it now to be the natural phenomena, lovely, very easy to solve. Magnets, dude.
Yep.
There is a third option of electromagnetism, as I was saying.
Classic, Nathan.
Oh, and we're going to study the cause of magnetism?
Well, actually,
no. We're going to beg the question of ether and talk.
It's not hard, is it, that one? That's what I'm saying.
A magnet?
There you go.
Magnet. Talk about it because we are assuming ether's directly tied to it, aren't we, Witsit? We're not going to study the cause and effect relationship with science. We're not going to do anything empirical. We're going to beg the question of ether, aren't we, Witsit?
What sustains the energy?
So you're going to ask me a question. I've said we're not going to do anything empirical. We're not going to science the phenomena, which is magnetism. What we are.
No, the phenomena wasn't magnetism. That was the second phenomena. The first phenomena that he stated was electromagnetism.
Do you hear what he comes back with? Nathan doesn't let him finish, and quite rightly so, guys, because he's going to interject to go, well, what sustains the energy then? Yeah. So, well, what is the magical non-manifest background medium then? You tell me what the bloody background medium is. Yeah, that's non-physical.
It's nothing.
That'll be asinine.
We're going to do.
It is asinine. That's his claim.
Because you've told us we are going to assume it's directly connected to ether. That's what we, according to you, are going to do. No, we're not going to beg the question of ether with you, Witsit. Definitely not.
I'm literally not asking anyone to beg the question. But I'm asking a simple
Witsit.
question. What sustains the energy, though? Everyone's just going to keep not answering the question.
What sustains what energy?
Completely non-responsive. Suppose what we've got there, I'm now dealing with totally non-responsive answer. And Brian's not helping. We won't lay into Brian too much. But yeah, Brian's not helping. And then it's immediately, well, I can wits it. I can. I'm speaking from Witz's perspective. Oh, I can cause audio chaos now and say, look, they're not answering. So he offers up a non sequitur, non-responsive question in response to what I've put to him.
Yep. Yes, he did.
Please, fair play. Please, foul.
You're not answering all the other 5-1 questions?
Yep. They're all changing. All the questions are changing, too, which is funny. He didn't answer your question. He asked another question. Yep.
If you call me stupid, somehow
No one called you stupid, even though you feel, you know that you're stupid, because you're projecting that out now. It's coming out. Yes, everyone.
No.
Yeah.
He's reliving. He's having a flashback, right? So he's like the guy came into White Knight. Well, I've seen Witsit debate people. No. I'm not trying to big myself up, but most people can't keep up with how much shit's being thrown out there. Now, don't get me wrong. I haven't piped up too much when QE's saying you missed this and you missed that. Yeah, can you hear the barrage?
Yeah.
Of nonsensical garbage I'm having to keep track of.
Yes.
And paraphrase back to him to demonstrate that I'm keep track of his garbage, and then make a point on top of summarizing it.
Yeah.
You think MC Toon can do that?
No,
of course not.
No, it's very difficult.
This would tie him up in knots. What would be the response from MC Toon when Witsit gets the better of him with this kind of nonsense? What would be the response? You're an idiot, Witsit. So he's been trained, not have the concise rendition of every bit of garbage that I'm putting back to him concisely after keeping up with it. He's used to hearing, you're an idiot. So that's the first thing he parrots back. He's been conditioned.
I got you now. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Yep.
160 IQ goes out the window. If you just
He brings his 160 IQ in.
Oh, let's have a proper J on this. I want to hear this shit.
You want to hear all of it? All right.
Yeah. See, sometimes when I say he's not stupid, this is when he demonstrates he's stupid.
I gave you 2 J's so we can get all of it.
I'm literally not asking anyone to beg the question. But I'm asking a simple question. What sustains the energy, though? Everyone's just going to keep not answering the question. If you call me stupid, somehow my 160 IQ goes out the window. If you just call me names, what sustains the energy?
Right, what energy?
Oh.
What names were you being called? You're
Did
right.
you hear that?
You're right, Nathan. You're exactly right. I didn't catch that. Go ahead, Adam.
Did you hear the emotional crutch?
Yep.
So you think if you call me names, my 160 IQ goes out the window. What? So you lay significance on that score, don't you? To you, it means you hold a valid position because that 160 score, true or not, means that your position on the ether has to be true because you've got a 160 IQ score. That's why I say you're stupid if you use that.
My cat's litter box has a higher IQ than him.
No, you know why he takes comfort in that number? Because unlike his ether, that number is quantifiable. He can actually put his hands on it.
It's again just a construct of nonsense. It's not an objective assessment of anything in reality, IQ.
No, your IQ also has nothing to do with whether or not you're a liar.
Oh. It's also got nothing to do,
Sorry,
even
you're
though
asking...
he used it as to support his argument. It's got nothing to do whether or not ether is validatable. He's citing it as if that 160 means you should listen to him about why ether's real. He's invoking it. He's bringing it to the table. His nonsense. Yeah.
Everyone knows.
It's an autobiographical appeal to authority.
I would say
he thinks that. Oh, I'm sorry, Fallacy. Go ahead.
no. I think you were first. Go ahead, Elijah.
I just think that he thinks because his IQ is 160 or whatever.
Really?
And because other people are telling him that he's smart, he's reasoned that if he was wrong at this point, he would know. And him pausing for like 5, 6, 7 seconds in that last moment that we were just listening to maybe 10 minutes ago, he should have had some humility there. And I think that's when he realized maybe something is wrong with this, what I'm doing. But he decided to be a little scrote. So
you got the scrote.
Hold on. There's no one recognising the former circumstance of Dunning-Kruger. Right? In the Dunning-Kruger example, right, you've got students. Some have got an overinflated ego, and some are actually hard workers. And when asked, when entering into the exam, how are you going to do? The surfer dude who's overconfident, this is Dunning-Kruger, is asked, how do you think you'll do? He goes, no worries, got this covered. Absolutely, I've got 160 IQ. In you go, son. Next person in line. How have you done? You look nervous. Yeah, I've been studying all night. There's loads of stuff in what I've been revising that doesn't seem to make sense to me. I don't think I've got this covered at all. I don't think I'm going to do well. I've got imposter syndrome. Just take it to the other extreme. On you go. End of the exam. How do you think you've done, surfer dude? Aced it. No worries. On to the surfing. How do you think you did? Next man in line. I don't know. I went over the questions over and over again. I think I could put good answers down. Some of the questions I definitely had covered from the revision, but I don't know. I'll wait and see. Right? Results come out. How did surfer dude do? Failed. How did the person who revised and was questioning their own abilities after going over it several times, with a bit of imposter syndrome thrown in just for good measure? Well, they did perfectly reasonably. Average. But they didn't fail, point being. Dunning-Kruger guy did. But why? Because he appealed, I thought that was genius, in his autobiographical appeal to authority. I know I'd be doing well here. I've got 160 IQ. I know I'm going to ace this because I know I'm smart. That's Dunning-Kruger. Straight up Dunning-Kruger.
Question. Does the genetic fallacy go both ways? Can you condemn an argument because of the source, and can you affirm an argument because of the source?
Neither.
Okay.
They're both genetic fallacies. If you're just using the source as the validation of the argument.
Right, so he's using himself as the source,
back off
right?
your mic 6 inches, says who? Just back off your mic by 6 inches.
I'm sorry. I've got Bluetooth on. But so he's appealing to himself as the source.
I don't know as the source, but as the reckoner.
Okay.
It's almost like a reverse ad hominem. He's not saying don't trust this person because of this totally unrelated thing. He's saying trust me because of this totally unrelated thing.
Yep. Let's see where it goes. Can't remember.
Sorry, what's the same energy? So are you asking about a cause and effect relationship by any chance there? Sounds very much like a...
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, there's a method for that. Witsit. Witsit. You don't have to keep chattering because I answer you. Yeah, that's a cause and effect relationship you're asking about there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so there's an empirical method. Yeah, you don't need to keep talking, Witsit. You just need to say yes. Yeah, so there's a method for establishing causes of effects. It's called the scientific method. So if you want to ask us...
I already said
I haven't finished, Witsit. If you want to ask us about what you are using for your claims of ether, when you have a phenomena that you want to study, do you feel it's appropriate that you ask us to put your claimed phenomena tied to your assumption of ether through the scientific method for you? Or do you think maybe it'd be better if you took that claim to be effect you're studying in nature and see if you can figure out the cause of it? Because there's a method for that. It's called science.
That was the second though.
So are you going to do that?
Are
you going to do that then? Are you going to do that then, Witsit? Maybe as you're using it in your claim, maybe you could tell me what the cause of electromagnetism is and provide me with some science for your cause and effect claim that you are making. Do you think you could do that, Witsit?
Science is limited.
I didn't ask you for a ham-handed description of what science is. I asked you if you could provide me a cause and effect relationship validated by experimentation, that would be science, for your phenomena you're using in your claim when you beg the question of ether. You asked us about the cause of it about 3 minutes ago, and I'm pointing out that you won't be asking us about validation of a cause and effect relationship you are postulating when you beg the question of ether. I'm saying, can you show us cause and effect validated by experiment for your phenomena you are using? That would be magnetism. Can you do that, ether?
No, it wasn't magnetism. It was electromagnetism.
Boy.
I've already answered that question.
You answered it by providing a scientific validity to the cause and effect relationship that is magnetism. You've done that, have you?
You're just reading a script without actually acknowledging the point. And
Let me get this straight.
Wow.
Just pause that. You just reading a script. How the hell can you have a script knowing what the shit pile Witsit's going to present in
It's
front
just
of
a
you?
diversion,
Be able to
Adam.
disseminate it, put it into some form of logical framework, yeah, for them to hand wave dismiss like that. You're reading from a script.
It's a diversion, Adam.
I know.
No, it was a knee-jerk. It was a knee-jerk defense mechanism
Yep.
response.
Yes,
It was a
I was just going to
defense
go there.
mechanism
I
response.
was going to say the same thing. It's conditioned into him. Yeah. So when he's again dealing with someone like MC Toon, and they rattle off some of the surface puke that's come from Wiki, and they've all said 500 times, he just resorts to, you're just reading off a script. So he's conditioned to say these things. Now, as you've just pointed out, it's so non sequitur because I've eloquently, and I feel ill. I'm proud of myself listening back because I'm a bit under the weather, and I'm like, man, I'm doing really well. Anyway, I'm listening back going, no, to concisely summarize this crap that has been thrown at me in the way I am, and then be claimed to having a script is so absurd.
Yep.
Is conditioned to give that sort of response.
I love this. I love what happens now. You ready?
I can't believe I've got to do it. Got to go on.
I got somebody interrupting, right?
Adam, go ahead.
Somebody who interjected first and wasn't like, it's not just the praise to Nathan. He's doing a good job. But look at how his mind's working. He recognizes, hence why he's bringing these things up. He knows how he's lost.
Yes.
It's a very big tell.
Yes, that's correct. So he'll divert away. Here we go. And what?
I mean, before it got annoying, I just wanted to point out that this is probably going to be not only the best series for the Inner Circle, but the most important series moving forward.
Oh.
This is an important take. All of these takes is very important.
Oh, well, thank you. Well, another 5, get the whole thing. Somebody else?
I didn't ever go earlier, but that's fine. I was just saying, anybody that appeals to their intellect to support their argument, that means that their argument doesn't hold water.
Could be.
Even if your IQ is 101, you can still have a correct argument, and your IQ does not help or detract from your argument, does it?
True.
Your argument has to stand on its own.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. That's why that's stupid. That's a stupid move to indict something. It's an appeal to authority, isn't it? Yeah. Fundamentally.
No, that was
Hello. Autobiographical appeal to authority. I thought that was bleeding genius. Didn't get a single reaction.
No, it was self-pacification. It was self-pacification. He was uncomfortable. He needed to reassure himself. It was self-pacification, like people who squeeze their hands when they're in the middle of a job interview.
All right.
And I just think, like, you could point out that the stark difference is typically ballers and people of that type go to that. When you listen to our debates, We might be calling people dumb, but we're not spending 50% of the time talking about how smart we are.
All right, here we go.
To the cause and effect relationship that is magnetism. You've done that, have you?
You're just reading a script without actually acknowledging the point. And
Let me get this straight. I can't believe I've got to do it. I've got to go on fucking camera and show my audience that I've got no script in my hand. That I'll tear you a new asshole with no script, Witsit. You unbelievable fucking retard. There is no ether. You're describing something that exists in a medium that doesn't even exist. That would be counter space. And you're describing it as non-manifest. Do you think I need a fucking script to rip your asshole through your own throat? No, moron.
Yeah,
Okay.
baby.
Fair
Yeah.
summary.
Oh, oh man.
Oh man.
Just for the record, counter space is not a medium. It's a description of the exterior of that which has form. So a shape, an object has form, it has dimension, it has substance. And if it's in an area with nothing else around it, everything around it is called counter space. That doesn't mean it's a medium. And the people who invoke it as a medium are erroneous.
That's what you got out of just what happened right there?
Who is that handsome man? Let's see him again.
Is everything okay?
Nathan.
What? Well, listen, I needed something to distract me from Nathan's handsomeness. Otherwise, I was going to turn to the dark side.
Yeah, right.
I think we hear, like, from a lot of the other antagonists, certain arguments. So sometimes we cue in on things that y'all might not cue in on because other people make them important.
Thanks. We're going to do it again.
Well, one more thing. I think this is important for Nathan. I empathize more with you with hair.
You answered it by providing a scientific validity to the cause and effect relationship that is magnetism. You've done that, have you?
You're just reading a script without actually acknowledging the point. And
Let me get this straight. I can't believe I've got to do it. I've got to go on fucking camera and show my audience that I've got no script in my hand. That I'll tear you a new asshole.
Shut the fuck up!
This shithousery this is pissing down your back, yeah. And unfortunately, you have to do this to humiliate him again. Okay, if that's what you're going to throw out there, I'll deal with that shit now.
Yeah,
because and that's all he's got.
Yeah, we know.
Somehow, my point is, it's exceedingly frustrating and demonstrates he's got nothing, which is what we're going to do for 3 months.
I can't believe I'm going to be the one to do this. Sorry, I'm really sorry, Adam. To cut you off. It's me that I've got to do it to. This is chaff. I'm chasing chaff. Right, oi, Nathan from the past, you stupid idiot. You shouldn't be doing this. Right, this is me dealing with a bit of chaff. But it's almost like showing off. So I'm going, look, not only am I going to deal with every point that's relevant on subject, this bit of chaff about not having a script, I'll deal with that too. Look at that, with a pistol out the window. It's just showing off, and it's not necessary. So this is just me dealing with chaff.
I disagree.
As much as I'm getting praised for it.
In your defense, Nathan.
Wow.
In your defense, Nathan, it looks and sounds great on a replay.
Yeah, it does. That's why I continue to play that monkey.
Right. We're past the point of the argument. Which is had the opportunity to give an argument. He doesn't. What he's giving now is this. Well, if that's all he's going to give, deal with it with the witty way you did. Demonstrate the argument. Don't give it any merit. Deal with it like this now. Because that's all he's got, this chaff and misdirect. So you're doing a great job demonstrating to the audience, this isn't worthy of my time anymore. Look, I'll show you his bullshit, shit, and distract. Here I am, look, no script of how to unpick the bullshit of Witsit. I can do it on my own. That's perfect.
It's perfect.
I love when Nathan reprimands him.
I need these 30 seconds uninterrupted. I need this.
You better fucking do it quick.
No, what you're going to play it again. I want Nathan uninterrupted for the next 30 seconds.
Please, thank you very much.
Let me get this straight. I can't believe I've got to do it. I've got to go on fucking camera and show my audience that I've got no script in my hand, that I'll tear you a new asshole with no script, Witsit, you unbelievable fucking retard. There is no ether. You're describing something that exists in a medium that doesn't even exist. That would be counter space. And you're describing it as non-manifest. Do you think I need a fucking script to rip your asshole through your own throat? No, moron. I'll do it with my words. No script needed.
Absolutely perfect. That's all I got to say about that.
You are a fucktard, Witsit. You're punting stupid shit to people I like to consider in my community. And I'm here to put a stop to your stupid shit that you're punting with parlor tricks by asking me that there's a question that I need to answer when you tell me that electromagnetism is intrinsically linked to ether because we are going to be assuming it. No, we won't. I'll just point out that you're a fucking retard who's decided to go around eulogizing about something that doesn't exist. That's ether. Don't need a script, mate, you insolent little prick. How are you going to put a stop to it? I don't need a script.
I've very clearly just exposed you.
Witsit said, I very clearly just exposed you.
There you go. Illusional panic.
Yeah,
he knows it's not going anywhere. He realizes it's not going anywhere, so he's got to try and slip in something that he can put together in his own little 1.5-minute recap video that I'm sure he's going to make for himself. That makes it sound like he's
delusional, like Adam said.
Hold on. This is pitched at someone, right? When he throws these things out, like I've clearly just exposed you. This is for the etherite victims, like the guy who came earlier. That's for that person to latch onto and go, yeah, he did, didn't he? That's what that's for.
Well, yeah, because he's got 160 IQ.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I think this is it. I think it's he loses transmission.
You're just saying the same thing over and over.
Nathan's just saying the same thing over again. Yeah, you're using the same argument, so he's saying the same thing over again. If you change your arguments, you'd probably get different things coming at you. Rocket scientist. What a clown you are.
Yeah, and then the last thing he said there, even though it was breaking up, was, and not acknowledging.
Yeah.
Not acknowledging what?
Yeah, I heard that.
Yep. After he acknowledged it the whole way through here and paraphrased it back to him, sometimes direct literal translation back to him. So how can you not be acknowledging it, you fucking idiot?
Did he say he exposed you, Nathan?
I have no idea.
Oh, yeah. Have you not been listening?
Clearly, your whole body.
Have you not been listening?
Yeah. We've been listening. My panel here and the audience and whoever views this video. You'll never recover. Ever. How you like that, sunshine?
You've got nothing to offer us, Witsit. You just you're a hindrance to this cause, as far as I'm concerned. Excuse me. I don't give a crap. I'm not here to convert people, and I really don't care. But there's loads of people around me that moan at me about it. In fact, the entire live show was spent moaning at me about how I can do more to get this message out to the great unwashed to convert them in a pyramid scheme. Now, frankly, I don't care. I literally don't care. But with that in mind, the people around me should appreciate what a detriment you are. Because you're punting nonsense that you can't validate, and you're even justifying it and exclaiming how you can't justify it. And even saying people shouldn't go around making these claims because it makes us look stupid. And then arguing with me for a full straight hour about manifestation of things that aren't manifesting.
By the way, he's not here.
His connection eventually gave up.
All right, so his connection eventually gave up. That's the end of 1702. A complete ass ripping the whole way through. Right?
Did he not come back?
Yeah.
It conveniently tapped out. His connection conveniently finally tapped out immediately after he squeezed in those last little 3 sentences of you, I exposed you, all that. Sure. Okay.
All right, you're doing a little conspiratard stuff.
Yeah, I'll admit it.
No,
That was
that's a
speculative.
fact.
Oh,
No, that was
God.
speculative. As the one who said it, I acknowledge that was speculative.
All right.
That was a summary of the actual facts. There was no implication given, but it was a nice summary of what happened. Yeah, you got those final sentences out, and then got nailed. Shit.
He got nailed. Nailed. Too funny. All right, so to give a little tease on the next show. So after he gets his ass ripped through his throat for nearly an hour and a half, he comes back 10 days later. And here it is.
Nathan,
Thanks for that, Adam. Appreciate that.
You don't understand. He's queuing this up.
Neil, can you rephrase that?
Nathan, one of the
Richard wants to
link
speak.
to my own video. I could actually genuinely do with the
wonderful.
views. You don't have to let me know that QE sent you. But it would be nice if you did pop along and leave a nice comment on my video and say, yeah, Witsit had his arse ripped in this video, or something to that effect. But you know, I promote the amount. I'm not on my own show. This is it's not though, is it? It's QE Live. No, I'm not on my own show. And I would be extending the courtesy to the videographer. In this case, it's me, and I've had a few days off, so bolster my views. Go and click on a link. I'm sure a mod will stick the link to that last video we were just covering. Now we're going to be covering a different video, and I'm hopefully buying QE enough time to press a few buttons, and he'll let me know and shut me up with my verbal diarrhea eventually. Yeah, go along to my channel. Let me know I sent you. Oh, that's my cue.
I had already started playing it when you started your little.
Oh. I thought you needed time.
No, I was ready.
Oh, fair enough. Well, on one last note, subscribe to Nathan Oakley 1980 and Nathan Oakley, respectively.
Before you do move on, please put that link up, because I want to see. Because I'm now pondering what happened afterwards. Because I said, does he not come back? Not, then I'm going to listen to it, because it'll be.
Well, you can find out. By clicking the link that the mods will be sharing, you as an audience member can find out what happened on that cliffhanger. Did he come back? Did we just carry on as normal? Who knows?
It's not at the end of a Scooby-Doo episode.
They can find out by going to my channel, can't they, Adam?
Yeah, exactly, but not to necessarily know whether the numpty comes back. I'm saying the reason I'm going to watch it is to listen to the aftermath, because we've all been very quiet and very well behaved. Now we're going to have to get over this, yeah, and discuss what the shit happened. That's what I want to see now. Then,
before you press play, Adam, call him a little scrote.
There's something else.
No, he is though. He's
something that needs addressing.
No, let him say it.
Hello. Something that needs addressing that was brought up at the beginning of this stream, and everybody remained incredibly polite about it. Right. There was an indictment made by QE, and this happened in the dress rehearsal also, where my panel were accused of not understanding science because they didn't pipe up at a particular moment when Witsit's claiming science, and I haven't caught it, right? And it's not necessary to indict me, obviously, I'm perfect. But the guys, that's Adam and everyone else on the panel, who are being incredibly polite and not interjecting, have been told not to, by me.
That's a reverse poisoning of the well. You're sweetening the well.
Sweetening the well? No, we had I explicitly remember having the discussion with the guys and saying, look, we need them to have enough rope. You've been saying it to me, QE. Let's rope QE into this. That's the perfect ply. Was I shouldn't be on mute, Bob. Yeah. So QE had specifically said, give them enough rope. Just let them hang themselves. Let them speak. Everybody was under that understanding from the orders of QE. Therefore, they were incredibly polite because QE had told me to tell them to do exactly that. Therefore, any indictment is an indictment on QE. I'm done.
Yeah, see, they don't know. The audience doesn't know what's coming up. Now, I don't even know if we're going to reach that point because it's already pretty late. I've been going for 4 hours. So I don't know. But it's just, it speaks volumes into what these guys have told you, because I told them, and everyone knows, if you're on one of these videos, this is like a treatment, then you're fair game. That is, whatever you say or don't say, you're going to be held responsible. So there's going to be a little incident that comes up here. Like I said, I don't know if we're going to get to it today. But preemptively, Nathan already knows what's going to happen. I'm going to indict the panel for missing a major. It was like an earthquake, and they missed it and didn't say anything, including Nathan.
Oh, it's like you getting jizzed up over Tim's comment. That's not what's happened there. This is false representation, Your Honor. Right?
It's not.
We are behaving. It's not because any.
It is.
None of us
It
are
is.
scared, are we, Brian? Of for going and getting a for the love of Jesus chocolate when we are wanting to interject. Yeah, look how well behaved we are. There's not one interjection there. Why? Because Nathan's doing a great job, and he should be left to it. Because of look at the fruits of that.
Yeah,
we
Brian,
tried to get a little bit of a chew. But I think all of us, even Brian, you comment on that. You came in. Nobody else did, but you came in because there is a level of frustration live, yeah. But you came in, but you also backed off. I saw that. That was very un-Brian like.
Yeah, that was in that was in the old video. This is 10 days later, FED 1724.
Yeah, Your Honor, what I'm trying to present is 10 days previously, the way in which we behaved would demonstrate that your indictment would be incorrect.
Okay, we're going to see.
The way we behaved 10 days earlier to such great
Well, we're going to
effect.
see. We'll let the jury, the audience, make that choice after they hear what happens.
It's okay, Adam. I have something up my sleeve.
Yeah, because Brian, see, I shouldn't have gave you guys time to think about your rebuttals.
We had a dress rehearsal on this. Stay out of it, G, Platypus. You're out of your element.
It wasn't a dress rehearsal. I was just bored, and I said, this is what's going to happen. And it just so happened that we covered that part. Now, I don't know if we're going to get to that today. I might use that as a tease to come to the next show. But you cannot rebut this. None of you. It's over. But we'll let the audience. We'll let the audience.
So we're all being indicted because none of us piped up. Because I have to think that if I heard that being said, I'm expecting Nathan to address him on that. So I'm not going to pipe up. And then when it doesn't happen and no one else pipes up and the time has gone past, what am I going to say then? If I try coming in then, it's only going to be a load of hassle. It's going to be Nathan, getting in Nathan's way at that point. I mean, do you think we didn't know that?
I don't know. I'm only reacting with what.
Come on now.
No, I only know with what.
Kind of a straw man
no, don't overtalk me. You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Was that rhetorical? I can only react to what happens and what doesn't happen.
Let him present his evidence, Brian.
Outside looking in, everybody being so defensive before you even hit play is very amusing.
It's very telling. It's Deuce 7 offsuit is what it is.
I'm going to see if
You're
I
out of
can
your
see
element, G. You're out of your element.
You're out of your element.
No, he's not. I like his interjection, and I'll tell you now, G. It's gonna come back and hurt him. This shit.
Absolutely nothing. I feel
Brian.
amazing. All right, I have one very important thing to say. On with the show.
What was that?
On with the show.
On with the show.
My mic was bad. I didn't want to ruin it.
My mic was bad. The dog, he wet the bed. The cat shit on the carpet. I tugged on Superman's cape. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to continue on. Like I said, this is 10 days later.
I'm measured and considered.
Yeah, shut up.
Adam, right, you're starting to sound like you want to indict yourself because mitigation.
That's not what I said. He's opened a can of worms. He's opening a set of standards, yeah, apparently, against us, even though we've already mitigated and we've got our perfect defense the previous 10 days before. We're going to be indicted on a set of standards that are exceptionally dubious and going to be very difficult for
That's poisoning the well. No, that's trying to sweeten the well. He's trying to sweeten the well, folks. But the audience can make...
too much. We have a phrase for this too. Adam, what you have just done He's over-egged that pudding.
Yep, he over-egged it.
You've over-egged the pudding. You're going to get indicted by the audience, I'm telling you now.
Tune in next week. Make sure you're here.
Put some distance. 4 more hours.
4 more hours.
Well,
that's what he's trying
I'm
to do,
good
Kiwi.
for a couple, or at least an hour more. I am, anyways.
They're pushing you off, Kiwi. They're trying to get you to where it's bedtime, and you can't continue tonight.
No.
The show must go on.
He's put some piss weak demonstration of what his argument's going to be to us. I've not seen any specific indictment against me yet. Yeah, and there's not much to rebut from the heads-up demonstration of a little bit of this that we were given. So there's going to be some cowbell, I hope. I'm looking forward to being able to rebut something, because what you've put so far is a bit witsy, isn't it?
Oh, there we go. He's over-egging the pudding.
We've got to get to it. Hello, otherwise there's so much distance and guff between what we're actually talking about. This will make no sense if you don't actually cover some of it now. We've got to get to the video, otherwise this will make no sense. Nobody knows what we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay, but the important point, that's just a side point. They're just feeling guilty because, well, they are. But the point was that Witsit just got his asshole ripped through his throat countless times, been caught contradicting himself, changing his story, and just been train wrecked, right? 10 days later, this is what happens.
Nathan, Witsit wants to speak.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, Witsit, my bad, didn't see you in there.
Does my mic work?
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure a few things out.
Yeah, I bet you are, with your little condescending attitude and your little wise little voice right there. You think you can recover? You idiot. Let's see what happens now.
I heard a little victory lap going on.
Victory lap? A second-grade retard can pull a victory lap over the last friggin' fiasco that you showed up here with. My God, son.
Can anyone help me out?
Help you out? With a frontal lobotomy, maybe. That's the only help. I don't even think that would help. Boy zero, sky grifter. The boy is because you're a boy, not a man. The zero is your IQ, and I think we're highballing, and sky grifter speaks for itself. That's who you are, little pretender clown. This part right here, this pissed me off. Now you got me going.
How does a single photon...
How does a single photon what? Yeah, I thought you'd come in with your proof of Efers. So what are you going to do? You're going to feebly, pathetically attempt to disprove beach balls, and you think that ipso facto proves your winged, luminescent gerbils? Is that what you're going for here? Idiot, crayon-munching clown.
Go through 2 slits at the same time. I can't figure it out.
We'll go back.
Permission to approach the bench, Your Honor.
Permission granted.
It would appear from the defence's point of view that the standard that needs to be held is exactly what you've done, which is 15 interjections within 3 seconds of somebody speaking.
Yeah.
It needed to be said.
I almost said Adderall drip. Adderall drip needed.
Adderall. I don't need an Adderall drip. I'm right on it.
All I know, Adam, is that from here on in, every time I hear something that has to be responded to, I can't wait for someone else to respond to it. I can't stay quiet, whether it's Nathan or QE or anyone else. I, you, and everyone else on the panel must interject, regardless of how important these proceedings are.
Do 7 offsuit, folks. That's what they got.
I'd say.
But it's coming.
Do you hear that, GE Platypus? You're back in the game.
This video, right? I'm going to get us into this video. I'm going to get us into the flow of it, right? What Witsit has just told me, by question proof or whatever you call it, right, is why does a single photon pass through both slits? How can it pass through both slits at the same time? Right, in that question, Witsit demonstrates that he doesn't understand any of the stuff he's about to talk about.
Yes, sir.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to grant
not
this, and
the
it better be.
charges. No. Okay. So whilst the previous episode was to do with Witsit, as far as I'm aware, Brian, the charge at the table is that the Flat Earth debate panel members are pussies.
Oh my God!
Oh God!
We don't understand what
tiny
natural science
indictment.
is, Adam.
One tiny indictment.
That's the preface of what's
it's
going to
not
be
the indictment.
presented.
It's the unfairness of the indictment. That's the problem.
See, they can't get over it, Nathan. They can't get past it. Just relax, folks.
Yeah.
Just relax.
Because you did all right in the end in your last episode. Huh?
It'll be okay, Adam.
Not siding with QE, Nathan.
It'll be okay,
Oh, it'll
guys.
be fine, Adam. Don't worry.
It's gonna be okay. Now, can we focus? We're gonna focus on what's it not.
We're focused, mister.
This is hilarious.
Heard a little victory lap going on. Can anyone help me out? How does a single photon go through two slits at the same time?
He won't let it.
Why the fuck hasn't Nathan interjected and said, "Victory lap, are you sniffing glue, you bum sniffer?" Why has he not dealt with it there and then? Why is he pussied out?
Yeah.
Why is he allowing? Why is he giving the victory to Witsit straight away? Why is he allowing a summary of the previous hour where he was destroyed to be carried on?
I'll tell you
what's going
why.
on, Brian.
Yeah, and how can a single photon go through two slits? No one claims that's happening.
Yeah, we know that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Just one second.
He's let it
No,
go.
but
One
that's not
second.
already in order.
One
no
second.
one said it. That means maybe you mustn't know it because you didn't say it.
I wasn't in here.
Adam, it's not correct. He didn't say it, so he mustn't know it.
It's an absolute shit show from you, Nathan, already. Why are you? We haven't had the chance to come in yet. We didn't. The love of Jesus, we didn't come in yet.
God,
right?
Martyrdom.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
You wait.
Realize if you'd have let this over-egging cease at some point, because it's continuing indefinitely, there's a good chance that the indictment would have come and gone, and the audience would have been totally indifferent to it.
Yep. But now they're going to focus.
They can't wait for it to come now.
Yep.
Adam should have called him a scrope.
Now they're going to
already.
focus on it. Now, let me answer your question. Somebody asked the question, why did Nathan not stop and interrupt him after he made a mischaracterization after his ass got ripped through his throat? I'm going to tell you why. Because in the 10 days leading up to this, Witsit was crying and whining how terribly he was treated by Nathan and the panel. And he let this out to everyone. Let me put it, you're in context now. And
my God.
Yep, it was put to
Brian,
Nathan.
have you
that
just
he
heard
was,
that?
Shut up. Shut up.
Within 3 seconds
Every
from
bit of it.
Nathan's behavior.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Worthy.
The somersaults he's doing to try and explain it.
Not somersaults. This is what exactly happened. So Nathan was a little bit, he stepped back. And he wanted to be because.
Poor little lamb.
Yep. Because it was a poor little lamb scenario. If you go back to that time. All right. So that's the context. So here we go.
Yeah. How does a single photon go through two slits at the same time? I can't figure it out.
What does that have to do with ether?
Doesn't.
Neil brought up a good point. What does that have to do with ether? So good point. Well, it seems like Neil didn't get the memo about not speaking up. Remember that, folks. Jury.
Right. Objection, Your Honor. When has Neil ever got the memo about not interrupted? He's not a standard you can
exactly.
We love you, Neil. We love you, Neil.
Where does this come from? This happened in the dress rehearsal, and it's like, hold on. We're not in front of the Inquisitor in Red Dwarf. It's not by your own low standards you are acquitted. No. It doesn't work like that. You can't say, yeah, but I always behave like a complete shit. I'm always murdering people. No, that is not how it works. It's not by his own low standards he is acquitted. Sorry, Neil, you happen to have fallen on this sword today.
That's not what we're saying.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Nathan. That's not what the word.
Well,
my point is in rebuttal to the complaints we heard earlier. So they claim That's the panel members here, and we heard Adam and Brian saying it, that they were more or less forbidden from interrupting you. But that didn't stop. Neil must not got the memo because he just interrupted the conversation.
Nobody said forbidden.
Permission to approach the bench again.
Oh, here we go again. Here's the over
Yeah, exactly, Adam.
Go ahead, approach.
I'm a little concerned with regards to the dynamics. There appears to be some delusional bloke that's trying to destroy his own panel, that's acting on behalf of the prosecution, but he's not even responding to the facts presented to the court, Your Honour.
That's gibberish.
Yep.
Yep. That's getting thrown out.
I object. We're in a courtroom. There is no bench to approach. We're all talking stupid nonsense.
Here we go.
Objection, Your Honour.
No more objections. We need to get on with this.
The courtroom is what you prefaced all of this with.
What does it have to do with either? The actual argument that seems to be avoided is atomism is a model. So you got photons.
So now the actual argument is funny. I thought we heard the actual argument before in 1702. You know, the nothingness. Now all of a sudden the actual argument is atomism. And atomism is a model? Really? Do you know that light, electromagnetic waves aren't atoms? You friggin' glue sniffer.
Great point, Your Honour. Can I ask the reason that Nathan's still not interjecting? Is it still because of feelings?
Yes.
Thank you.
And electrons. This is a philosophical model. It's not actually scientifically proven.
Philosophical model? Are they philosophicals?
I think he's projecting.
So the main critique of ether is that it's not science.
No, that's not the main critique of ether. That's your straw man version of it, diversion. Yeah, no one's claimed that you claimed that ether was science. No one did that yet. So that's a non sequitur. And atoms, photons, molecules, they're not science. That's a category error. That's not a cause and effect relationship. There's nothing science about those. You idiot of a moron. So here we go with another false dichotomy. Fallacy. Thank you.
I openly admitted that, right, in my presentation, and you guys chopped it up and ridiculed me for it. But atomism is not science. So
did we claim it was?
Everyone wants to focus on.
Nathan said, did we claim it was? But he's going to monotone monologue. You know how he does it. He's like in a trance, an idiot retard trance monologue now.
Did what we claim it was? I'm making a point.
We didn't claim it was.
Philosophy as an alternative. So
okay, we didn't claim it was.
So photons and electrons is not science. So you're talking about.
That's correct. It's
correct.
It's not science at all.
You should have said are, not is. Come on now, learn your verbs.
It's more that stupid paintbrushing.
Brian,
you guys were being unreasonable. You guys were just tearing it down. It's more of that.
Okay.
The woe is me stuff.
Yeah, but it's not.
Kiwi, I must.
Go ahead.
I must join in as well. I never said that atoms and molecules were science. I gotta say that because if I don't say it, I'll be accused of not knowing it.
About philosophy that can't be scientifically verified.
If you want to,
they won't stop, Nathan. They won't stop.
This. Oh, you started it. You can't preface what you did, right, which is to make a judgment on our ineptitude, and then as not ask for interruptions when we've got points to make for our defense, which is the point of the video, isn't it?
Yeah, but we want to get to you're just delaying.
I don't care what you want. I'm the counsel for the defense. I care about what the defense needs to demonstrate its point that it's not guilty of the trumped up charges that are still yet to be defined put before them.
Okay. Can we get there first and then you can follow on with it?
Probably not, as you can tell between me and Brian.
Well, I'll get the bailiff to kick your ass out of the courtroom.
The jury would like
the
to see the
five-
presentation, please.
And is the 5 foot tall lady the bailiff?
Yes.
All right, I'll behave a little bit.
Here we go.
So photons and electrons is not science. So you're talking about philosophy that can't be scientifically verified.
Yeah, they're philosophicals.
Already, isn't he? He's automatically telling me what I'm doing or not doing.
Yep.
Immediately.
Yep.
What he's done here is develop. He's had 10 days. So what he's come in with, claim a victory, then go straight onto a point that's non sequitur, but a point of attack. Can you prove electrons, Nathan? And if not, ether.
Yes, you got it. Brian, you want to add something?
Oh, I better say something because I'll be accused of not knowing it. What he's doing, I have to agree with Adam. What he's doing is he's coming in and claiming a victory that he didn't get from 10 days previous. And he's coming in with a whole new repertoire.
Yep.
Right? And he's putting all the focus onto Nathan or whoever to prove their claims that they didn't make again. So it's a massive red herring away from the 10 days previous. That's all it is. Everything with which it becomes a red herring.
With another incoherent false equivalence and a false dichotomy. Again, just in different clothes. It's
There's
moronic.
a phrase I've been egged on to say, and this is actually a point where it is. And if it was me hosting this, I would have said, after him coming in and claiming that false victory, wow, you disingenuous little scrote. Yeah.
I'm sure Elijah likes that. All right, here we go.
If you want to describe and reify the mathematical description of photons,
they're not mathematical descriptions, by the way. Photons, negative.
Atoms, electrons, any of those.
All of them. They're not mathematical descriptions. Just to set the record straight.
Mathematical descriptions into a physical orbiting
electrons don't orbit. So you're not starting off too strong here, Nathan.
For the sake
They
of
do
argument, then I'd have an issue with it.
No, they don't mathematically. That's nonsense.
Are you sure? That's the term that's used with them.
I'm absolutely positive. Okay, thank you very much.
Or protons.
Thank you very much, by the way. Appreciate that.
Boy.
Yeah, because what you're not seeing right now that the YouTube audience is seeing is fairy tale orbits. I'm going to go over it right
Brian.
now.
Yeah, Brian. Why didn't you say anything, Brian?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Brian.
Hang on. Nathan, you critiqued Nathan saying that they were a mathematical description. You said they're not.
They're not.
You said that the electron doesn't orbit. When it's claimed to orbit...
No, it's not.
Photon.
That's what I'm saying. So,
it's not Brian.
Yeah, you're
Keep it
through.
up, Brian. Keep it up, Brian. We'll blame it all on you.
Yeah.
I did nothing wrong. It's all Brian's fault.
Go on, Adam. Defend me.
From MHHE.com. You can't see this, and I'm loving it. Fairy tale orbits. Electrons are said to occupy orbitals in an atom. The term orbital is somewhat erroneous, as electrons do not orbit around the nucleus. These orbitals also do not really exist. They are mathematical constructs which make use of a wave function y that describes the motion of an electron. Last one. Walter Lewin, professor, MIT. These discrete energy levels are frequently represented in high school and college textbooks as circular orbits. They compare the electrons around the nucleus with planets going around the sun in well-defined orbits. That is a misconception. For sure, they are not orbits.
Right. So
Sorry, Nathan. No, you decided to put it on me. It's okay, Adam. He just killed his own argument.
Nah, I didn't.
Because within his citations, right, there was even called a mathematical description. My point was, I didn't say they actually orbited. I said mathematically, that's where how they're described.
No, they're not.
Read out your first citation again.
No, you missed it.
Take it on the chin. Right, Brian, thank you so much. I'm glad this got divided onto you, but we'll just take it on. This is Dunning-Kruger.
Adam is coming up next.
It's Dunning-Kruger on my part, and I'll take it on the chin. I did not know that at the point of discussing this with Witsit, and you can hear the hesitancy. I can hear it. Yeah? I'm bullshitting. I clearly don't know. QE's setting me straight. I'll take it on the chin as Dunning-Kruger, which is what it is.
Yeah, but he's defending. Brian's trying to defend this. Watch what happens. You see this Oh, you can't see it. So.
Oh, I heard it though. I listened.
Yeah, not you. Not you, Brian. Yeah, that's where I'm at, Brian. You see this statement right here say, these orbitals also do not really exist, period. The next statement, they are mathematical constructs. So how can you describe something? Mathematics can only describe at its very best. How can they describe something that doesn't exist?
Right.
Well, they are mathematical.
Game, set, match. Game, set, match.
I'm validated.
No,
Go on, Adam.
No, you're not validated, Sunshine.
Oh,
you just got a mud hole stomped in your ass.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
no,
you did.
I supported Nathan, even though Nathan knifed me in the back. Now Adam's coming
No,
in
I did not. No, it didn't.
Yeah, go away with you. Come on, Adam.
Yeah. Well, I'm waiting.
God.
People are a little bit triggered, Brian. Anyway.
Don't you go knifing me in the back now.
No,
Not you in the back.
Don't you worry, Broham. Even though, as you correctly point out, what we're doing here is supporting Nathan from another unfounded accusation where it appears the judge is misinterpreting what the defendant, Nathan, in this case, is saying.
Really?
That's what we're defending. I heard Nathan say that in a roundabout, very crap way. You were invoking that it wasn't a real thing, or were you now admitting from that very, greatly put description,
come on,
that you actually did hold the position that were electrons orbited?
I know they do not.
Let's listen.
And I didn't hear the use. I want a J. But
you're getting one.
No. We can carry on. I think we're fine. We've heard it already.
No.
Here we go.
If not, Your Honor, I should have interjected. If I heard Nathan chat a load of shit, this is the accusation against me. I should at this point be coming in to save his ass on his nonsense with chemistry.
I think this was a lot more fun when you were being indicted, actually, Adam. I think we should just carry on.
But unfortunately, you're an aggressive witness. You're an aggressive witness if you've demonstrated early on to the court, for some reason, you want to shit on your panel and hold us up as inept. So you've sided with the judge.
Here we go.
Photons, atoms, electrons, any of those mathematical descriptions into a physical orbiting electron, for the sake of argument, then I'd have an issue with it, because that's a real...
Okay, so he said for the sake of argument.
Brian!
Yeah. He stopped it. Even Nathan was about to say reification, and he stopped it. So we are all validated, and QE is wrong.
Now, no, I'm not wrong. You got a mud hole stomped in your ass for your electron orbital. So did he. But
no, you tried to straw man us.
No, I didn't.
And it failed.
Yeah,
you did.
Yeah, you're over.
We never stated that we never stated that the electron actually orbited. It was purely mathematical.
I didn't say. Yeah, you're going back. You're going back to your vomit again. You want me to stomp another mud hole in your ass?
Okay, Nick. Let me pin him. Let me pin him down. Brian,
what's the difference between a construct and a description mathematically?
You can't describe something that doesn't exist, Brian.
You lead someone. Who's going to take the bait, Brian or Adam?
Well, whether or not you just said you can't reify the orbit of an electron. That bait, I'll take that.
No. The point QE's making is, if it doesn't exist, how can you describe it mathematically? Yeah. Would you say that you can have a physical description mathematically of Keplerian orbits? Do they exist to describe mathematically Keplerian orbits?
And if we'd have pointed that out to you, would you even have a Scooby-Doo then that what I was on about, or you just said just shut up? I'm with Witsit.
All right, we're getting away from the point. That's fine. Let's move on.
No, we're not. This is the indictment of the FED panel.
This is the point.
It's not yet. It's coming.
Just let it happen.
So far, we all agree.
He won't let it happen.
Justified in not correcting Nathan. Is that what we've said? So even though Nathan's wrong here, we're justified in not correcting it.
No, I corrected him. I corrected him. Adam, you're not keeping up on current events.
So we should have corrected him.
Yes.
And the point we should have corrected him was that actually we should have said to him, no, Nathan, you're wrong when you say you can't reify the orbit of an electron.
He wiffle-waffled on it by saying the statement just for argument's sake. So I'm going to let him go.
Well, what I'm hearing, Adam, is what we should have said is, no, Nathan, right? They're not mathematical descriptions. They're just mathematical constructs.
No.
According to you. And
no, not according to me. He still wants a mud hole in his ass again. Do you want me to do it again?
Well, within your citation, it says mathematical.
Yeah, we already went over this, Brian. Okay, we'll fucking do it again. Okay, Brian. Here we go. Here we go. These orbitals also do not really exist, period. The next statement. They are mathematical constructs. Yes, they do. He does say that, whoever wrote this. Let me ask you a question, Brian. Mathematical constructs are descriptions of reality. How can you describe something that doesn't really fucking exist?
I have no problem with that. You can't really describe something if you've never actually experienced it and can't experience it. I have no problem with that.
Game, set, and match. Mudhole number 2.
Well,
mudhole number 2. Mudhole number 2, son. Do you want to go for number 3?
You could mathematically describe the heliocentric paradigm.
Now, don't go away from the heliocentric model. We're talking about electrons and orbitals.
We're talking about mathematical descriptions.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Stay on topic. Do you want a third mudhole stomped in your ass?
I want you to focus on.
I'm focusing.
My point.
Yeah, I did.
You're getting angry at me.
I'm not getting angry.
I didn't allow you to strawman me.
I'm not getting angry. I'm just deconstructing your mathematical descriptions.
I wonder what the audience thinks of it.
If they can fog a mirror, I think they get it.
We move on.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we move on. Brian,
later.
let's move on with the note to the court that His Honour didn't feel the need to critique Nathan, and therefore we, as the FED panel members, can't be held to any account for
I
not
did
doing
critique him. You're not Are you drunk?
So we should have interjected here.
Yes. Again, yes.
Wow. Okay.
Here we go.
In the same way, I have an issue with people reifying wave function into a medium requiring wave.
You guys are talking about photons and electrons as if they're real, and you are reifying the mathematical construct that they are, though.
I wouldn't agree.
They're not mathematical constructs. You're a moron.
We're not talking about them. He's done it again. It really infuriates me. You guys are talking about... No, he opened with this. He did.
Yes. True.
Austin,
hold on.
It's
I wouldn't
protons,
agree.
not photons.
Okay, I wouldn't agree. So earlier, I tried to describe badly the argon pump laser firing a particle of light, I'll use my words deliberately, through a slit to a sensor on the other side, and then hesitated, laughed at my own ignorance, and said, I'm doing a bad job because of the journey that I'm implying in my description of the light. Now, I can't verify that. I don't know that it's true. It seems to be wrong. Contradicts a lot of the understandings when you use our basic language to describe what light does. That's what it is, basic. But I understand the limitations of the mathematical descriptions. It doesn't alter what actually occurs, i.e., light is produced by one thing at one place and is seen by another thing at another place. That's a fact. Now, I can show that in the case of this example that you're critiquing. We're nowhere near ether yet, by the way.
That's the whole mission. Nowhere near ether.
Can I just
I'm
point
not
out
making any claim.
Go ahead.
Can I just point out that Witzit said to Nathan that he said that atoms and protons and electrons are all a mathematical construct that Nathan is trying to reify. Now, he used the term construct, not description. So what's the difference between me trying to reify a mathematical construct and reify a mathematical description?
I don't know what you're talking. Are you still butthurt from your last ass ripping?
Well, I didn't get an ass ripping. What I got was no answer to a certain.
No, you got an answer. That's what the problem is. Let your ego go. You got your mud hole. You got a mud hole.
It's not an ego thing. It's that I was strawmanned, and then I asked a specific question.
Oh my God! Drop it! For God's sake, it's making it worse. Goodness gracious!
I don't know why you're attacking this. I'm not making any claims with it. And I'm not reifying the mathematical descriptions of things like electrons either. But you want to critique me on that, fine. I'm not doing that, in my opinion. I'll stop there.
Everyone's hearing you guys talk about photons and electrons, and you say, what is the ether? What
is the ether, by the way?
It's a photon that simultaneously...
Discrete chunk of energy and momenta. And I showed a video of them before from 1982. You friggin' idiot, Dunning-Kruger moron. So now we're getting to the gist.
Simultaneously goes through two slits, collides with itself, is sentient, knows it's being observed, and transcends time. The double slit is not an experiment. It has a man-made device.
Uh-oh.
Did you hear that convoluted garbage spew of nonsense that he just described?
Yeah, everything he said was wrong. But we're to the point, ladies and gentlemen. I am going back. Go ahead, Nathan. Finish up.
That was it. I was just all I'm describing. It might sound complicated when you describe an argon pump laser and a photographic plate and a slit in between, a photographic sensor. It all sounds very complicated. What we're actually describing, if you want to boil it down to its most simplistic terms, you're firing a light through a gap. That's it. That's all that's happening. It's very basic stuff. When you listen to what Witzit broke it down to in terms of in time and stuff, you're like, what's he babbling about? Throwing in all this nonsense that has no bearing on what's actually being done. He's thrown in these words. If you just rewound it and play it again.
I am.
The words he uses are nonsensical to the subject.
Yep.
What's a photon that simultaneously goes through two slits, collides?
It doesn't simultaneously go through two slits. So that's
there you go. There's exactly. Let's just break this down. We're dissecting it like in a forensic manner. So we might as well break it down word by word, right? The first statement is that photon gets fired. Okay, well, at least he's got the very first words right. Okay, yeah, that bit's true. Through two slits. What? Immediately, he's wrong, isn't he? In the very first thing. Okay, so let's carry on.
With itself is sentient, knows it's...
The photon is sentient.
It's sentient. What? We've got a sentient bit of light from an argon pump laser, aka torch, if you like. No. Where does sentient? What? It's just so beyond belief that he babbles this kind of word into this sentence, isn't it?
He's listened to my quantum mechanics presentation, but he doesn't know. He's clueless on what I was saying. That's what he's done.
Being observed and transcends time.
Being observed and transcends time. Huh?
It's got it going through both slits and being observed. What's the point in observing it? According to his stupid waffle, it's gone through both.
Yep.
This makes no sense. You don't know what you're talking about, Witzit. It's just a bullshitter.
Yep.
The double slit is not an experiment.
The double slit is not an experiment. Why?
It has a man-made device.
It has a man-made device. All the panel, Chocolate, Brian, 10th, Refracted, Neil, Arwen, Adam, Elijah, and Nathan. What happens?
And it's not a naturally occurring phenomenon until you beg the question. and reify your interpretation of the double slit. I don't have a problem with logic and philosophy. And if you
don't know what logic or philosophy even is,
guys want to be
even are
atomist, that's okay. But...
Atomist, you're an atomist.
Okay.
Hold on. No, I'm not done yet. Atomist, you're an atomist because you said there were atoms and stuff in the vacuum chamber.
Don't anticipate.
I'm not anticipating. He said it in the last video.
Adam. Look at Adam.
Don't anticipate, Adam.
Call it for what it is, and everyone is taking their victory lap. I'm confused. No one's addressed the actual argument. We have only two viable.
These are the two new arguments that we haven't addressed. Not your Efers.
I have killed him on this point on video mad times.
Yep.
First of all.
Well, here we go.
Potentially viable frameworks that have been offered for interpretation.
Viable frameworks for interpretation? Citation, please. That's nonsense of epic proportions. You clown.
Atomism and the ether.
Atomism.
Ether. Now, you guys obviously don't like the ether, but...
Oh, yeah. What is it first? Then we'll tell you if we don't like it. You clown.
I want to know how atomism is more scientifically verifiable.
Well, that's a category error. You're a moron. He won't stop talking. He's on his incoherent monologue. So you guys are still good right here. No worries.
Also, don't always see light.
It isn't. I didn't claim it was. Nor am I using it to claim all-encompassing fields of everything. So you're attacking this like I'm using it to make some claim about something.
All right, that's enough. Why did you not stop Nathan and the rest of the panel when Witsit said that the double slit is not an experiment because it has a man-made device? That's the charge.
Have you lost your mind?
No.
I thought that idiot Nathan would deal with it.
Yeah.
I would have expected Nathan to say something there. Nathan is the one talking. He's talking to Nathan. He's addressing Nathan.
Fuck Nathan, right? Imagine it, right? This is it. 10 days later, he's just come in and he's just had a minute where all we've heard him is claim victory and then try and attack atomism. At what point is it reasonable that any of us, unless we expect, for the love of Jesus, shouting at us from Nathan, that we would interject? I mean, yes, I could have gone, well, what about the fucking doorknob to the lab? Does that discount anything happening? Because it's all my... What do you want from your panel members there other than disruption?
Is that the Nathan?
And haven't we had this argument with him?
Yeah, he's denied that he's made that argument. Yeah, shocking.
But I thought we spoke to him like here, and I could have sworn I interjected and said, well, first of all, I've tried to tell you guys that what you're not understanding is there's actually a naturally observed phenomena that you guys never seem to bring up.
Yeah, he's already made the argument, though. I understand what you're saying. Witsit has already made the argument numerous times that I'm strawmanning him and I made it up. He never claimed anything about man-made devices not being experiments. Did everyone just hear him say that the double slit experiment is not an experiment because it's got a man-made device, Adam?
Yeah, it's a distraction technique from his main thing that we've picked up already. You may want to chew down on that little bone, yeah, but recognize what he's here to do. He's not here now to discuss ether. He's here to attack atomism and make sure that Nathan is defined as an atomist. Something that the early rebuttal, Nathan's already not allowed a reification of certain things, right? But that's his agenda. And yes, you could, if you want to, hold him on that very minor point, which makes him.
That's not a minor point. It's a major point, especially with us.
It's not anything to do with his agenda of why he's here today.
But I don't really care about his agenda. You should have stopped him.
This is coming from somewhere too, because I remember these conversations, and AI could probably remember them too in 24/7. Numerous people indirectly, I guess, speaking out against the atomists that were attacking Witsit. Obviously, they meant us, and I'm like, where is this coming from? Was it all coming from Witsit? I don't even know.
Well, that's a good diversionary tactic. Why didn't you guys stop him, including Nathan, when he said the double slit experiment is not an experiment because it's got a man-made device on it?
Who should have stopped him? You actually saying at this point it's reasonable for any of us to come in, even though we all agree we wouldn't behave like that.
Yes, you should have stopped him.
I was washing my hair that week.
Okay, well then, this is then from now on, and we all go on Flat Earth Debate Panel. The second we hear anything, Nathan, we're going to interject, and we will be justified. It will turn into a shit show, but watch us all pop. You ready? For tomorrow.
We're on QE show currently, not mine.
No. This is advice for the Flat Earth Debate Panel. You've got to turn it into a shit show. The second you hear anything, however minor it is, as long as it's objectionable, you're justified in butting in, even over talking the host, Nathan Oakley.
No, just say, excuse me, you made an error, and I'd like to point
just
it
like
out.
You always do. Yeah, that's exactly how I remember you. Excuse me, you've made an error.
Look, here there is above the Witsit, there is written Sasha. That pioneer, man.
Great. We understood every single word you said. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, it's 6 o'clock.
Excuse me.
Hold on.
You've made an error.
Yeah. You've heard me say that, what, thousands of times?
Never.
It's close to the heart of Ye's namesake.
It's one rule for ye and another for thee. That's what that is, Adam.
It's only in this instance specifically, right? What is QE objecting to? In this instance, baseless assertion and incorrect statement that it's not science because it uses a man-made device goes to the heart of what quantum eraser's namesake is attached to. In this case, the delayed choice, QE's namesake, is I'll say trumped up because that's like I'm demeaning it, but glorified, the same word. What's the word? A more elaborate double slit experiment. Yeah? Profound, more elaborate version with deeper meaning to attach to it. Right? Now, QE's already identified that he's taking aspects of it when he said sentient. He didn't understand and has thrown in just for good measure because he's a surface regurgitator. Yeah? Well, in this instance, because it is directly attached to QE's namesake, this is particularly egregious. You're just going to have to accept that, lads.
Objection, Your Honour. What's Oakley on about again?
I don't know.
I have no idea what he's at. I have no idea what he's on about.
Oh, this is a tactic.
Litigation.
Egregious.
Teach us petty, Oakley.
Oh,
my
God. It's a kangaroo court, Your Honour.
I'll have you removed.
Yeah. You know, have him gagged.
The 5-foot bailiff.
Yeah. Having that.
Man, it's so nice to sit pretty over here and know that I wasn't even out here yet.
Yeah, lucky. Otherwise, you'd be indicted for no nonsensical reasons for not interrupting Nathan on his show.
Yeah.
Well, I don't usually do that anyways. That would be within my character to not do that.
So
that's the indictment.
That's what you'll be indicted on.
You'd be screwed right now, Missy.
It's not so much. I'll let the jury make their own call.
What if I was in there and you saw that little hand up on my little picture like you did earlier?
Yeah,
you're like, you got something to say, Kim?
I just think that even though that is a highly objectionable moment, it's also the 10 days leading up to it that we really just wanted like the nail in the coffin, and for anybody not to say, well, we came in and white knighted for Nathan. Oh, his panel did this, his panel did that. So I don't know. I mean, I can't remember why I didn't jump in. Maybe I wasn't paying attention.
There's a contradictory premise that Flat Earth Debate is based on, which is the premise that after somebody does something egregious, like Witsit's doing in the case of Ether, right, I can yell at him to get out of our community. But the premise of the show is you'll be welcome back on the next stream, even if you've been swearing, right? So here he is 10 days later, and the bar is still open. Yeah, there was a brawl. Yeah, chairs were smashed over people's heads, but it all got cleared up and the doors just still get opened and you can still walk in the next day. So here he is the next day. I know it's 10 days later, but metaphorically speaking, he's just walked back into the bar 10 days later and the door has a sign above it that says, all are welcome, but piss around and get kicked out and don't come back the same day. That's the only rule, isn't it? You'll be warmly welcomed back the next day. So he's being warmly welcomed back. And when people have their opening gambit, they get their opening gambit. They get it unimpeded. So in a way, while you're saying, well, the lads, why didn't you impeach him immediately and interrupt him? Well, because there's kind of an unwritten rule that when you first get there, you get a little bit of your verbal diarrhea out to make your point. Yeah, we'll play along to a certain degree before we start, unpicking it. But there is a sort of understanding that you're going to let them at least get to the point where they seemingly make a claim. Now, with Whitsitt, that's a bit of a problem. He's got diarrhea of the mouth, won't shut up and won't actually make a point. And anything he does try and assert as being a point will be fallacious. But you never really get there, do you? So at some point, it's going to, I can just feel it coming. I can't actually remember this. But it's going to amp up, isn't it? At some point, everyone's going to pipe in, or maybe not. I can't remember.
So I have to say, in this scattergunning of false claims and nonsense, to pick out just the man-made experiment part, I probably wouldn't have done that either. Should we go with the sentience of the discrete chunk of light? Should we go with the atomism? Because I think his main tactic most of the time is just to scattergun nonsense and then create chaos. But Neil had it nailed down. What does this have to do with either?
Yeah, that's a very valid point. Hold on, let me get my good mic out. Just a very valid point because, especially when you're speaking to a crowd for whatever reason, people like Whitsitt, as demonstrated, are good at throwing out a lot of maybe what's the word? Gaslighting tactics that somebody's gonna pick up. And in this case, it was you. But should we really have interrupted for that?
I think I see where you're going, Eli. You're saying if whatever we'd have latched onto, let's say if we had latched onto it, that would be turned into the point that he started using to prove his ether with. Right? He's looking for us to latch onto something so he can start presenting it as though we've made a claim about his point that he's here to postulate. As long as he can position it such that we're making a claim about something that he disagrees about, he can argue about that for a couple of minutes, and therefore ether.
I think what we've got to do, Brian, is what Pence did in the previous episode, is make a valid point, however relevant it's perceived, for then Nathan to ignore it anyway. We should make sure we make it for then Nathan to ignore so that we show that we are keeping up.
You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't, Adam. That's the problem. We're getting critiqued for good manners.
It appears that way, doesn't it? See, I've been pondering.
It doesn't just appear that way. Go on.
Think about the after shows, whether Nathan was there or not. We guys talked after Whitsitt saying, well done. I remember saying, we all shut the fuck up and look at the outcome. Yeah. And again, that's my mitigation here. Whatever happens, we're actually allowing this to go off, which is Whitsitt coming to attack Nathan. Put it into perspective here. See, prior to Whitsitt turning up, it's been all the people in Discord going, you won't deal with Whitsitt. Now, Whitsitt's come to deal with Nathan. Now, yeah, not all of us. He may mention us when he's losing an argument and try and appeal to us, to invoke us. But the reality is, this is the argument at hand. And I think on that day and this day, that's actually our mind. So even there is some, like I said, look at the last episode, how well you behaved you were. That wasn't you, that was you biting your tongue. And I think that's, well, we'll see, won't we?
Thanks for the kind of shit sandwich there. But yeah, okay.
That's not a shit sandwich. Listen, evidence, Brian. You backed down and you didn't continue insisting on your point, right? You didn't. You were so succinct, yeah? And then realised, nah, I'm not going to win here. It's Nathan versus Whitsitt, which is where I think all of our mindsets are at. So I try to remember this. And that's what I say. I want to listen to the aftermath.
Well, you know what I was thinking at that very moment when Whitsitt said, there's a man-made device in it, so it's not a real experiment, right? When he came up with that nonsense. All that went through my mind was, why isn't Nathan saying anything?
I've been thinking that too.
And I would say exactly the same thing went through your mind and Eli's mind and everyone else's mind.
Can we give a shout out to the Nathan Oakley 1980 channel and ask Divergent Drawing to repost this episode? Because again, I think we have to listen to the post-match bit with Nathan and Whitsitt of how the panel digests what's just gone off and how they may or may not divulge in the after show, even though we'll have spoken hours after this, whether there's any enlightenment we can gather from that bit.
I'd like to take time out and say hello.
Yes.
I'd like to say hello, Betty. You still here?
Yes, unfortunately.
Did you hear about the injustice, Betty?
Did you hear the injustice?
I absolutely did, Brian.
Yeah. One rule for thee and another for ye. That's what that is.
Yep.
I think we've all had fun here. It's been a very, very Nathan heavy show, and I think we all appreciate that.
Can I add something to just today, right quick?
Go ahead.
I had a very wise man come on one of my panels and told me, if you come in this arena and make claims, be sure they're correct. I'm not going to mention his name. I mean, he might have a big head now. I don't know. But he told me and PJ that if you're in this arena, make sure of yourself. So, and thank you for a platform where I could send super chats and banter with you guys all night.
Yep,
I appreciate it. No problem.
Thank you.
So we're going to wrap it up here because, like, sometimes I have to go to the bathroom, and in this case, I need to eat because I've been going for over 5 hours.
You had a pretty good temperament the whole time, too.
Didn't I?
What show is this? Because I don't want to wait. I don't want to watch it now. What episode?
1724.
Oh, the Nathan episode is both episodes. We started out 1702 and the 10-day later episode. What we're doing now, or what we will do on the next show, is continue with FED 1724.
Thank you.
Are you wanting out of here then, QE? Wanting to round out?
I'm thinking so.
I think Flats, you should get prepared then.
That's all, folks.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
I'm just saying, whatever light is, clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction and higher and changes throughout the year, and it consistently does that.
Riddle me this, you double-speaking moron. How can light move in one direction faster and not have a speed?
Yeah, there is no speed of light. Whatever light is, clearly gets to the receiver faster. Yeah, there is no speed of light. Faster. There is no speed of light.
You unlock this door with the key of
retardation.
Beyond it is another dimension. You're moving into a land of
bullshittery.
You've just crossed over into
the numpty zone.
You are so dumb. Damn.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
I'm just saying, whatever light is, clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction and higher and changes throughout the year, and it consistently does that.
No, there's not a journey because there's nothing traveling. What the light is already there.
So out of one side of your face, you say, light clearly gets to the receiver faster in one direction. Then at the other side of your face, you say, the light's not traveling, it's already there. So how can light not travel and be already there, and at the same time be traveling faster in one direction to get to the receiver, its destination? Por favor.
You serious? Let's put another shrimp on the barbie.
So we have the respawn remedial retard, double speaking lion sewer rat, shits at 60, guns a-blazing out of the gate ether argument from FED episode 1702 from 8 months ago.
Where we have electromagnetic waves that we can show, and either it has a medium that it's waving through, or it's waving through nothing, which is an asinine claim.
So we have electromagnetic waves, which this moron thinks is light, waving through a something medium because they can't wave through nothing. Therefore, his something medium is ether. 10 days later,
the wave is the medium.